Imagine spending 7 years of your life perfectly executing the ultimate survival plan, only to have the universe completely delete your save file. Our guy is sitting in his room when the news anchor drops the ultimate bomb. Lee Seo-jun, the S-rank cheat code of this world, is dead. He is staring at the screen in absolute disbelief, because this makes zero sense. The news confirms he was taken down by the evil dragon Croas during a massive raid in downtown Seoul. He was only 25, a legendary genius who had been carrying humanity on his back since his debut. The public is going into absolute mourning, setting up memorials nationwide for their fallen savior. Our guy just turns off the TV. He cannot process this. His entire body is shaking because he knows something the rest of the world doesn't. This isn't just a tragedy. It is a literal system error for the entire universe. How does the literal main character of the story just die before the happy ending? See, Lee Seo-jun wasn't just a famous S-rank magician. He was a young hero who had been tearing through monsters like a professional speedrunner. The entire era recognized him as the ultimate protector. But the most critical fact, the one that is currently giving our guy a panic attack, is that Lee Seo-jun was his classmate, and more importantly, he was the protagonist of the web novel Modern Magician, the very world our guy transmigrated into. According to the original plot, Seo-jun was supposed to win, save the world, and let our guy quietly return to Earth. But instead, a giant dark dragon just decided to rip the script apart and end him right here. Our guy is staring at his hands, wondering what happens to the extras when the main character fails. If the story is broken, does that mean he is stuck here forever? He remembers his life back on Earth, drinking with his friends and talking about what they would do if they ever got transmigrated. His friends were all about finding hidden cheat codes, monopolizing rewards, and living like kings. But our guy? He was the ultimate realist. He told them they were absolutely insane. Stepping into the spotlight is the fastest way to get yourself killed. If you mess up the protagonist's flow, you ruin everything. He didn't have the cheat codes or the dedication to be a hero, so his plan was simple. Stay in the background and let the MC carry him. His friends laughed and called him a buzzkill, but he knew he was right. And then, right after that conversation, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out thinking he had won some random online sweepstakes. The message was from someone claiming to be the author of Modern Magician. It offered him a travel voucher to a very special place with a simple yes or no prompt. His friends cheered, thinking he was getting a free vacation. He clicked yes, expecting a free trip overseas. He did get a trip, just not the kind he could use his passport for. He got pulled directly into the novel's world. For 7 long years, he played his role perfectly, staying completely out of the main cast's way. He kept his head down, did his homework, and waited for the protagonist to finish the game. But because he stayed in the background, he has no idea what went wrong with the main plot. Suddenly, his TV screen starts static glitching again. The lights in his apartment flicker as a strange, cold energy fills the room. He steps back, looking around as the atmosphere turns incredibly heavy. The entire building starts shaking violently. Outside his window, a massive crimson barrier is locking down the entire city sky. He runs to the glass, his eyes wide in absolute horror. The entire world is starting to fracture. Down on the streets, people are screaming as their bodies begin to dissolve into glowing purple dust. They are turning into data particles right before his eyes, erased from existence like deleted files. It is a literal apocalypse, and there is nowhere left to run. Suddenly, a massive red system window holographs right in front of him. The text is cold and absolute. Lee Seo-jun has died. All main scenarios are considered failed. Because progression is now impossible, the system is resetting the entire world. The cracking sound fills his ears as the glass of his own apartment window begins to shatter into the void. His own body starts to break apart into glowing blue shards as the entire universe goes completely dark. Through the pitch black, he hears a distant, annoying voice calling out to him. He gasps, sits up straight, and opens his eyes in a panic. He is sitting on a bus, and the driver is yelling at him to get off because they reached the school ages ago. Our guy stammers an apology, completely disoriented. He runs off the bus, his brain trying to process why he isn't currently Stardust. He looks down at his clothes, then at his feet. The sun is incredibly bright, and his body feels completely whole. He looks up and stops dead in his tracks. Standing in front of him is the massive, grand entrance of the Korea Magicians Academy, complete with a banner celebrating the incoming freshman class of 2032. He stares at the date. 2032 was exactly 7 years ago. He clutches his chest, his heart hammering against his ribs. He looks down at his hands. They are younger, free of the calluses he built up over years of survival. He didn't just survive the apocalypse. The system literally rewound him 7 years back to his very first day of school. He walks into the academy hall, listening to the automated welcome speech echoing through the speakers. The crowd of freshman students is bustling, talking excitedly about their future magic careers. Our guy is clutching his head, feeling like he is going absolutely insane. Everything is identical to his first life. The lights, the faces, the nervous chatter. The reality of regression hits him. He has been given a second chance, but it comes with a massive catch. Why did Lee Seo-jun die in the first place? In the original novel, the protagonist was an absolute monster who never lost a single major fight. Even the battle with Croass was supposed to be a desperate but guaranteed victory. This means someone or something must have interfered with the timeline to get the protagonist killed. Our guy slumps onto a wooden bench in the academy chapel, completely overwhelmed. He looks around at the other students, realizing he can't just be a quiet background character anymore. If Lee Seo-jun dies in this life too, the world will just reset again. Or worse, end permanently. He remembers the feeling of his body dissolving into purple dust, the absolute terror of the world breaking apart. He stares straight ahead, his eyes hardening with a new resolve. Lee Seo-jun must not die. He clenches his fist tightly. If he wants to save his own skin and finally get back to Earth, he has to keep the protagonist alive and force the happy ending himself. To do that, he needs to make his move immediately. He stands up and spots a key player sitting nearby. He walks over, puts on his friendliest smile, and waves. The girl turns around, and her cold, crimson eyes lock onto him with absolute suspicion. Ara, the legendary runner-up of the second year, looks at him like he is a bug that just flew into her face. She immediately asks him who he is and why he is acting so familiar. Our guy just keeps smiling, trying to play it cool despite the absolute ice radiating from her. She asks if he has something to say, her tone sharp enough to cut glass. Before he can even pitch his friendly classmate routine, she turns away and tells him to stop looking at her because it's making her uncomfortable. Our guy is left standing there with a twitching smile. The level of disrespect is honestly immaculate. He realizes getting close to the main cast is going to be a lot harder than just saying hello. Suddenly, the speakers crackle to life, calling the grade representatives to the podium. 3 students walk up the steps, and the entire assembly hall goes completely quiet. Walking in the center is Lee Seo-jun, and his golden eyes are practically glowing with main character energy. The students start whispering about how he is the disciple of Chairman Kim Jin-cheol and a literal cheat code of a magician. Next to him is Han Chae-won, the top freshman, waving to the crowd with a perfectly crafted idol-like smile. Our guy looks at Chae-won and notes how calculated her expression is. She knows exactly how to play the crowd. She is already building up her public image, which is a classic high-rank move. The third student is a quiet senior who has held the top spot for 3 years, but our guy barely remembers him because his role in the novel was tiny. But his eyes keep drifting back to Lee Seo-jun. The guy is just standing there, but he looks completely untouchable. The administrator announces the start of the student oath. The 3 representatives raise their hands, their voices echoing through the hall. Our guy turns his head slightly and notices Ara clenching her fists so hard her knuckles are turning white. She is staring at Lee Seo-jun with an absolute burning hatred. The fire magic energy is practically leaking out of her body, and our guy is sweating just standing next to her. He decides this is the perfect moment to score some points and whispers that it's a real shame. She snaps her head toward him, her crimson eyes practically flaring with anger. She demands to know what he just said and what exactly is a shame. Our guy narrows his eyes, putting on a serious, analytical look. He tells her that honestly, he thinks she is much better than that rock standing up on the podium. She stares at him, completely stunned, before asking if he has ever even seen them use magic to make a claim like that. He casually replies that he doesn't need to see it. He tells her he just has incredibly good intuition, flashing a confident grin. Ara's face goes completely blank as a vein pops on her forehead. She grabs her fist and asks if he is actively trying to mess with her right now. He quickly backs off with a laugh, realizing he might have pushed the flattery a bit too far. She huffs and turns away, but her expression is slightly conflicted now. She looks down at his name tag, reading the name Kim Seon-woo. She whispers his name, and our guy freezes. She actually remembered him, but before he can celebrate, she tells him to never speak to her again and walks off. Well, at least she knows his name now. Progress is progress, even if it comes with a side of death threats. The next day, the real test begins, the evaluation test to determine the school rankings. The students in the waiting room are panicking, complaining about how brutal the grading is on the very first day. Our guy, however, is feeling incredibly confident. His goal is to rank in the top 10 of the second year. In his previous life, he was a solid C-rank magician who almost got promoted to B rank. Against these academy kids, his experience is a literal cheat code. The first freshman steps up, channeling her wind magic with impressive speed. She shouts and releases a barrage of wind blades at the targets. The blades fly across the arena, tearing through the wooden dummies. The impact splits the targets clean in half, sending wood shards flying everywhere. The crowd cheers, calling her a genius and praising her high output. The announcer calls for the second-year students to step up next. Yura steps onto the platform, and a massive, roaring fireball immediately materializes in her hand. She throws her hand down, and the fire explodes across the arena, completely vaporizing the targets in a flash of bright light. The crowd goes absolutely wild. The freshmen are terrified, wondering if she is even the same age as them. She walks off the stage, her expression still cold. She knows that no matter how good she is, there is still one monster ahead of her. Lee Seo-jun steps up next, drawing a sleek silver practice sword. He moves like a blur, his body practically disappearing from the platform. The wooden dummies don't even have time to register his movement. In a fraction of a second, 3 clean sword strikes cut through the targets, followed by an explosive burst of compressed mana. He sheathes his sword as the broken pieces of the dummies clatter to the floor behind him. It is a flawless, professional-grade performance. Yura watches from the stands, her teeth clenched in frustration. The gap between them is still massive. Our guy watches her, understanding her pain. It's hard being the second best when the number one is a literal god, but that is exactly why he needs to make his own move. He needs to show his worth to get noticed by both of them. The speaker crackles, calling up Kim Seon-woo of second-year Class A. Our guy stands up, stretches, and walks down to the arena with a confident smile. Up in the teacher's booth, the instructors are flipping through his records, trying to remember who he is. One teacher notes that last year, he was registered under the physical enhancement system and had almost 0 presence. But as he stands in front of the targets, his hands are completely empty. The teachers assume he must have switched to the manifestation system over the break, which is usually a terrible idea. They chuckle, thinking he is just another average kid trying to look cool by using flashy magic instead of what he is actually good at. One of the teachers, however, leans forward, her eyes narrowing as she senses something strange. Our guy raises his hand, and a small, incredibly dense swirl of blue mana begins to gather in his palm. In manifestation magic, the first basic step is just summoning the raw mana into physical form. But our guy isn't just summoning it, he is using the compression manifestation technique, a highly advanced method that squashes the mana to maximize its destructive output. Yura's jaw drops, and even Lee Seo-jun's eyes widen in surprise as they recognize the technique. A massive, blinding beam of compressed blue energy erupts from his hand, lighting up the entire arena. The beam blasts forward, completely obliterating the targets and shaking the entire foundation of the hall. The entire assembly is frozen in absolute shock. The teachers are staring with wide eyes, unable to believe a second-year student just pulled off a veteran-level spell. But then, a small, pathetic puff of smoke rises from his palm. The blue light completely vanishes, and the crowd suddenly bursts into laughter. They realize he ran out of mana instantly because his actual pool is incredibly small. Our guy is standing there, sweating, his face twitching as he realizes his body's stats are still completely trash. He manifested the magic, but he literally didn't have enough gas to sustain the release. Suddenly, a massive blue light flashes directly in his eyes. Dozens of system windows start popping up all around him, filling his vision with glowing blue text. He stares at the screens in absolute panic. Why is the system opening up for him now, of all times? So, we are back in our guy's room, and he is trying to figure out why his life is suddenly running on a different script. In his last run, the system interface didn't pop up until way later in the story. He is staring at the ceiling, wondering what kind of butterfly effect he just triggered by failing his magic test so spectacularly. Then he remembers the exact moment the system screens flooded his vision right after his mana pool hit 0. A massive notification confirmed that his transmigrator privilege, the outsider's benefit, had officially activated. Along with it, the main scenario kicked off, instantly handing him 3,000 points for unlocking the second life achievement. The system was basically throwing a party in his face, unlocking another achievement called Clown's Talent. He got 5,000 points just because 232 students watched him fail and remembered his face. To make things even wilder, he got another 1,000 points because the main character, Lee Seo-jun, actually took an interest in him. He managed to farm 10,000 points in the span of a single afternoon, all by looking like an absolute fool. This transmigrator privilege is basically a cheat code shop, where he can buy stats, traits, and high-tier items. He decides it is time to stop questioning his luck and actually check his balance. The system screens confirm his total earnings, showing that drawing massive crowd attention is a literal goldmine. The absolute best part of this setup is the point shop, which lets him bypass years of hard training with a few clicks. He is glad the points are stacking up, but there is still one massive problem. Getting a legendary title like Clown's Talent is a bit of a personal attack from the system. He completely forgot that his teenage body in this timeline has almost zero mana capacity. But hey, across 2 entire lifetimes, this is the most attention he has ever gotten, so he will take the win. Now it is time to look at his actual character sheet. He speaks the command to bring up his personal attribute screen, and the numbers are honestly depressing, with his mana sitting at a pathetic 21. He is absolutely devastated to see that all the points he poured into his stats in his previous life have been completely wiped. The grind is real, and he is basically back to level 1. But then he realizes this stat reset is actually a massive blessing in disguise. He explains the lore of this world's magic system, which is divided into 4 main categories: enhancement, manifestation, support, and summoning. Enhancement is all about physical buffs, meaning those users need to dump all their points into stamina. Manifestation is your classic traditional magic casting, while support and summoning do exactly what they say on the tin. Since he chose manifestation because it looks way cooler, he is glad he isn't locked into his old physical build. But as a caster, his absolute highest priority now is pumping that mana stat as fast as humanly possible. Suddenly, the system pings again with another massive notification. He blinks, realizing his audience count just jumped by 50 people in a single second. He starts laughing like a cartoon villain because he just realized that acting like a clown is the ultimate point farming strategy. But then he notices the numbers are still climbing. Another 2,000 points drop into his account because 400 people now know his face. He pulls out his phone, realizing there is only one way he could go viral this fast. He opens the Academy's anonymous bulletin board, the Forest of the Great Sage. And yup, there it is. A high-definition video of his spectacular test day failure pinned right at the top of the forum. The comments are absolutely brutal, but our guy is just grinning because the system is turning all those hate comments into literal cash. He licks his lips, wondering how much more he can milk this viral thread. A brilliant, chaotic idea sparks in his mind. If people want to troll him, he is going to troll them right back to keep the engagement high. He spent the entire night fake arguing on his own thread, using his alt accounts to draw maximum hate. The next morning, the atmosphere in the Academy courtyard is completely buzzing. Students are whispering and pointing at him as he casually walks down the hallway. His overnight trolling campaign worked perfectly, spreading his failure to every corner of the campus. Thanks to his internet warrior session, he farmed another 5,000 points while just walking to class. He steps up to the classroom door, completely unbothered by the stares. He slides the door open, ready to face whatever drama is waiting inside. The entire lecture hall immediately falls silent, and all eyes lock on to the class celebrity. Before he can even find a seat, a hand points directly at his face. It is Park In-hwan, the resident loudmouth bully, who starts laughing hysterically the second he sees our guy. He throws his arm around Seon-woo's shoulder, loudly mocking him for running out of mana like a complete amateur. The rest of the bullies join in, whispering that he must have bribed his way into the academy because there is no way he got in on merit. Seon-woo remembers this guy from the novel. He is the classic, generic minor villain who exists just to get clapped early on. Our guy decides to take a deep breath and stay quiet because getting into a physical fight with a low-tier mob is a waste of time. But In-hwan keeps pushing, leaning in to whisper that his school life is about to become an absolute living hell. Suddenly, a cold, authoritative voice cuts through the room, telling In-hwan to stop. In-hwan's smirk immediately vanishes, and his face contorts in pure annoyance. He turns around, mockingly asking if the legendary genius Lee Seo-jun is trying to play the hero of justice today. Seo-jun doesn't even argue, he just glares at him with a look that says he is about to become a headline. Knowing he is completely outmatched, In-hwan scoffs, calls his crew, and walks out of the room to save face. The tension in the air slowly dissipates as the door slams shut behind them. Seo-jun turns to our guy, asking if he is okay after that encounter. Seon-woo puts on his best, most pathetic victim face and says he is fine, though he plays up the embarrassment. He sighs dramatically, lamenting how the viral video has completely ruined his reputation. Seo-jun, being the absolute white knight protagonist he is, tells him not to worry because the person who uploaded the video is the real villain here. He bids Seon-woo goodbye and starts to walk away, thinking he just did his good deed for the day. But our guy's hand moves like lightning, grabbing Seo-jun's sleeve and stopping him in his tracks. Seon-woo looks down, his tone suddenly shifting from pathetic victim to a serious mastermind. He looks up with determined eyes and asks Seo-jun to team up with him for this semester's joint dungeon class. Seo-jun is completely stunned, looking at him like he just asked to borrow $1 million. Our guy just gives him a confident, almost villainous smirk, telling him that this partnership will be incredibly beneficial for both of them. Seo-jun looks at him for a long moment, probably wondering if the magic failure from yesterday also scrambled our guy's brain. He politely declines, saying he has never once considered him as a potential teammate. Seon-woo doesn't back down. He steps closer and says there are two very specific reasons why this team-up is mandatory. Amused by the sheer audacity of a dead-last extra, Seo-jun smiles and tells him he is listening. Our guy raises a finger and proudly announces the first reason. He is the absolute worst-ranked student in the entire second year. Seo-jun literally spits out a laugh, asking if his own terrible grades are supposed to be a selling point. But Seon-woo explains the school's joint test scoring system, which uses a handicap formula to balance high and low rankers. Because Seo-jun is rank 1 and Seon-woo is dead last, their combined score will receive a massive multiplier boost. Seo-jun's eyes narrow as he realizes the math actually checks out, but he still thinks the risk of carrying dead weight is too high. That is when Seon-woo drops the second reason. Ara has already teamed up with the other two lowest-ranked students in the class. Ara's wide-area fire magic can easily carry those low rankers, meaning her team is guaranteed to take first place overall due to the handicap bonus. If Seo-jun wants to keep his #1 spot, he has no choice but to use the exact same strategy. And then, our guy raises a third finger, saying that despite his rank, he is actually incredibly competent. Seo-jun breaks character and just starts laughing out loud at how hilariously confident this guy is. He agrees to the team, finding the sheer tactical madness of the plan too entertaining to pass up. But he raises a hand, saying he has one strict condition before they finalize anything. He wants to be the one who picks their third and final teammate, shaking our guy's hand as the system pings with another deep interest notification. Our guy gladly accepts, pocketing another 2,000 points as their partnership is locked in. The scene shifts to their magic history lecture, where the teacher is droning on about 14th century spell structures. She explains how classical magic eventually split into the 4 modern systems we use today. The rest of the class is completely checked out, with half the students literally sleeping on their desks. The teacher asks the class if anyone knows the exact historical reason why the old 2-system structure collapsed. While everyone else is trying to hide, our guy's hand shoots straight up into the air. He perfectly explains that it was due to the appearance of the blood sword, the first legendary enhancement mage of the 18th century. The teacher is thoroughly impressed, but our guy is just chillin', because classical magic theory is incredibly easy when you have a cheat menu. His transmigrator system literally translates and interprets ancient magic scripts directly on the page for him. He is basically running a translation mod in real life, making written exams an absolute joke. But down in the front rows, the other students are whispering, calling him Hermione and mocking him for being a tryhard when his practical magic is garbage. He just grits his teeth, thinking they are all just salty because they didn't study. The bell finally rings, and the teacher dismisses the class for lunch. The students pack up their things, rushing out of the lecture hall to get to the cafeteria. Our guy is about to leave when a familiar voice calls his name from behind. He turns around, looking slightly surprised. Seo-jun catches up to him, casually suggesting they grab lunch together to celebrate their brand new team. Cut to the lunch tray, which is loaded with a classic, shimmering Korean school meal. They walk into the crowded cafeteria, looking for an empty spot to sit down. Suddenly, someone starts waving their hands frantically from a long table in the corner. A loud student yells for Seo-jun to bring his tray over to their table. Our guy immediately recognizes him as Shin Young-jun. Young-jun is one of the main characters and Lee Seo-jun's absolute best friend in the novel. He is laughing and joking around, completely unaware of the strategic bomb that was just dropped on the school rankings. But his smile fades into a look of pure confusion as he sees our guy sitting down right next to them. He points a finger, realizing this is the exact same kid from the viral magic failure video. He asks how on earth the two of them got close enough to eat lunch together. Seo-jun casually drops the news that they are partnering up for the joint dungeon exploration test. Young-jun's brain completely short-circuits, and he leans in to whisper ask if Seo-jun has lost his mind. Seo-jun just shakes his head, explaining that Ara's tactical play forced his hand. Young-jun looks horrified, realizing the second-year rankings are about to become an absolute war zone. Deciding to worry about it later, he digs into his food, and the three of them start eating. Meanwhile, a few tables away, a pair of sharp eyes are watching their interaction very closely. It is Han Seo-yoon, the pink-haired freshman prodigy, whose friend asks what she is staring at. She immediately puts on her perfectly calculated, sweet smile, waving her hands and saying it is nothing. But as she turns back, her eyes go completely cold and analytical. She is staring at our guy, deeply suspicious of how a literal background extra managed to insert himself into the protagonist's inner circle. Later that afternoon, Seon-woo is in the private training hall, standing in front of the practice targets. He decides to test his magic again, but this time, he keeps the mana output strictly controlled. He channels the energy, focusing on the 3 core steps of casting: manifestation, emission, and manipulation. He unleashes a clean, stable blast of blue energy across the training ground. The spell hits the target dummy with a solid, satisfying impact. The nearby students stop their own training, whispering that his magic is actually incredibly precise when he isn't overdrawing his pool. Our guy just checks his watch, smirking because he can hear every single word they are saying. Back in his dorm room, he sits cross-legged on his bed, reflecting on his growth strategy. In his last run, he spent all his points directly on raw stat upgrades, which worked well at first, but he explains that the system shop scales prices exponentially. The more stats you buy, the more expensive they get. It is the exact same logic as leveling up in an RPG, where the grind eventually becomes mathematically impossible. So instead of buying raw stats, he decided to use the system's search function to find passive traits that grow his mana naturally. He types mana into the search bar, scrolling through a list of legendary items and traits, and there it is, the exact A-rank trait he remembers from the middle chapters of the novel, Protection of Great Nature. This trait boosts his mana acquisition during training by up to 150% depending on his environment. He bought it along with a B-rank returner's wristwatch, which increases his health and mana regeneration by 200%. He managed to fund this insane early-game loadout by selling his inherited A-rank Master Chef trait directly back to the system. It was a bit of a waste of a great culinary skill, but survival is way more important than making a 5-star meal. Thanks to that strategic trade, his starting point in this timeline is already vastly superior to his previous run. Suddenly, his phone starts vibrating in his pocket, glowing with a strange green light. He pulls it out, his eyes widening in pure shock as he looks at the screen, because he shouldn't have anyone's contact info in this timeline yet. So, our guy is sitting in his room, looking at the newly created Team 3 group chat. He scans the list of names and realizes he is surrounded by complete low-rankers. The only one he actually recognizes from his reading days is Yoon Ha-young, a future heavy hitter who hasn't even unlocked her true potential yet. Seo-jun immediately takes charge of the chat, asking everyone to list their magic specialties so they can coordinate. Shin Ji-yuk reveals he is a support type, while Ha-young confirms she specializes in ice attribute manifestation. Jin-tae admits he is an enhancement type who is absolutely terrible at casting, and Seon-woo chimed in that he is just a basic manifestation user with no special attributes. Ji-hyuk instantly trolls him, saying the entire school already knows he is a manifestation user thanks to his legendary viral failure. Our guy just ignores the shade, suggesting they let Seo-jun act as the main carry while the rest of them play a pure utility role. It's a solid strategy, but to get first place, they still have to beat Uara's team. Cut to the outdoor training grounds, where the specialty classes are currently underway. The instructors are walking around, correcting the students' casting forms and telling them to focus on quick mana release. Uara is standing in front of the target, a massive fireball swirling in her hand. She fires the spell, and the explosion absolutely tears through the target dummy, leaving nothing but smoke. The students are completely blown away, whispering about her insane raw talent. Teacher Lee watches from the sidelines, noting that while Ara has raw power, her mana control is still pretty unrefined. Next up is Seon-woo, who channels a small, highly compressed beam of magic directly at his target. The beam cuts through the air, hitting the bullseye with surgical precision. The impact splits the target perfectly, leaving Teacher Lee completely stunned. She remembers how he failed his basic emission test just a few days ago. Back then, he couldn't even launch a simple spark without his mana pool collapsing. But now, with the exact same tiny amount of mana, he is pulling off flawless manipulation. She realized he must have worked out his own mechanical flaws at an incredibly young age. She gives a warm, satisfied smile as she watches him pack up. She claps her hands, officially dismissing the class for the day. The students pack up their gear, complaining about how exhausting the practical sessions are. But before Seon-woo can slip away, Teacher Lee calls him over. She walks up, asking if he has been keeping up with his daily mana training. She has a friendly smile, but her eyes are highly analytical. Our guy instantly sweating, realizing she has already noticed the massive gap between his high-tier technique and his trash-tier mana pool. He nods quickly, claiming he is doing his absolute best in his spare time. She tells him that while his technique is perfect, his raw capacity is still severely lacking. He promises to work harder, putting on his best diligent student act. She reaches into her pocket and hands him a small, braided bracelet. Xianwu looks at it, a bit hesitant to take a freebie from an instructor. She tells him not to worry about it, claiming it is just a cheap F-rank item she made for practice. He thanks her politely, and she waves him off with a laugh. Our guy is practically skipping down the hall, thrilled to have secured some unexpected, free mana-breathing loot. But his good mood instantly evaporates as he turns the corner. Yuara is leaning against the stone wall, glaring at him with her signature red eyes. He sighs, asking if she is actually allowed to talk to him after explicitly telling him to stay away. She ignores the joke, demanding to know why he paired up with Lee Seojun. She points a finger at his face, accusing him of trying to leech a free ride to the top spot. She turns on her heel and storms off, leaving him with one final warning that first place belongs to her. Our guy just rolls his eyes, wondering why everyone in the main cast is so incredibly dramatic. Fast forward to Thursday morning, outside the massive stone gates of the Academy's artificial dungeon. Xianwu runs up to the meeting spot, barely making it in time. Seojun welcomes him with a smile, saying it is time for their team to show what they've got. Yoon Ha-young cheers them on, trying to raise the team's morale. But Jiik just scoffs, looking at our guy with a completely smug expression. He notes that having the school's rank 1 and rank last on the same team is an absolute joke. He openly asks Xianwu if he can even cast a single spell without fainting this time. Xianwu realizes this guy isn't just making light chatter, he is actively trying to push him down. Jiik chuckles, telling the others it doesn't matter anyway because Seojun is going to carry their entire team. Our guy just watches him, realizing Ji-hyuk is the one planning to ride the carry's coattails. He looks at Yoon Ha-young, noting that her main character growth arc is still several chapters away. They start walking toward the gate, and the contrast between the five of them is honestly hilarious. Seriously, Xianwu is still mentally processing how weird this team dynamic is. Jiik is still running his mouth in the background, fully enjoying his role as the resident doubter. But our guy is just staying quiet, letting the trash talk slide for now. Jiik keeps laughing, telling everyone that they basically have a free pass to a high score as long as they stay behind Seojun. The level of pure confidence this guy has in someone else's skills is honestly impressive. Ha-young walks up next to Seojun, asking if he slept well before the big test. Xianwu watches them, realizing his very presence has completely shifted the original timeline's team composition. He looks down at his boots, wondering if they are actually going to survive the first floor with this squad. Suddenly, the head coordinator yells for everyone's attention over the megaphone. He announces that the dungeon exploration class will be divided into morning and afternoon sessions. Since it is only day 1, they are restricted to exploring the first basement level. He begins to explain the scoring system, starting with the most obvious factor, dungeon clear speed. Next is the rank balancing score, which hands out massive bonus points for carrying low rankers. And finally, he mentions individual contribution points. The artificial dungeon has an automated tracking system that measures exactly how much each student contributes to the fights. He tells everyone to prioritize safety, and the massive steel gates slowly grind open. Cut to the Academy control room, where dozens of monitor screens are displaying live feeds from inside the dungeon. The instructors are gathering around, chatting as the first wave of students enters. They immediately start setting up a friendly bet on which team is going to secure the highest score. Almost everyone is putting their money on Yuara's team because her wide-area fire magic is basically a cheat code for clearing rooms. But Teacher Lee just smiles, pointing a finger at the screen and placing her bet on Team 3. The other instructors look at her like she is throwing her money away. They argue that placing a bet on a team with the dead last student is an absolute trap, but she just keeps her smug smile, fully confident in her pick. The head coordinator asks her why she is so sure about Team 3 when their lineup is so unbalanced. He points out that Seojun is an enhancement type, meaning he specializes in close-range combat and will struggle against large groups without proper backup. Meanwhile, Yuara is already tearing through the middle of the first floor, incinerating everything in her path. Teacher Lee just says she has a soft spot for underdogs, keeping her eyes glued to Xianwu's feed. Inside the dungeon, a massive dark rat leaps out of the shadows. The air splits as Seojun's blade passes through, cutting the monster down in a single, effortless motion. He shears his sword, calmly telling the team to keep moving forward. Ji-hyuk and Jin-tae are basically walking behind him like tourists, cheering at how easily he is clearing the path. They start chatting about what kind of boss monster is waiting for them at the end of the floor. Ha-young asks Seon-woo what he thinks they will face, and our guy casually answers that a giant wolf is going to appear. Ji-hyuk immediately snaps his head around, mockingly asking how a low ranker could possibly know the boss's identity. He laughs in his face, calling him a total liar who is just trying to look cool. Our guy just shrugs, telling him he doesn't care if he believes him or not. Seo-jin tells them to stop bickering and focus on the path ahead. They continue walking down the damp stone corridor, their footsteps echoing in the quiet. Suddenly, Seo-jin raises his hand, signaling the entire team to stop. Ji-hyuk asks what is wrong, wondering if the golden boy is actually chickening out. But Seo-jin points to the ground, his expression dead serious. Glowing on the stone floor is a massive, intricate blue magic circle. It is a barrier array, blocking the only pathway forward. The teammates start panicking, wondering if the school actually placed a dangerous trap on the very first floor. While they are arguing, Seon-woo calmly walks up and kneels down to inspect the glowing runes. Seo-jin tells him to be careful, but our guy just says he is going to take a quick look. He narrows his eyes, focusing his mana to trigger his system. He stands up, casually announcing that it is just a basic, non-lethal school barrier. Ji-hyuk asks how he could possibly know that, and Seon-woo just thinks to himself that he literally cleared this exact dungeon in his past life. He reaches out, his hand passing through a ripple of blue water-like mana to verify the structure. He turns back with a smug look, and Ji-hyuk immediately tries to save face by claiming he already knew that too. But they still can't pass, and the rest of the team wonders if they have to turn back and find another route. Seo-jin steps forward, drawing his sword and telling everyone to take a step back. He channels his mana, his eyes glowing gold as he prepares a heavy physical strike. He slashes down, and his sword cuts a massive physical rift right through the magic barrier. The teammates cheer, thinking the path is finally clear. But their smiles instantly fade as the rift snaps back together, completely resealing itself in seconds. Seo-jin frowns, realizing raw physical force isn't going to be enough to break the spell. Ji-hyuk looks at the barrier, realizing it is finally his time to shine as a support type. He proudly steps up, claiming that decoding barriers is his literal specialty. He kneels down, placing his hand over the glowing circle to analyze the flow of mana, but the moment his palm touches the runes, his face goes completely pale. Our guy just watches him with a deadpan expression, already knowing how this is going down. Ji-hyuk stammers that the formula is incredibly complex and will take at least 40 minutes of hard decoding to solve. Before he can even start, Seon-woo grabs his wrist and tells him to step aside because they don't have 40 minutes to waste. Ji-hyuk yells at him, asking what a dead last extra thinks he is doing. Our guy just ignores him, placing both of his palms directly onto the glowing blue magic circle. He takes a deep breath, focusing his mind as the stone floor begins to hum with power. A massive blue notification pings in his vision as his outsider's benefit trait officially activates. The system literally pulls the complex magic formula apart, turning it into a simple word-unscramble puzzle game right in front of him. He starts sliding the digital letter tiles around, completely bypassing the actual high-level calculations. He grins as the letters quickly fall into place. The system decodes the text, revealing the barrier's low difficulty and confirming that the first-floor boss is indeed a giant wolf. Our guy unleashes a small pulse of mana, guiding it directly through the unlocked nodes of the circle. With a soft sound, the entire blue barrier dissolves into harmless glowing bubbles, leaving the path completely open. He turns back to his team with an absolutely effortless smirk, telling them the job is done. The entire squad is standing there with their mouths wide open, completely unable to process what they just witnessed. Suddenly, a cascade of blue system screens floods his vision. He got 5,000 points because his ridiculous performance just maxed out Lee Seo-jun's surprise and goodwill levels. Our guy is actually a bit confused, wondering what the system means by interest level. But before he can think, a massive clawed paw steps out of the darkness ahead. A pair of glowing red eyes glare down at them from the top of the stone stairs. It is the first-floor boss, the giant wolf, and it looks absolutely furious. The teammates gasp, completely terrified as they realize Seon-woo's prediction was 100% correct. The beast leaps down the stairs, but Seo-jun is already moving. He bounds forward, his sword cutting a massive arc of gold energy through the air. The strike is incredibly clean, passing straight through the monster's neck. The giant wolf crashes to the stone floor, completely defeated in a single hit as the rest of the team celebrates their carry. The heavy stone doors at the end of the hall grind open, revealing the exit gate. The team walks out into the bright sunlight, completely relieved to have finished the run. The coordinator walks up with his clipboard, congratulating Team 3 on securing second place for the first week. Seo-jun looks surprised, immediately asking who managed to take first. The instructor confirms that Team 7, led by Yuara, cleared the entire floor 30 minutes faster than them. Ji-hyuk and Jin-tae pull out their phones, completely shocked to see that Ara's team cleared the dungeon in just over 4 hours. Seo-jun turns to Seon-woo, clapping a hand on his shoulder and thanking him for securing their second-place spot. Our guy tries to play it down, but Seo-jun insists that they would have fallen completely behind if he hadn't cleared that barrier instantly. Ha-young joins in, praising Seo-jun's incredible combat skills. They all agree that since it is only week 1, they have plenty of time to turn the rankings around. Suddenly, the clicking of high heels echoes across the stone path. Seon-woo turns around, realizing the support department head is walking straight toward him. She has a dead serious look on her face, her red eyes locked onto our guy. She lunges forward, grabbing both of his hands and screaming at him to transfer to the support department immediately. Our guy is left standing there, his face completely deadpan under her intense grip. He looks her straight in the eyes and says he doesn't want to, completely shut down style. We start right where we left off, with the head of the support department practically begging our guy to transfer. She plays her absolute trump card, offering him a prestigious talent scholarship worth 50 million won. But Seon-woo doesn't even blink, dropping a flat refusal before turning around and walking away. The other students watching are losing their minds, calling him completely crazy for turning down that much cash. Even Yuara steps out of the crowd, staring at him like he just made the worst decision of his life. She points out that a special talent scholarship comes with endless elite benefits, but our guy just gives her his signature smirk, reiterating that he is a proud manifestation user. End of story. Ara is left standing there, completely baffled by his refusal to climb the social ladder. The next morning, the sun rises over the academy corridors. Han Seo-yoon is walking through the halls, her heels clicking against the wooden floor. She stops as she spots someone sweeping the hallway in the distance. It's Seon-woo, casually working a mop, like a model student. She puts on her classic, ultra-sweet idol smile, calling out to him by the wrong name. He calmly corrects her, and she giggles with a fake cute apology before asking why he is doing janitor duty. He just says the floor looked a bit dusty, continuing his perfect mop work. She clasps her hands together, praising him for being so incredibly kind and diligent. She waves goodbye, telling him to keep up the great work as she walks away. But the second her back is turned, her smile completely vanishes, and she mutters about what a useless, low-class chore that was. Talk about a two-faced menace. The system instantly pings, confirming he unlocked the Snail Bride achievement for cleaning, handing him another 1,000 points. Our guy just chuckles, thinking there is no way he could ever explain to her that he was only mopping to farm free system points. He walks away, carrying his bucket with a light whistle. Young-jun peeks out from a nearby archway, giving a warm, approving smile at his classmates' apparent humility. Later, during their monster studies lecture, the professor is displaying a hologram of a gargoyle. He explains the basic categories of beasts, from humanoids to flying types. But then, his tone goes incredibly serious as he introduces the most dangerous category, the manes. He asks the hall if anyone knows why these specific creatures are considered the ultimate threat. Our guy raises his hand, explaining that manes are indistinguishable from normal humans unless they ramp up their power. The professor nods in approval, confirming they are the root of all evil, hiding in plain sight within human society. Seon-woo's eyes widen slightly as the lecture continues. He realizes that a major event from the novel's side story is scheduled to happen this very weekend. According to the original plot, Seo-jun is supposed to gain massive national fame by hunting down a mane disguised at the Han River. But Seon-woo knows he can't just sit back and let things play out. He needs to be there to make sure nothing goes wrong. If a high-ranking demon manages to trigger a rampage early, it could completely derail the timeline. But traveling and buying gear for external operations takes serious money, and our guy is currently struggling. To prepare, he heads to his private training spot to focus on his cultivation. He sits cross-legged, channeling his mana as a swirling green wind surrounds his body. He focuses his breathing, letting his passive traits do the heavy lifting. The system pings, confirming a solid increase in his raw magic power, boosted by his blessing of the great nature. He stretches his arms, feeling the massive surge of raw energy filling his channels. He releases a quick test spark, and the output is noticeably sharper. The system pings again, confirming his great nature trait has officially leveled up to grade 2. He grins, realizing his long-term investment in passive mana growth is finally starting to pay off. He unlocks a new active skill called Heart of the Great Nature, which increases his mana recovery speed by a ridiculous 1,000% for 1 minute. With this kind of utility, he can finally cast high-output spells without immediately passing out. But as he thinks about his financial situation, he remembers the support teacher's 50 million won offer. He admits that the scholarship money would have solved all his problems, but he literally cannot cast actual support magic. He opens his bank app, and his account balance is a pathetic 30,000 won. He is literally living on instant noodle money. He collapses backward onto the stone floor, completely stressed out. He starts brainstorming, trying to find an easy, legal way to make quick cash. Running unregistered dungeons is way too dangerous, and climbing the standard tower floors is out of the question. The main towers are heavily guarded by official guilds, and because he is still legally a minor, the guards won't even let him pass the lobby without a licensed adult escort. But then, a massive, brilliant exploit crosses his mind. Cut to the faculty lounge at night, where the instructors are reviewing student profiles over stacks of paperwork. One teacher mentions seeing a remarkably diligent student cleaning the halls early in the morning. The history professor agrees, praising Xianwu for his perfect attendance and active participation in class. Teacher Lee smirks, proudly boasting about how her manifestation students are just built different. She throws some playful shade at the support head, laughing that Xianwu isn't the type to be bought by a cheap scholarship. The support head is sitting in the corner, literally vibrating with pure rage. Meanwhile, Xianwu is back in his room, finalized his master plan. If he can't get a license as a minor student, he just needs to stop being a minor student. The system pings, unlocking the student loved by teacher's achievement for his model behavior, handing him another 2,000 points. He immediately opens the point shop, activating the search function. He scrolls down to the identity creation tab, spending 10,000 points without hesitation. He crosses his arms, praying the system's generated profile is actually worth the steep price. Saturday morning arrives, the sky perfectly clear. Standing in the city center is the towering Gothic structure of the Tower of Proof. A heavily geared Xianwu walks up the steps, wearing tactical pants, combat gloves, and sharp black glasses. He approaches the armored guard at the gate, casually presenting his license. The guard takes the card, looking up at our guy's disguised face. The license is pristine, confirming his identity as Kim Jinwoo, a 25-year-old C-grade wizard. The guard looks at the card, then back to Xianwu, his expression completely blank. He slides the license into a high-tech scanner device to verify the magical signature. Xianwu's heart is absolutely hammering, and his eyes are wide with tension behind his glasses. The scanner beeps, officially confirming the C-class registry for Kim Jinwoo, age 25. The guard hands the card back, wishing him a safe run. Our guy takes a massive sigh of relief, realizing the system's forged identity is completely indistinguishable from a real government database entry. The point shop literally created a real person out of thin air, complete with a verified magic license. Because official licenses contain unique, non-copyable magical formulas, this is the ultimate foolproof disguise. Plus, his special dye effect glasses completely alter his hair and eye color, making him look like a total stranger. He walks through the heavy double doors, his combat boots clicking against the marble floor. His plan is simple: speedrun a few floors to secure some valuable drops, then head straight to the Han River before the 9:30 p.m. demon raid. He steps onto the massive, glowing portal array in the center of the lobby. The automated system welcomes him to the Tower of Proof. The blue runes flare to life, confirming he has permission to teleport up to the 27th floor. The portal asks which floor he would like to challenge today. Our guy calmly requests the 10th floor, even though the system warns him that the cleared rewards will be heavily reduced. He tells the system to enter anyway, smiling because his goal isn't just standard monster drops. He explains the lore of the towers, which act as convenient portals scattered across the globe. The monster difficulty and trap intensity vary wildly from tower to tower. A flash of blue light occurs as he materializes inside the dark stone halls of the 10th floor. In the original novel, the Tower of Proof was a legendary side dungeon that most professional guilds avoided due to its insanely complex traps. Suddenly, a massive, black, three-eyed wolf leaps out of the darkness. It lunges with bared fangs, moving with incredible speed. But Xianwu just raises his hand, releasing a perfectly controlled mana beam that blasts the beast right in the head. The wolf dissolves into dust as the system pings, rewarding him with 1,000 points for his first official hunt. He smirks, realizing this trap-heavy tower is basically a playground for someone with a system decoding cheat. He checks his watch, noting he still has plenty of time before the sunset event. He heads deeper into the stone corridor, completely unbothered by the atmosphere. Meanwhile, near the Han River, the sun is beginning to set over the crowded park. Shin Young-jun is looking around, amazed by how many people are out enjoying the evening. He pulls out his phone, dragging a reluctant Lee Seo-jun in for a selfie. He throws his arm around Seo-jun's neck, telling him they need to document these high school memories. Young-jun counts down, and the phone camera flashes. Back in the tower, Seon-woo is in the middle of a fight. He blasts another monster into stardust, and a glowing red magic stone clatters onto the floor. He picks it up, thrilled to have secured some high-value travel money. He walks up to a dead-end stone wall, running his hand along the ancient carvings. His fingers catch on a hidden magical node, and he smiles. He presses his palm against the wall, channeling a pulse of mana. The wall begins to glow with a brilliant gold light, fracturing like glass. The system pings, unlocking the barrier-undoing specialist achievement as the stone door grinds open. He steps through, and the dark stone halls instantly vanish, replaced by a hidden, floating garden world filled with glowing flowers and ancient pillars. The system confirms he has entered the legendary hidden floor, the imaginary world, handing him another 5,000 points. He looks around in awe, realizing he is the first person to set foot here in this timeline. A massive white stone statue of a goddess slowly opens its eyes, asking if he can prove his worthiness. A sudden, violent gust of wind erupts from the statue's hand. The force of the mana blast sends him sliding backward across the grass. Dozens of glowing gold spores float up from the flowers around him. They materialize into winged flower fairies, letting out creepy, high-pitched giggles. They are C-rank monsters, but Seon-woo knows they are completely rabid beasts that will tear any human apart. They bare their fangs, their eyes glowing red as they dive-bomb him. The fairies swarm, their magic wings slicing through the air. Our guy dodges, firing off quick, precise mana bolts to keep them at bay. He realizes that fighting them head-on is a trap. Their evasion speed is way too high. He keeps firing, trying to clear a path as the swarm surrounds him. One of the fairies dodges his blast by an inch, looping around for a counterattack. He rolls out of the way, landing directly on a massive magic circle on the center platform. He realizes that even if he clears the entire swarm, the trial won't end unless he solves the main puzzle. The statue's voice echoes again, stating that raw physical violence cannot prove his individuality. Our guy just grins, activating his outsider's benefit to bring up the system screen. The digital letter tiles appear over the magic circle, and he starts unscrambling the code. A brilliant, blinding blue light erupts from the platform. The magical energy swirls around him as he slides the final tiles into place. He looks up at the statue with absolute confidence, saying his unique identity is defined by the very system he is using. The puzzle unlocks, and a massive pillar of light shoots up into the sky. The entire hidden floor begins to dissolve into peaceful, glowing particles as the fairies vanish. The system pings with a massive 10,000-point reward for earning the tower's recognition. Two stone knight statues lower their swords as the system bestows the rare adaptive trait, Proof of the Tower, upon him. A chest materializes on the altar, containing a magic enchantment book, a red dragon's soul, and 5 sacred herbs. He literally hit the jackpot. His stats receive a massive permanent boost, and Seon-woo pumps his fist in pure victory. The hidden world fades away in a spectacular display of digital fireworks as he teleports out. Back at the Han River Park, real fireworks are beginning to light up the night sky. Young-jun is staring at his phone, his face completely pale as he taps Seo-jun on the shoulder. Seo-jun looks over, asking what is wrong with the photo they took earlier. Young-jun zooms in on the crowd behind them, pointing to a man in a trench coat and a black fedora hat. Seo-jun's golden eyes go wide with shock as he looks at the screen. The man in the photo has his head tilted down, but his eyes are glowing with a terrifying, blood-red light. It's a mane. Nearby, Seon-woo is sitting in a cafe, watching the park through the glass. He checks his watch, and his brow furrows in worry. It is almost 9:30 p.m., the exact time the attack is supposed to start, but there is still no sign of the protagonist. Down by the river, the man in the fedora stops walking, his body beginning to tremble violently. He throws his head back, his mouth splitting open into a maw of razor-sharp teeth as he lets out a horrific, inhuman screech. The rampage has begun. We pick up right at the Han River Park, and our guy is currently having a massive internal panic. He is looking at his watch, and the clock is practically ticking down to a disaster. The original protagonist is nowhere in sight, and this random guy is about to ask a literal demon if he needs some water. Seon-woo is staring from the cafe window, realizing that if he does not move right now, the civilian count in this park is going to drop to 0 in about 3 seconds. He wants to keep the plot on track, but some things are more important than a neat outline. Before he can even make a final decision, the demon decides the talking phase of the evening is officially over. The fedora-wearing parasite drops its human disguise, eyes glowing like high beams in a horror movie. And just like that, the first civilian is painted across the grass. It is fast, brutal, and exactly the kind of tragedy the system warned him about. The monster begins to bulk up, the bones in its shoulders snapping and reforming into a towering wall of muscle. A B-rank demon in a crowded festival area is basically a lawnmower in a flower patch. The people nearby are completely frozen, their brains trying to process why the nice man in the hat is suddenly 12 feet tall and breathing purple smoke. The screaming starts, everyone running for the exits and yelling for the police as the absolute worst-case scenario begins to unfold in real time. But our guy is already moving. He grips his trident-like silver spear, his knuckles turning white. He is wearing his adult Kim Jin-woo disguise, which means he does not have to worry about the school rules finding out he is playing hero on a Saturday night. If the main story is going to break, he is going to make sure it breaks in his favor. Meanwhile, we cut back to a couple of minutes prior, where the actual authorities are finally looking at the photo. Meet Jeong Hyun-soo, an elite agent from the Mage Association's anti-terror division. He is the guy they call when the local police realize their handguns are not going to work against magical parasites. He is standing with Lee Seo-jun and Shin Young-jun, asking them to confirm the exact location of the selfie. He explains that these demons grow exponentially stronger the more blood they absorb, which is a fantastic piece of trivia to hear when you are standing in the middle of a crowded festival. But before they can even start a proper search grid, Seo-jun's gold eyes go sharp. A wave of massive mana washes over the park, and the group immediately sprints toward the epicenter. Back on the battlefield, the crowd is still fleeing in terror, completely unaware of the masked guy rushing past them. The giant demon has pinned a civilian down, raising a massive fist to turn her into a statistic. She is screaming for help, completely cornered. But instead of a fist, the demon gets a face full of a flying metal table. It is not the most elegant magical spell, but it gets the job done. The impact buys her enough time to scramble backward, sobbing as she runs for her life. The demon is furious, shaking the scrap metal off its face and locking its glowing red eyes onto Seon-woo. Our guy looks at the beast and recognizes the tear immediately. A B-rank demon means if he makes even one mistake, he is getting carried out of here in a bucket. He does not hesitate. He channels every ounce of his mana, compressing it into a dense, shining sphere of blue energy. He launches the compressed mana blast straight at the monster's face. The impact splits the night air with a deafening blast. Smoke covers the field, and Seon-woo lowers his hands, hoping that one high-tier spell was enough to end this early. But as the smoke begins to clear, a wet, clicking sound echoes through the grass. The demon is still standing. The blast tore away the left side of its face, revealing a raw, pulsing mess of demonic tissue beneath the skin. Its jaw splits open horizontally, revealing rows of jagged teeth that should not belong to anything born on Earth. Our guy realizes his mistake immediately. He did not completely scramble the brain, which means the regeneration is already kicking in. The monster roars, its remaining eye burning with absolute hatred as a purple demonic aura flares around its body. It lunges forward like a freight train, the ground cracking under its feet. The speed is insane. Seon-woo barely has time to look up as the massive shadow looms over him. He realizes he cannot play this safe anymore. He is going to have to burn his best resource right here. He activates his legendary passive, Heart of Mother Nature. For exactly 60 seconds, his mana recovery rate is boosted by a massive 1,000%. It is basically a temporary infinite ammo cheat code. He might not have the raw stats to kill a B rank in a straight physical fight, but he can absolutely drown it in blue fire. He forms 2 mana spheres simultaneously, dual-wielding them like a sweat, playing an arcade game on maximum difficulty. He launches a relentless barrage, the blue explosions hitting the demon's chest and arms, forcing the massive beast backward. The demon tries to raise its arms to guard, but the sheer volume of the magic is overwhelming. Seon-woo is smiling now, his eyes glowing with the reflected light of his own spellcasting. He tells the monster to keep trying to block, because he is not planning to stop. He shifts his aim, directing the constant stream of compressed mana blasts straight at the demon's damaged head. The monster screams, its flesh burning as the continuous impact begins to tear its upper body apart. It is working. If he can just maintain this pressure for a few more seconds, the core will shatter. Then, the blue light around his chest suddenly flickers and dies. The 60 seconds are up. His mana pool instantly bottoms out, leaving him standing there with nothing but a spear and a very angry, half-regenerated demon. The monster smells the sudden drop in mana and lowers its smoking arms, a cruel, monstrous grin spreading across its ruined face. Our guy is completely out of juice. The demon raises its claw, ready to paint the lawn with him. Then, a bright blue line of pure enhancement magic splits the dark sky. A single, flawless slash passes straight through the monster's neck, and the giant body drops to the grass in several pieces. The danger is over. Resolved in a fraction of a second, Agent Jeong Hyun-soo steps forward, casually sheathing his sword as he walks past the dissolving remains of the B-rank threat. He thanks Seon-woo for holding the line and immediately asks to see his wizard license so he can verify his identity for the official association reward. Seon-woo takes a deep breath, reaches into his pocket, and hands over his fake C-rank adult card. Hyun-soo looks at the card, his eyebrows furrowing in confusion. He was expecting at least an A-rank or a high B-rank combat wizard after seeing that massive mana display, not some random C-rank carrying a giant silver spear. But before he can ask any follow-up questions, the sound of running footsteps approaches, and Seon-woo looks over to see Lee Seo-jun and Shin Young-jun arriving at the scene. Our guy has a silent, comedic breakdown inside his own head, wishing the main characters had managed to show up literally 5 minutes earlier so he wouldn't have had to burn his best cooldown. Seo-jun stops, his gold eyes locking onto Seon-woo's masked adult form with an intense, analytical stare. He walks closer, the silence stretching between them as he studies the stranger's posture and gear. He narrows his eyes, a strange sense of familiarity hitting him. He asks a question that makes Seon-woo's heart stop cold. By any chance, do you know someone named Kim Sun-woo? Seo-jun explains that Sun-woo is a student at the academy, and the agent looks between them, asking if they are related because the vibe is identical. Our guy does his absolute best impression of a normal, professional adult and lies straight to their faces, claiming he has never heard of the kid in his life. He turns around, muttering that they must have a generic face, and tells the teenagers to stop causing trouble for the agents and go home. Hyun-soo bows, thanking him again for his critical help, while Seo-jun continues to watch him walk away with a lingering suspicion. He is a smart protagonist, which is usually a great thing, except when you are the one trying to hide a massive secret identity from him. Seon-woo waves it off, playing the part of the cool, mysterious mercenary who just does what needs to be done. He excuses himself, stating he wants to slip away before the media trucks and the cleanup crews arrive to turn this park into a circus. Once he is finally clear of the crowd, a familiar blue holographic screen pops up in front of his eyes. The system confirms his participation in the B-rank subjugation, awarding him 5,300 points and a tiny 0.2 bump in causality. Our guy blinks, looking at the new stat. Causality is acquired when you actively resolve key events in the main storyline, and it can be spent to unlock a tier of absolute powers called authority. He realizes what this actually means. If the original timeline deleted the world because Seo-jun died, then gaining causality means he has the literal power to change the ending. The menu shows the scales, leading all the way up to a tier called Deus Ex Machina at 100 causality, which claims to let the user achieve any desire. He thinks of his old life on Earth, of his friends, and the home he thought he would never see again. The cynical extra persona fades for a second. If there is a real way to save this world and actually go home, he does not need to hesitate anymore. He is going to actively interfere with this story, no matter how much of the original plot he has to tear apart to do it. He is no longer just surviving, he is playing to win. But first, a more practical notification pops up. 15 million won has just been deposited into his bank account as the official raid reward. Our guy is finally rich. He looks at his giant silver spear, realizing that carrying this back to his tiny school dorm room is going to look incredibly suspicious. So, he decides to spend some of his hard-earned cash on a little recovery, checking into a premium 5-star Mage-exclusive hotel. Welcome to the Hotel Hansong, owned by the Hansong Group, a global corporate empire that basically runs the economy in this world. They played a massive, slightly villainous role in the original novel, possessing incredible wealth and authority. As Seon-woo walks through the sparkling lobby, he spots a group of men in premium suits walking toward the private elevators. He recognizes the man in the center immediately, Han Se-jin, the brilliant and ruthless vice chairman of the Hanseong Group. He is listening to an assistant report that his sister has expressed her desire to attend the upcoming family dinner. Han Se-jin smiles, a polite, empty expression that looks like it was drawn on by a corporate marketing team, and says it has been a while since he has seen her. Seon-woo watches them pass, remembering the sister's name, Han Se-yeon. She is a major character in the novel, a legendary pharmacist who is currently fighting her brother for control of the entire family empire. Up in his luxurious hotel suite, Seon-woo sits on the plush leather couch, spreading his loot out on the coffee table. The silver spear is too flashy to keep, so he needs to sell it. The magic enchantment tome will be useful later. And then there are the divine herbs he harvested from the Tower of Proof. He smiles, realized the perfect way to solve his money, identity, and gear problems all at once. He is going to make a deal with Han Seon. The next morning, the city wakes up to a massive media storm. The news channels are running a special report on the mysterious wizard who cleared the hidden floor of the Tower of Proof. They show the footage of Kim Jin-woo dual-wielding compressed mana blasts to save the civilians at the Han River Park. The Mage Association is praising his heroic actions, even talking about fast-tracking him for a major rank promotion. As people on the street watch the giant billboard screens, the public admiration triggers another system notification. He unlocks the achievement Minor Hero, and a massive flood of 21,000 system points hits his balance. It is a massive win for basically just doing his homework. With his fake adult identity now officially verified by the national news, he decides it is time to make his move. He arrives at the towering headquarters of Hanseong Pharmaceuticals, looking like a high-tier mercenary who has business with the board of directors. The people in the lobby are whispering as he walks past, recognizing his face from the morning news reports. Our guy has a small main character moment, realizing that being famous actually has some pretty great corporate perks. But as he nears the private office elevators, he suddenly stops, his body tensing up. Standing near the private lounge is Jang Sugi, the legendary S-rank combat mage known as the Sword of the Hanseong family. Seon-woo sweats, wondering why a literal S-rank is hanging out near the reception desk on a random Tuesday. He quickly walks past, keeping his head down. He introduces himself to the assistant, showing his official Kim Jin-woo license, and requests a private meeting with the general manager to appraise some rare materials. A few minutes later, he is sitting in a stunning high-floor office overlooking the city, face-to-face with Han Seon. She is holding the divine herbs, her sharp blue eyes studying the pink and yellow leaves with a mixture of curiosity and deep professional interest. She notes that the herb possesses a massive, unique energy, but it completely lacks the traditional mana stems that standard magical ingredients use, making it seem almost useless on its own. Seon-woo smiles, playing the part of a highly educated independent scholar, and explains the secret mechanics of the plant. The divine herb acts as an absolute multiplier, amplifying the effects of any other ingredient it is paired with by several 100%. However, at this point in history, no one in the world knows how to process it safely, meaning it is basically a useless weed to anyone who isn't a genius pharmacist. Seon stares at him, realizing this mysterious hunter knows far more about advanced magical botany than she expected. She leans back, crossing her arms, and asks him what his exact conditions are for selling the specimen. Our guy raises his hand, showing 5 fingers with a confident grin. He demands a 500 million won cash advance and a 0.005% share of Hanseong Pharmaceuticals. Seon laughs, a polite but condescending corporate chuckle, telling him he must not understand the actual scale of their global conglomerate if he is asking for shares. Seon-woo doesn't blink. He knows how this game is played. She flatly refuses the shares, asking him to name a different price. He smiles, stating he figured she would say that. Instead, he wants a VIP membership to the underground magical auction and custom item procurement services. Seon quietens, studying his expression. He is basically asking the Hanseong group to become his personal logistics team. She asks why she would agree to act as his high-end errand girl just for a rare plant. Seon-woo leans forward, his green eyes turning cold as he drops the real leverage. In exchange, I will tell you a fatal weakness of your brother, Vice Chairman Han Se-jin. Seon freezes, her polite corporate smile instantly vanishing as she grips the edge of her desk. He asks her straight out if she wants to take over the Hanseong group, noting that she wants it enough to watch her own family fall apart to get it. Meanwhile, in a dark, luxury apartment elsewhere in the city, the news report about Kim Jin-woo is playing on a massive TV screen. A man in a sharp business suit sits on the couch, while a spiky red-haired demon named Baek Gang paces the room in a quiet fury. The red-haired demon's eyes glow with demonic crimson as he growls that they could have saved their subordinate, Jang Han, if they had just stepped in. He smashes his fist onto the coffee table, cracking the wood as he demands to know why they are still hiding in the shadows. The suit-wearing demon tells him to calm down, stating that leaving a rampaging beast to die was an official order from him. He explains that protecting a demon who went berserk in a crowded public park would have put their entire corporate operation in severe danger. Baek Gang grinds his teeth, dark demonic energy flaring around his body as he vows to find and rip this Kim Jin-woo bastard to pieces. The suit-wearing demon looks up, asking if he is sure about that, noting that the mysterious hunter seems to have gotten very close to his corporate client. Baek Gang laughs, a cruel, spiky grin on his face. He asks if the agent actually knows what kind of person his client is. He is the type of cold-blooded monster who would cut off his own family with a polite smile if it secured his seat at the top. We cut to the plaza outside the headquarters, where Han Se-yeon is standing with a warm, sisterly smile as she greets her brother, Han Se-jin. The battle for the empire officially beginning right here. We start things off inside a luxury limousine, where the family tension is already at an absolute boiling point. Vice Chairman Han Se-jin is running a masterclass in passive-aggressive sibling corporate talk. He asks Han Se-yeon if managing the pharmaceutical branch is proving too exhausting for her. He sighs, suggesting that their father was a bit too hasty when he handed over company shares to someone so young. He politely offers to take those burdensome shares off her hands at any time, flashing a perfect corporate smile. Se-yeon grips her phone so hard her knuckles turn white, telling him internally to give her a break. Meanwhile, our guy Se-yeon-woo is back in his cozy room, casually saving Se-yeon's contact info on a secure secondary account. He is absolutely thrilled with his investment because Se-yeon managed to sell that flashy giant spear for him. He thinks about the blackmail information he dropped on her regarding her brother's dark corporate dealings. He wonders if her elite intel network is already verifying the shocking details of Se-jin's crimes. Suddenly, his phone pings with a massive transfer confirmation, alongside a system alert rewarding him with 1,000 points for securing Se-yeon's trust. He immediately texts back, requesting her custom potion crafting and a VIP entry ticket to the underground arena. But moving around as his adult alias is getting incredibly dangerous now that demonic mains are actively hunting him. He searches the system shop for survival traits and spots killing intent detection for a massive 50,000 points. It is ridiculously expensive, but our guy knows that saving money is useless if you are not alive to spend it. He bites the bullet and hits purchase, essentially buying himself the ultimate magical radar system. A few days later, Se-yeon meets him in a private lounge, sliding over several vials of a glowing red liquid. She explains she mixed the divine herb into the batch, warning him that the side effects are just as intense as the benefits. The amplified mana elixir boosts his mana recovery by 500%, but leaves him completely drained for 30 minutes afterward. Se-yeon is wearing dark sunglasses and a cap, staring suspiciously at this mysterious hunter who somehow knows all her family's secrets. She admits she investigated his blackmail tips through her private channels, and the results were truly terrifying. She always knew her brother Se-jin was shady, but the reality was far worse than she ever imagined. He has actively murdered competitors to secure his corporate position, and her brother has even been secretly associating with demonic mains to do his dirty work. She demands to know how a random independent hunter managed to find out secrets that took her years to uncover. Se-yeon-woo internally laughs, because the real answer is that Se-jin is destined to corrupt into a major villain in the novel. Outwardly, he just smiles and tells her he will reveal his source if she hands over 5% of the pharmaceutical company's shares. Se-yeon scoffs at the ridiculous price, letting the subject drop as she realizes he is not going to budge easily. She shifts the topic to the underground arena ticket, explaining that the pass is non-transferable, meaning he has to enter as her personal guest. Se-yeon-woo apologizes for messing up her schedule, but she immediately snaps back, asking whose fault that is. She demands to know what he is actually planning to do inside a shady underground match. Our guy looks at her and casually explains that since he made some money, he needs to go gamble to grow it. Se-yeon is completely speechless for a long moment. She explodes, asking if he is seriously planning to use all the money she just sent him on a gamble. She calls him completely insane, storming out and declaring their deal is officially over after this month. The system pings with an alert showing her interest level dropping, but our guy just smirks. He pulls out a fancy golden rabbit mask, knowing he is going to earn all her trust back once she sees his returns. They arrive at the dark stone entrance of the arena, guarded by large men in dark suits and masks. The guard checks their credentials, wrapping a bright purple VIP band around Se-yeon-woo's gloved wrist. The guard welcomes them warmly, noting it has been a long time since they hosted a VIP member. But as they walk down the stone corridor, Se-yeon-woo's eyes go wide under his rabbit mask. Walking toward them is a tall man in a tailored suit, his face covered by a fearsome red devil mask. It is Ha Ryong, a legendary S-rank main and one of the most dangerous villains in the entire web novel lore. Our guy politely bows, keeping his composure because it makes perfect sense for an S-rank monster to run this illegal gambling den. Ha Ryong smiles beneath his mask, wishing the VIP guests a wonderful and profitable evening. As the villain walks past, Se-yeon-woo releases a breath he did not realize he was holding. He reminds himself to stay focused on making money and avoid getting involved with that monster at all costs. They enter the main arena balcony, overlooking a massive stone coliseum packed with wealthy, masked spectators. Seon comments on the incredible hype of the crowd, noting the atmosphere is absolutely electric tonight. Seon Woo explains that the crowd is this excited because of a fighter named Yang Hongju. He is the reigning champion of the arena, holding the title for 3 consecutive years with near-flawless A-rank combat skills. Seon sighs, realizing that since everyone is going to bet on the champion, the payout odds are going to be terrible. Our guy smiles, telling her that if she actually wants to make real money, she has to play the margins. He walks over to the private betting counter, waving to the masked dealer. He opens his mouth and drops a number that makes the entire betting booth go completely silent. He tells the dealer to place a massive 530 million won on Yang Hongju's opponent. The dealer's mask practically slips off in shock, his hands trembling over his tablet. Seon grabs Seon Woo's shoulder, frantically asking if he is out of his mind and who the opponent even is. She checks the screen, her eyes widening as she sees the opponent is a completely unranked rookie making their debut tonight. Meanwhile, we cut to a private office where the Red Devil mask of Ha Ryong sits on a dark desk. An assistant reports that a guest wearing a golden rabbit mask just dumped over $500 million won on the rookie. Ha Ryong leans back, deeply amused by the sheer audacity of the bet. He laughs, wondering if their VIP guest is just a wealthy eccentric with a terrible taste for underdogs. But somewhere else in the building, the news of the name Kim Jin-woo reaches a very different set of ears. The red-haired demon Bike Gang slams his fists down, realizing the hunter who killed his subordinate is currently inside the arena. He grins maniacally, ordering his men to prepare the car because tonight he is finally going to get his bloody revenge. The bell rings, and the first match of the evening starts with absolute brutal efficiency. A spear user skewers his opponent, who desperately screams for mercy as blood splatters across the sand. The victor cold-heartedly tells him he should have surrendered sooner, tossing him aside. The announcer screams into the microphone, declaring a quick and bloody finish to the opening match. The crowd roars in approval, the savage energy of the underground arena feeding their bloodlust. Some spectators are furious, cursing at the defeated fighter for ruining their safe bets. Seon watches the scene with disgust, noting that the vibe in this place is incredibly primitive. Seon Woo assures her that the organizers will stop actual deaths to keep the business running, but the brutality is very real. Suddenly, the massive digital screens above the sand flash to life, announcing the main event. The screen shows the total bets, a massive 2.8 billion won on the champion, versus 530 million won on the rookie, Liang Liang. Our guy looks at the screen and smiles beneath his rabbit mask, enjoying the fact that everyone played it safe. The wealthy guests in the VIP lounge are laughing, calling the person who bet on the rookie an absolute lunatic. Seon Woo let them chatter, knowing that if this goes according to his plan, he is about to secure a 6 times payout. The iron gates grind open, and the reigning champion, Yang Hongju, steps into the light, his massive muscles flexing. Then, the rookie Liang Liang enters the arena. Seon gasps, pointing out that the weight class difference between the two fighters makes absolutely zero sense. Liang Liang looks incredibly frail, wearing a simple tank top and messy hair that covers half his pale face. But Seon Woo's meta-knowledge knows exactly who this kid is. Liang Liang is a future member of the legendary villain group known as John, and he has a secret. He is a lethal combat specialist who hides his true strength to bait high-paying bets in illegal arenas. In the original novel, it was written clearly, Liang Liang has never lost a single match in the underground arena. So our guy is not gambling, he is just executing a flawless corporate investment. On the sand, Yang Hongju scoffs, insulted that the organizers matched him with a skinny punk. He channels his A-rank lightning enhancement magic, charging forward like a blue bolt. He closes the distance in a fraction of a second. Long Liang barely has time to look up as the massive, electrified fist nears his face. The impact is deafening, throwing the frail boy backward into the stone wall. A massive cloud of dust and debris explodes outward, shaking the spectator stands. Liang Liang slides down the cracked stone, bleeding from his mouth and looking completely defeated. Seon panics, looking at Seon Woo and asking if his sure bet is currently getting turned into paste. Meanwhile, outside the arena, a white sedan pulls up to the curb. Bike Gang sits in the passenger seat, his spiky red hair matching his blood-red eyes. He wants to barge in immediately, but he knows that disrupting S-rank Ha Ryong's event means a fast ticket to a shallow grave. He asks his driver when the match schedule is set to conclude. The driver replies that the doors open at 10:30, and Bake Gang grins, deciding to wait for the perfect ambush. Back inside, the beating continues as Yang Hongju unleashes a rapid barrage of electrified strikes. He drives a heavy fist straight into Liang Liang's ribs, The boy screams in pain, his body taking massive damage as the champion dominates the sand. Hongju scoffs, telling the rookie to learn his place and get lost. He delivers a brutal roundhouse kick, sending Liang flying across the arena like a ragdoll. The boy crashes hard, rolling into the sand as the dust settles around him. He struggles to stand, his body trembling as he barely supports his own weight. Hongju raises his arms, soaking in the deafening cheers of the crowd chanting his name. Seon covers her face in despair, but Xianwu watches closely, his eyes sharp, because as the champion turns his back to celebrate, Liang's hand moves like a flash. A tiny, silver needle is thrown, piercing deep into Hongju's chest. The massive champion freezes, a line of dark blood dripping from his mouth as the poison paralyzes his muscles. Liang raises his head, a cold, monstrous grin breaking through his messy dark hair. Hongju roars in anger, trying to charge the rookie, but his body refuses to move. Liang crosses his fingers, channeling a dark, purple demonic mana through the hidden threads connected to the needle. He pulls the threads tight, activating his signature spell. Dozens of dark mana spikes erupt from inside Hongju's chest, tearing his body apart from the inside out. The champion screams, blood spraying across the sand as his lightning magic completely fizzles out. His massive body wobbles, the lights in his eyes going dark as the dark spikes hold him pinned. He crashes face first into the dirt, completely unconscious and defeated. The entire arena goes dead silent. The wealthy spectators are staring with wide eyes, their jaws dropping as they realize they just lost billions of won on a sure bet. Sion is completely frozen, looking at the screen in absolute disbelief. The crowd erupts into a furious riot, throwing trash onto the sand and screaming that the rookie used cowardly poison. Xianwu casually stretches, telling Seon that his business here is officially done and they should head out. Seon quickly scrambles to follow him, completely overwhelmed by how easily he predicted the impossible. Up on the balcony, Ha Riyang watches their retreat, a thoughtful expression on his red devil mask. He notes that Liang won purely because the champion let his guard down. But the fact that a guest in a rabbit mask knew exactly when to dump over 500 million won on a rookie is far too calculated to be a coincidence. He turns to his assistant, Chief Zhang. He points to the street below, ordering his men to find out the true identity of the rabbit mask guest immediately. Inside Seon's luxury car, she steers through the city lights, staring at Xianwu with an intense, burning curiosity. She demands to know how he knew the rookie would win, and our guy just smiles, claiming it was nothing but a lucky hunch. He pulls out his phone, checking his bank balance. His account now shows a whopping 3 billion won, alongside a system alert rewarding him with the Gambler of the Century achievement. Seon watches him from the driver's seat, the system confirming her curiosity level has officially reached level 1. Xianwu is thrilled, securing another 7,000 system points from her interest level. But before he can celebrate his massive jackpot, his newly purchased Killing Intent Detection trait suddenly flashes a violent blood-red warning. Our guy is currently staring at his system screen, and things have officially gone from peaceful to highly cooked. His passive radar is screaming red, and he already knows exactly who is sitting in the car behind them. Seon glances at him, noticing his face has gone completely stiff under the luxury leather car interior. He leans over, telling her very calmly that he needs to ask for one massive favor. Behind them, Seon's sports car suddenly screeches, taking a sharp, drifting turn off the main highway. Inside the tailing sedan, the driver notes the sudden change in their target's movements, asking his boss what to do. The spiky, red-haired demon Bayek Gang smirks, telling him to stop the car because he is going to end this tonight. We cut to an empty stone plaza by the river, where Xianwu is standing completely alone in the dark. Bike Gang steps out of his sedan, looking around and noting that Han Seon is nowhere to be seen. He studies Xianwu's posture, questioning how a weak, completely untrained kid managed to kill his subordinate Jang Han. Our guy does not bother answering. He pops the lid off Seon's custom amplified mana elixir and drinks it down in one gulp, tossing the empty glass vial onto the stone pavement. He wipes his mouth with a smirk, telling the demon to stop hiding and just come out. The B-rank potion instantly activates, boosting his raw mana recovery rate by a massive 500%. He walks forward, a heavy, bright blue aura of compressed mana flaring around his body like a customizable aura in a fighting game. Bike Gang steps out from the shadow of the trees, noting the sudden surge in magic, but finding it completely unthreatening. He mockingly calls the display impressive as he takes his first heavy steps onto the concrete. Then, he raises his hand, manifesting 4 massive blazing fire spears in the air around his head. Launches a spear, Xian compresses mana, deflecting the fire. The explosion shatters the stone, but Bite Gang smiles, pointing out he still has plenty of ammo left. A massive wall of fire erupts, lighting up the entire Riverside Park like a war zone. Seon watches the explosion in her rearview mirror as she speeds away, her face filled with deep concern. But we flash back to 2 minutes ago inside the car, where she asked him why his face looked so serious. Seon revealed that they had a tail, catching her completely off guard. She asked if it was some corporate competitor from her brother's faction trying to take her out. He told her it was something much worse, asking her to drive to an isolated park so he could catch the assassin. She asked if the opponent was someone they could actually beat together. Xian was honest, telling her it would be a brutal fight because the demon's magic exceeds standard B-rank limits. He asked her to leave the battlefield and call in their best insurance policy while he stalled for time. Seon's car pulled up to the curb, the tires screeching as the plan was set in stone. She stared at him, telling him she would trust his skills and warning him to stay alive. Rushes the flank. Dodge. He weaves left. A spear grazes him, the concrete floor exploding behind. Bite Gang grins, manifesting more fire spears, and launches a massive volley. Xian drops low, sliding past the heat. The demon is frustrated that his target is playing like a sweat in a movement shooter. But Xian checks his HUD. He has less than 2 minutes of potion uptime left before the crash hits. He activates his ultimate trump card, Heart of Great Nature. For 60 seconds, his mana recovery is boosted by an absolute, game-breaking 1000%. Rushes the center, blasts a dual mana sphere. The demon blocks, but the continuous impact shatters his defensive fire shield, driving him backward across the stone terrace. Bait Gang is shocked by the sudden absurd leap in raw magic power. Xian is relentless, dual-wielding mana spheres like an automatic weapon. Impact. The blast hits. Bite Gang's arm is scorched, his clothes torn as he is hammered into the pavement. He screams in agony, his demonic regeneration struggling to keep up with the constant stream of magic. Our guy wants to finish this with a headshot, but the demon is covering his face in a desperate guard. Then, the worst-case scenario occurs as the blue light around his chest suddenly flickers out. The 60-second buff is officially up, and his mana pool instantly empties out. He freezes, entering a state of complete mana exhaustion, his body refusing to move. The red-haired demon smiles through his scorched face, realizing his opponent has finally run out of ammunition. He stands tall, raising a massive, blazing fire sword above his head to finish the job. Our guy has a major oh crap moment, realizing that trying to solo high-tier bosses with a budget build always ends in a disaster. He is completely cornered, the heat of the fire sword burning his face. But before the blade can fall, a massive flash of blue enhancement magic splits the dark sky. The impact splits the concrete. A single, majestic slash passes clean through Bite Gang's waist, cleaving the high-tier demon entirely in half. The massive pieces of the monster collapse onto the stone. Xian drops to his knees, taking a deep, exhausted breath as the immediate danger passes. He looks up, thanking Seon for actually bringing the exact insurance policy he requested. Standing tall over the dissolving remains is Jong Sugi, the legendary S-rank combat mage known as the Sword of the Hanseong family. Sugi sheaths his giant sword in one smooth motion, his long silver hair catching the night breeze. Our guy is staring with wide eyes, realizing Sugi cut down a high B-rank threat in a single strike like it was a tutorial mob. Sugi states coldly that no demonic creature is permitted to lay a hand on Seon. Seon runs up, calling out Kim Jin-woo and checking if he is hurt anywhere. He brushes it off, playing the part of the cool mercenary and stating that stalling for time was worth it so Sugi could arrive. Seon smiles beneath her cap, admitting she brought their strongest family sword because her life was on the line too. Sugi stands proud, his presence alone radiating massive, intimidating energy. Suddenly, the system alerts pop up in front of Seon eyes, confirming Bite Gang's death. He gains a 0.6 bump in causality. Seon's trust increases, and he secures another 1,000 system points. Sugi turns to Seon, asking if he should report this demonic assassination attempt to the chairman immediately. He notes that a coordinated demonic assault on a family member is not an ordinary corporate matter. But Seon interrupts, recommending against making an official report to the family head. He explains that exposing a demonic infiltration inside the Hanseong group will cause massive corporate panic and ruin Seon's leverage. Seon realizes he is completely right, immediately ordering Sugi to keep this battle an absolute secret. The S-rank powerhouse bows, stating he will follow her orders. We cut to 3 days later, where things are finally quiet back at the academy dorms. Seon is lying on his bed, casually scrolling through his phone. As thanks for protecting her from the demon, Seon promised to get him any corporate information he requested, and the single piece of information he wanted was the exact release date for their new divine herb potion. For this very moment, he went complete Wall Street bets mode, investing his entire 3 billion fortune into Hanseong Farm stock. He checks his watch. It is 8:59, exactly 1 minute before the market opens. The clock hits 9, and the market officially opens. The stock price instantly skyrockets, a giant green line soaring off the chart as the potion announcement goes public. Our guy screams in pure joy, throwing his hands in the air like he just won a championship match. He reflects on his pre-regression life, where grinding dangerous dungeons for years barely earned him enough to buy a single house. He feels a bit bitter, realizing how ridiculously easy it is to make money when you possess the literal spoiler guide to the universe. But his thoughts are interrupted as a new text notification pings on his screen. Seon has messaged him, requesting a quick meeting tomorrow for lunch because she has a gift for him. The next day, they meet at the quiet Café Velour. Seon is already sitting there, sipping her coffee with an elegant, composed expression. Seon-woo pulls out a chair, greeting her in his smart adult disguise. She smiles, mentioning that the company stock rose significantly and asking if he managed to make a decent 50 million won profit. Seon-woo casually drops his actual profit margin, 3 billion in just one day. Seon's composed corporate face goes completely blank with shock. She coughs, quickly recovering, and slides over a secure folder with a photo of the dead demon Baek Gang. She explains that Baek Gang was a notorious independent mercenary before he was corrupted into a demonic mane, and during her private investigation, she discovered the person who frequently hired him for assassinations. The mastermind behind the entire Han River Park incident and the cartailing was none other than her older brother, Vice Chairman Han Sejin. Seon-woo acts surprised, though he internally knew Sejin was a massive corporate villain from the novel. He tells Seon that she is incredibly calculative, using a gift meeting to drop more blackmail leverage on her family. Seon slides over a small black gift box, stating she wants to work well together going forward. She mentions she is going to be extremely busy preparing her corporate coup against her brother. Now that she has verified Sejin is connected to demonic forces, she has all the ammunition she needs to destroy him. She states coldly that she cannot stand being in debt to anyone, whether it is a favor or a grudge. She stands up, walking away with a sharp, determined stride. Seon-woo watches her go, realizing Seon has slightly misunderstood the timeline. Sejin wasn't actually behind Baek Gang's attack. The demon was just looking for personal revenge. But since Sejin is destined to corrupt into a major villain anyway, letting Seon destroy him is the safest option. He decides to use Seon's corporate ambition to eliminate the sibling threat for him. Before she exits, Seon turns back, hoping the gift suits his tastes. She smiles, mentioning she picked out the item herself. Seon-woo opens the fancy velvet box. He gasps, looking at the glowing silver metal. It is a Mana alloy bracelet with a rare, absolute SS-grade durability rating. He has a happy chibi face, absolutely loving the corporate perks of having a wealthy CEO daughter as his business partner. But as he slips the bracelet onto his wrist, a purple system screen pings in front of his eyes. He blinks, looking at the warning. The character Ha Ryong feels curiosity toward you. You acquire 1,500 points. We cut to a dark penthouse office, where S-rank Ha Ryong is sitting at his mahogany desk, reading files. The shadow of the office is cold, the city lights shimmering behind the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. The suited demon secretary Chun-hae steps into the room, bowing deeply. Ha Ryong welcomes him, asking if he has found any progress regarding the Sima Association. Chun-hae hesitates, stating there is a different, highly pressing matter he wanted to report first. He explains that both Jang Han and Baek Gang were recently killed, and a single human wizard is connected to both incidents. He reveals that this mysterious wizard also visited their underground arena not long ago, leaving a massive paper trail. He looks up with narrow, dark eyes, asking if Ha Ryong has perhaps heard the name Kim Jin-woo. We open with S-rank demon Ha Ryong, looking at a photo of Kim Jin-woo, realizing this man is connected to every major defeat his faction has suffered. His office is dark, the cold neon city lights reflecting off the premium leather and glass furniture. The suited demon secretary Chun-hae is kneeling on the floor, promising to spill the hunter's blood on the graves of their fallen allies. But Ha Ryong does not look pleased. He unleashes a massive wave of dark purple demonic energy that pins Chun-hae to the floor. He warns him that Kim Jin-woo is currently his personal client, and if Chun-hae touches him, the consequences will be fatal. Chun-hae is trembling in terror, pressing his face to the carpet and desperately begging for forgiveness. The S-rank demon cools his aura, telling him to stop whining and report the official message from the 10 Demon Council. Chunhei takes a deep breath, explaining that a critical prophecy has just been delivered from the sacred relic Prophet's altar. A glowing cube manifests in the dark as he speaks, a projection of the ancient demonic magic. The prophecy states that a child bearing the absolute fate of demon slaying shall awaken their true powers on the year they turn 18. And the great king of demons is destined to meet his absolute end by that child's hand. Haoryang grinds his teeth, realizing the demonic council is going to make a massive mess of things to stop this awakening. He asks for the child's exact location, and Chunhei reveals the child is currently enrolled as a student at the Magic Academy. Meanwhile, we cut back to Xianwu's quiet dorm room, where our guy is sitting on his bed in deep thought. He looks at his golden rabbit mask and the silver spear, deciding it is time to put the Kim Jinwoo persona on absolute ice. He knows Haoryang is far too dangerous to deal with at his current level, so laying low at school is the best move. Instead, he focuses on his latest loot, holding up the glowing blue scroll he acquired from the Tower of Proof. He unfurls the ancient parchment, letting the blue magic runes glow in the dim light of his room. The scroll unravels, revealing a high-tier defense spell, Spell Shield B, which deploys a barrier capable of blocking any single spell once every 12 hours. He memorizes the magic formula, realizing this shield is going to be critical because the Academy midterms are just around the corner. In the original web novel, the midterm exam was a massive public event where the second-year mages demonstrated their combat magic in front of National Guild officials. It was an essential milestone for the protagonist Lee Seo-jun's career path, but the novel had a much darker plot planned for this specific test. Because, during this exam, the unawakened child of prophecy, who is destined to become Seo-jun's ultimate battle companion, is scheduled to reveal themselves. And to prevent that awakening, a small army of demons is scheduled to launch a bloody surprise attack on the school at exactly 4 p.m. Their goal was simple: massacre every 18-year-old student to root out the savior before their power could activate. But in the original timeline, Lee Seo-jun stepped in and completely annihilated the invading forces, saving the day. Xianwu narrows his eyes, realizing that since his regression has already altered several key events, he needs to monitor both Seo-jun and the child closely. The next morning, the students gather in the massive outdoor arena as the combat instructor steps onto the wooden podium. The teacher commands their attention, preparing to announce the special schedule for the upcoming midterm week. The mages are already groaning, muttering that the exams are killing them and jokingly asking the teacher to talk about his first love instead. The instructor laughs, telling them that combat is training, and training is combat. He announces that starting today, they will conduct several days of free sparring classes to prepare for the practical exams. Lee Seo-jun looks up, his sharp gold eyes taking in the announcement as the arena fills with murmurs. The instructor explains that they need to pair up with a partner, and if they cannot find one, they must train individually or spectate. Yura instantly flares her bright orange fire magic, glaring intensely at Seo-jun as she prepares to challenge the #1 spot. Xianwu watches them from the back of the crowd, knowing they will pair up exactly as they did in the novel's original draft. He smiles, glad he didn't volunteer to spar with any of those combat monsters. But his smile fades as the crowd quickly disperses, leaving him standing completely alone in the center of the arena. He realizes that no matter how good he is at decoding barriers behind the scenes, to the rest of the school, he is still the absolute last-place clown. Nobody wants to partner with a guy whose mana capacity is basically a single digit. But our guy doesn't care about their opinion, because he already has the perfect target in mind. Across the arena, the spar between the top two mages begins with a massive explosion of fire and steel. Seo-jun leaps back, the ground behind him scorched black as Yura's high-output fire magic tears up the concrete. Seo-jun pants, wiping a speck of dust from his uniform and admitting he almost got caught in that blast. Yura steps through the smoke, fire flaring around her hands as she mockingly asks if that is all the legendary rank 1 genius has to offer. Seo-jun narrows his gold eyes, raising his training sword and telling her not to get ahead of herself. He channels his physical enhancement magic, the blade glowing with a sharp, dense light. He lunges forward, a heavy slash clashing against her fire barrier. Meanwhile, inside a quiet indoor training hall, Yoon Ha-young is standing in front of a wooden dummy. The muffled sounds of the outdoor cheering drift through the high-arched windows, making her feel even more isolated. She watches the distant smoke, her face filled with a quiet, lingering sadness. She raises her hand, attempting to manifest a basic ice crystal above her palm. But she lets her hand drop, the tiny shard dissolving into water as she mutters that watching geniuses only makes her feel more insignificant. Outside, Two random students walk past her open door, gossiping about who they should choose as a sparring partner. One suggests Yoon Ha-young since she is rank 82, but the other flatly rejects the idea. He scoffs, claiming she is sharp in theory but pitifully weak in practice, her talent unable to keep up with her head. Ha-young stands inside the shadow of the doorway, her head lowered as their cruel laughter fades down the corridor. She walks back to the dummy, her face filled with frustration as she thrusts her hands forward. She fires a flurry of tiny, blunt ice shards that hit the wooden barrel, but the impact does nothing but bounce off the wood, leaving the target completely unmarked. She drops her head in despair, clenching her fists and asking why nothing ever works no matter how hard she tries. Then, a voice calls out from the doorway, stating that the manifestation form of her ice is completely weak. She gasps, turning around to see Seon-woo leaning against the doorframe with a calm, analytical expression. He walks inside, pointing out that her ice is not even cold, her accuracy is terrible, and her fundamentals are completely lacking. He looks her in the eye, his gaze serious. In the original timeline, Ha-young was supposed to rise to rank 6 after receiving training tips from Lee Seo-jun. But because Seon-woo intervened and changed their dungeon team pairings, she missed her scheduled growth path and remained stagnant. Our guy feels a personal responsibility for this, so he offers to partner with her and make her capable of pulling her weight. But Ha-young is not having it. She points a finger straight at his chest, her face red with anger. She accuses him of being a low-rank bully who purposely lowers other people's confidence just to make them listen to his crazy ideas. Seon-woo shrugs, wearing a cheeky grin and asking who knows if that is true. He asks if she is just lashing out because she knows she cannot refute his honest evaluation of her skills. Ha-young is completely furious now, her hand trembling as she glares at the school's lowest-ranked student. She tells him she thought he was a decent teammate during the dungeon test, but she was clearly mistaken. Our guy sweats a little, wondering if he pushed her a bit too hard to get a reaction. But Ha-young raises her hand, ice flaring around her arm as she challenges him to a spar first to prove who the real failure is. Seon-woo smiles, his cheeky grin returning as he realizes he has officially secured himself a partner. The indoor sparring match begins, the cold air swirling around them as they face off on the stone floor. Ha-young challenges him to prove his skills, ice crystals forming in the air around her shoulders. Our guy is absolutely thrilled, enjoying the fact that she has finally dropped her polite, passive defensive act. He tells her to bring it on, raising his hands in a loose combat stance. She fires the first volley, multiple sharp ice shards flying straight at his head, dodges the shards. He slides left, leaps over a low sweep, and notes that her spellcasting has become significantly faster now that she is furious. Ha-young is annoyed by his slippery movement, raising her hands to channel her largest spell yet. Seon-woo stops, his green eyes widening as a massive blue light illuminates the high ceiling. She manifests a giant, intricate ice spear directly above her head, the sheer density of the mana freezing the air. She launches the massive spear down, the impact shaking the entire training hall with a deafening blast. Ha-young pants, staring at her own hands in shock because she has never managed to complete that high-tier spell in practice before. But as the ice dust begins to settle, she looks up to see Seon-woo standing calmly on the very tip of her frozen spear. He drops down, landing lightly on the sand and brushing a stray snowflake off his shoulder. He explains that to unlock real talent, a mage needs appropriate, high-pressure stimulation. He smiles, admitting that provoking her was the quickest and most efficient way to make her magic click. Ha-young grunts, charging forward to cast another spell, but our guy knows the weakness of manifestation mages. Once you close the distance, they have no physical defensive options left. He closes the gap in a flash, sliding past her defensive ice shield and placing a blue manosphere right in front of her face. She freezes, the cold wind of his spell blowing her hair back as she realizes she is completely cornered. She stares at the glowing sphere, her heart pounding as she realizes how easily he bypassed her combat path. Seon-woo disperses his magic with a friendly wave, ending the duel without a single scratch. He congratulates her on a good match, offering a hand to help her up. Ha-young sits on the stone floor, her face flushed and her eyes wide, with a mixture of shock and realization. She admits she lost, her voice quiet as she looks at the hand of the school's lowest-ranked student. She looks up, admitting that she really might need to learn how to channel her magic from him. He takes her hand, pulling her up and explaining that she just didn't understand how to coordinate her natural talent. He smiles, asking if she wants to try rewriting her combat path together. Ha-young stares at him, her heart filling with a sudden, warm sense of hope. She firmly grips his hand, sealing their tactical partnership. She smiles, telling him she will trust his crazy teaching methods just this once. She jokingly warns him to teach her well, and the system pings, showing her favorability toward him, has officially reached level 1. We cut to Seon's luxury training facility, where the real boot camp begins. Seon-woo explains that to fix her fundamentals, they need to start with attribute adaptation training. He hands her a single, small ice cube, telling her all high-tier magic starts from adapting to the physical sensation of your element. He explains that understanding the base attribute determines your speed and density when manifesting spells. Without these basics, practicing advanced spells is just a waste of time. Ha-young nods, stating she knows the theory behind adaptation, but her face goes pale as he gestures to the side. She finds herself standing inside a giant fountain pool filled entirely with freezing cold water and ice blocks. Seon-woo wears a cartoonish, slightly villainous grin as he dumps another bag of ice in, telling her that feeling it with her entire body is the fastest way to learn. Meanwhile, in a dark, abandoned warehouse, a massive vortex of dark demonic energy is swirling in the center of the room. Chunhae stands in front of the vortex, asking if all their infiltration assets have gathered. Multiple high-tier demons kneel in the shadows, including the silver-haired female demon, Yang Hyun. Chunhae reports that the plan to infiltrate the academy and execute the prophet's child has been finalized for next week. A silhouette of Seon appears as he mentions that their corporate spy inside the school has confirmed the security will be lax during the midterm exams. One of the demons asks why they aren't receiving backup from S-rank Ha Ryong for this raid. Chunhae grinds his teeth, explaining that Ha Ryong refused to help because he has something more important to deal with than their race's future. The female demon Yang Hyun expresses concern, stating that executing the prophet's child with just 4 B-rank demons is a suicide mission. But another demon mockingly asks if they really need help just to kill a bunch of human academy brats. Chunhae silences him, warning that on exam day, scouts from every high-tier guild in the nation will be present at the school. He asks if the arrogant fool thinks he can solo the entire nation's elite combat mages, but he smiles, stating it is a very different story if they trap everyone inside and prevent them from interfering. He pulls out a glowing dark purple orb of ancient demonic energy. The orb flares, a massive dark barrier expanding to cover the entire warehouse. The demons smirk, recognizing the legendary spell, the Great Demon Barrier. Chunhae tells them they are free to rampage to their heart's content, because this barrier will completely isolate the school from the outside world. Their goal is absolute: locate and execute the prophet's child. Back at the ice fountain, under Seon-woo's relentless training, Ha-young is focusing her mind, her body shivering as she adapts to the cold. She visualizes the ice, and a massive perfect ice spear manifests above her head, radiating a sharp, crystal-clear blue light. She gasps, staring at her creation in pure disbelief. She successfully created a high-tier ice spear with her own power after only a few days of Seon-woo's training. Seon-woo smiles, telling her he always knew she possessed incredible latent talent. The system pings with her trust increasing, rewarding him with another 1,500 points as she happily calls him teacher. He yawns, asking if she can handle another round of training. Ha-young shivers, her cheeks red but her eyes determined as she tells him to just add more ice. Our guy grins, lifting another heavy bag of ice and telling her to just endure it a little longer. He dumps the ice into the water, knowing this training is essential to turn her into a powerful ally for Lee Seo-jun. But Ha-young suddenly winces in pain, holding her shoulder as a sharp pang of mana exhaustion hits her. And up on the high balcony of the estate, Han Seon is watching their training with a silent, mysterious expression, her true motives still completely hidden in the shadows. We start with Han Seo-yoon, the academy's resident two-faced social climber, having an absolute crisis on the balcony because she thinks she's witnessing a school violence incident. Our girl is ready to run to the nearest authority figure to report what she thinks is a brutal bullying session in progress. Honestly, looking at Ha-young shivering in a public fountain, you can't even blame her. But before she can make a scene, teacher Lee Hue-young appears right behind her, completely unbothered, calmly sipping coffee while enjoying the view. Seo-yoon tries to point out the absolute disaster happening in the fountain, but teacher Lee just smiles and calls it attribute adaptation training. Yes, she's been watching them from day one. She knows exactly who is putting in the work and who is just pretending to. She admits Ha-young's progress is impressive, but what really caught her eye is the guy standing next to the fountain, the dead last extra who is somehow acting like a seasoned combat coach, guiding a genius through her mental blocks. Seo-yoon's face goes pale when she realizes the teacher is talking about Kim Seon-woo. She tries to save face by acting cute, but her brain is short-circuiting trying to compute how the school's certified clown is getting praised by the faculty. Teacher Lee explains that Xian Wu is a high-potential individual who deserves to have his name remembered, even if his current rank is sitting at the absolute bottom of the leaderboard. Seo Yoon tries to downplay it, arguing that a guy who spends all his time helping others instead of focusing on his own skills will never show real results. Teacher Lee just stares at her with that quiet, terrifying look teachers give you when they know you haven't done your homework. She suggests it's time to give Xian Wu a proper platform to show what he can actually do. She's officially looking forward to the midterm exams, and when a high-tier instructor says that, you know things are about to get wild. Cut to Xian Wu in his room, looking at his system screen with the classic "I am completely ruined" face. The system has just dropped a special limited-time discount on a subspace pocket that can hold up to 30 kilograms. In a world where you need to carry elixirs, gear, and legendary items without looking like a walking department store, an invisible inventory is a literal cheat code. The catch? It costs 20,000 points. And he's currently sitting on a pathetic 8,500. The system is basically dangling a Ferrari in front of him and asking him to pay in cash. He has exactly 5 days to scrape together 11,500 points, which means he needs to find a massive crowd to farm reactions from. Just as he's brainstorming his next big public stunt, his phone goes off. It's a direct summon from Teacher Lee, telling him to report to the faculty office immediately. He walks into the office to find Yuara and Park In-wan already standing there. Teacher Lee drops the bomb. These three have been handpicked for the Manifestation System's elite special class. She explains that this class bypasses standard grades, focusing purely on raw potential and real-world combat efficiency. Xian Wu immediately starts calculating. Lee Seo-jun is already in the enhancement equivalent of this class, meaning joining this group gives him the perfect excuse to stay glued to the protagonist's side. But of course, we can't have a peaceful transition because Park In-wan, the Academy's rank 5 student, immediately starts throwing a tantrum. He points his finger at Xian Wu, screaming about how unfair it is that an elite like him has to breathe the same air as the guy who holds the school's record for the fastest mana depletion. He turns to Yuara, begging her to back him up so they can kick the dead last extra out of their prestigious circle. Yuara just looks at him like he's a bug on her windshield, calmly telling him to mind his own business. I love how she has absolutely zero time for side character drama. In-hwan is left standing there, shaking with pure rage, internally cursing her out for having absolutely no team spirit. Teacher Lee ignores the drama and asks Xian Wu how he plans to respond to the rank 5 students' concerns. Xian Wu just gives a relaxed smile and says if his rank is the issue, he'll just have to raise it. Teacher Lee loves the confidence. She sets the terms. Prove your worth in the upcoming midterm exam by hitting rank 80 or higher, and the spot is yours. We cut to the massive, roaring stadium of the midterm exam, where the stands are packed with spectators and scouts. Xian Wu is walking down the tunnel with Ha Young, who is pumped up and ready to follow his exact instructions. The exam format is simple: a cooperative partner battle against magically summoned green giants. Basically, giant green orcs designed to test durability and teamwork. These things have a specific glowing weakness crystal on their bodies, but the system randomizes its location every time, making it incredibly hard to hit under pressure. Most normal students just try to survive by throwing themselves at the monsters to stall for time, but the actual geniuses of the academy, like Lee Seo-jun and Yuara, don't do defensive strategies. They just execute high-speed, synchronized offensive magic, turning the exam into an absolute slaughterhouse. The crowd is losing its mind over the synergy between the rank 1 combat god and the Fire Queen. This is the gap Xian Wu has to close if he wants to stay in the game. It's finally their turn. Xian Wu steps onto the arena floor, and we see he's wearing custom metal-spiked running shoes. This detail is going to matter, so file it away. He tells Ha Young it's time to climb to the top ranks, and she gives him a determined nod. He yells for her to create a path, and she immediately triggers her magic. She channels her mana, and the freezing cold she mastered in the fountain erupts from her palms. A massive, perfectly smooth track of solid ice slams down across the arena floor, freezing the ground instantly. The ice is too slippery for any normal fighter to stand on, creating an absolute dead zone for the monsters. But Xian Wu, wearing those spiked shoes, sprint forward like a professional bobsledder, his grip on the ice completely flawless. Up in the stands, the spectators are already talking trash, laughing about how the school's famous clown is going to slip and deplete his mana in the first 10 seconds. The system immediately pops up. Over 200 people are actively preying on his downfall, rewarding him with a sweet 1,000 points. The crowd is literally funding his inventory upgrade. The outsider's benefit activates as the massive green giants lumber into view. The orcs roar, their eyes locked on the two students invading their zone. Xianwu doesn't even flinch. He slides into position, his hand glowing with condensed mana. With zero hesitation, he fires a razor-sharp mana beam that cuts through the air like a laser. It pierces the first giant's chest, hitting the exact millimeter where the hidden weakness crystal was located. The giant dissolves into black smoke before it can even finish its battle cry. The second giant charges, swinging a massive fist that looks like it could crush a car. Xianwu prepares to fire his second shot, thinking this exam is going to be way easier than he anticipated. But as he aims, his eyes drift toward the high balcony, and his entire body goes completely rigid. Standing on the balcony, looking down at his watch with a cold, expressionless face, is Chunhei. Xianwu's hand shakes, and his mana beam fires off target. The shot misses the weak point entirely, just grazing the giant's shoulder. The crowd groans, thinking he just choked under pressure like a typical low-rank extra. But Xianwu's mind is racing. In the original novel, the demon invasion was supposed to strike at 4 p.m., right after the exams concluded. Why is the mastermind of the attack already standing in the hallway at noon? Before he can process the timeline breaking, the giant closes the distance, raising its fist right above his head. Ha-young screams for him to watch out. The impact shakes the floor as a massive wall of ice spikes erupts from the ground, barely absorbing the giant's strike. Ha-young doesn't wait for him to recover. She manifests 3 solid ice spears in the air. The spears slam into the giant's chest, pinning it to the ground and freezing its limbs in place. Her combat instincts are on a whole different level now. She runs to Xianwu, grabbing his shoulder and screaming at him to snap out of it. The giant breaks through the ice, its eyes glowing red with pure rage as it prepares for a final charge. Xianwu looks at the monster, tells Ha-young to step aside, and lets his mana explode. He fires a massive, fully condensed manifestation beam that looks more like an S-rank spell than a second-year exam attempt. The giant is instantly vaporized, leaving nothing but a massive scorch mark and a cloud of dissipating dark mana on the shattered ice. The entire stadium goes dead silent. The scouts, the students, and the teachers are all staring at the arena like they just saw a ghost. Even the online live stream chat completely freezes before erupting into pure chaos. The comments are losing their minds, arguing over whether they just witnessed a high-level condensed manifestation technique or if the school's worst student just got incredibly lucky. In the stands, the crowd finally erupts into cheers. They might not understand what just happened, but they know they just saw a top-tier show. Ha-young runs up and throws her arms around Xianwu, screaming that they actually did it. Xianwu just stands there, looking completely exhausted. The system screen goes absolutely wild, dumping points into his account like a broken slot machine. 3,000 points for public recognition, 2,000 for the B-class prospect achievement, and another 1,000 because he humiliated Park In-hwan. But Xianwu doesn't care about the points right now. His eyes are locked on the horizon. He looks at the giant clock tower overlooking the academy, sweating through his uniform as he realizes his very presence is shifting the gears of fate. The scoreboard flashes their final results. Lee Seo-jun and Yoara took first place, but Kim Seon-woo and Yoon Ha-young have secured second place with an insane time of 22 seconds. Ha-young notices how pale he is and asks if he's okay, wondering if the mana exertion was too much for his body. He forces a smile, tells her he's just a bit tired, and instructs her to head to the training room first so they can do their post-exam review later. She looks down, suddenly worried that she messed up somewhere during the battle. He puts his hand on her shoulder and tells her she was absolutely perfect today. Her ice magic was flawless. A sweet blush creeps onto her face, and she gives him a tiny, happy smile. Under that tough Ice Queen exterior, she's officially starting to trust him completely. She waves goodbye, telling him to get some real rest and not to push himself too hard. The moment she's out of sight, Xianwu's face goes dead serious. He has no time for resting. He needs to locate Lee Seo-jun immediately. If the demon attack is starting now, the protagonist needs to be in position, or the entire school is getting wiped off the map. He spots him in the courtyard, surrounded by a massive crowd of loud, aggressive guild recruiters. These guys are literally shoving contracts into his face, offering signing bonuses, high-tier weapons, and premium apartment leases just to get him to sign his name. Seo-jun is trying to be polite, holding his hands up and reminding them that he's only 18 and legally cannot join a professional guild yet. But the recruiters don't care about child labor laws. They skip scouting the third years just to corner the rank 1 combat genius of the second year. Seo-jun looks like he's about to drown in a sea of business cards until Xianwu steps into the crowd. Xianwu calls out his name, loudly announcing that teacher Jang An Cheol is looking for him regarding some urgent exam results. The recruiters look at the dead last kid, whispering about his surprisingly stable fight in the arena, noting that his growth curve actually looks promising. Xian Wu just gives them a friendly, harmless smile, acting like the classic helpful side character. Seo Jun's eyes go wide when he realizes Xian Wu is giving him a free escape card. He immediately plays along, bowing to the recruiters and running off, claiming he can't keep the teacher waiting. The recruiters click their tongues in annoyance, complaining about how close they were to securing the signature of the century. They decide to head back to the arena to watch the third-year exams instead. Standing nearby, Special Task Force Agent Jong Hyun-soo watches them walk away. Beside him is Kim Deo-kyeon, the legendary Special Task Force leader, who is quietly observing the students. Hyun-soo notes that Seo Jun's combat style is exactly what you'd expect from the prized disciple of Chairman Kim Jin-chul, the strongest mage in the country. Deo-kyeon just scoffs, calling Seo Jun too green and lacking real, life-or-death combat experience. Hyun-soo laughs, teasing him about wanting to recruit the kid into the task force the second he graduates. Deo-kyeon doesn't answer. He keeps his eyes on the exit, then asks Hyun-soo what he thought of the last student who came out of the arena. Hyun-soo thinks for a second, then admits that for a kid who is supposed to be dead last, Xian Wu's combat sense was almost unnatural. Deo-kyeon stops walking. He explains that instantly analyzing a dynamic weakness crystal under pressure isn't something you learn from textbooks. That is a level of instinct you only acquire after surviving decades of real war. Hyun-soo laughs it off, saying there's no way an 18-year-old high schooler has that kind of combat history. But Deo-kyeon's eyes go sharp as he remembers Seo Jun's comment from the Han River Park incident, the one about the mysterious adult mage Kim Jin-woo looking exactly like his classmate, Kim Seon-woo. He stares into the sky, whispering that he's definitely going to keep a very close eye on the name Kim Seon-woo. The trap is slowly closing around our guy's double identity. We see Teacher Lee meeting with the other senior faculty members inside the main building, completely unaware of the demonic forces moving in the shadows. Meanwhile, Xian Wu and Seo Jun are sitting on the steps of the stadium, away from the crowd. Seo Jun thanks him for the rescue, admitting he was about to lose his mind back there. He asks why Xian Wu wanted to come back to the stadium anyway, and Xian Wu casually claims it's always good to preview next year's exam material by watching the third years. He reassures Seo Jun that the recruiters have all gone to the VIP reserved seats with the teachers, so they won't run into them again. Seo Jun looks at him, asking if he's really that concerned about keeping his rank 1 spot next year. Xian Wu just grins and says if they watch quietly from the back, nobody will even notice they're there. But internally, Xian Wu is in full tactical mode. He remembers the original plot. The demon raid begins in the third-year hall because that's where the demonic insider has the easiest access. Since the timeline is broken and he has no idea when the first explosion will go off, his best option is to keep the protagonist locked in the exam hall while he searches for Chun-hye. It's the fastest and safest way to ensure the child of prophecy doesn't get blindsided by a high-tier demon before awakening his true power. He asks Seo Jun if anything strange happened after his exam, but Seo Jun just shrugs and says everything was normal. Xian Wu lets out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking the core flow of the story is still mostly intact. The third-year manifestation spar officially begins, and the crowd in the stadium roars as the high-level seniors take the stage. But outside, in the quiet courtyard behind the stadium, the real nightmare is unfolding. Chun-hye is sitting on a bench, looking over a pile of documents while a silver-haired female demon stands behind him. It's Yang Hyun, one of his elite operatives. She calmly reports that they have successfully hidden monster summoning circles all over the school grounds, completely undetected by the security wards. She notes that the beast Jin-san is guaranteed to go absolutely wild the second he smells human blood, so they've locked him in a highly secluded sector of the campus. Chun-hye praises her work, taking a golden-trimmed briefcase from her. His eyes glow with a terrifying, dark, purple light as he declares that the hunt for the child of prophecy has officially begun. He starts channeling his mana. Back in the arena, the third-year battle is heating up. A female student, Park Min-ye, is desperately trying to block a barrage of lightning spears launched by her opponent. The air screeches as the lightning hits her shield, her face twisted in pain as the shock travels down her arms. Realizing she's completely outmatched, she raises her hand and screams that she surrenders. The referee announces her forfeit, and the lightning spears dissolve into thin air. The winner is declared, Kim Chang-hyun, a third-year genius who looks like the absolute textbook definition of a manifestation mage. Seo Jun is practically jumping out of his seat, his eyes sparkling as he screams about how insanely fun the third-year matches are. He starts babbling about the perfect technical execution of the spells, completely lost in his own world. Xian Wu just nods along, totally checked out. Xian Wu's eyes are scanning every corner of the stadium. He's searched the entire arena 3 times now, and there is still no sign of Chun Hei. Something is very wrong. Xiaojun notices his distraction and asks him who he's looking for so intensely. Xian Wu quickly covers, joking that he's just looking for any scouts who might want to offer him a multi-billion won contract after his second-place finish. Xiaojun laughs, admitting that compared to the start of the semester, Xian Wu's growth has been absolutely insane. Anyone who watched his match would be shocked. He leans in, his golden eyes locking onto Xian Wu, asking how he managed to get so strong in such a short amount of time. Xian Wu freezes, his breath catching in his throat as the protagonist of the world looks right through him. But before he can invent another lie, a massive, low-frequency hum shakes the entire stadium, rattling the concrete steps beneath them. Everyone in the stand stands up, pointing at the sky as a colossal, swirling violet energy wall starts forming over the entire stadium. The sky turns a deep, unnatural purple as the Great Demon Barrier seals the Academy off from the rest of the world. The purple dome of the Great Demon Barrier slams shut, and the crowd instantly realizes they are trapped inside a giant, magical terrarium. Panicked voices are screaming, phones are useless, and nobody has any idea what is going on. Meanwhile, hidden in the bushes behind the testing hall, Chun Hei's magical chest slowly creaks open, releasing a dense surge of dark purple energy. A swirling vortex of raw, corrupt mana manifests right in front of the stadium stairs. It looks like a literal mini black hole with glowing red eyes staring out from the abyss. And standing just around the corner, a dark, sinister grin spreads across a demon's face. He drops a single command to attack, and a swarm of bloodthirsty green-skinned goblins surges out to tear the crowd apart. Sirens are blaring over the Academy loudspeakers, screaming about a security breach. The announcement orders everyone to run to the nearest evacuation shelters as chaos spills across the lawn. Chun Hei is watching from the shadows, fully expecting the Child of Prophecy to panic and reveal their identity. But before the goblin swarm can reach the crowd, a massive wave of red, blazing enhancement mana splits the air. Chun Hei's smug smile completely vanishes. Standing over a pile of vaporized demon remains is the Association's elite special task force. The crowd's panic turns into immediate relief as they recognize the reinforcements. Team leader Kim Deokyeon is already in full combat mode, slicing through goblins like he is playing a casual arcade game. Xiaojun tells the nearby students to stay calm and trust the teachers while the front lines are secured. But Xian Wu is looking past the easy goblin kills, knowing the real problem is still unresolved. They can kill 1,000,000 goblins, but if they do not break the barrier, they are still sitting ducks. Frustrated students are literally banging their fists against the solid purple wall of the dome. Teacher Kim Yoonjin, an A-rank support specialist, explains that they need at least one more high-tier support mage to even attempt to dispel. But high-rank support mages are rarer than a flawless roll in a gacha game, and she is entirely on her own. Xian Wu looks at her, knowing she is right, but also knowing that breaking Chun Hei's barrier from the outside is theoretically impossible anyway. Chun Hei is one of the top barrier specialists in the Demon Council. Even in the original timeline, Lee Xiaojun could not break through his defensive formations without a massive surprise attack. Xian Wu realizes he has no choice but to step up and use his system cheats, taking a deep breath as he prepares to speak. But before he can open his mouth, a familiar, smooth voice echoes from the back of the crowd. It is Yang Hyun, currently disguised as the elite A-rank support mage, Yang Yong-un. Xian Wu's eyes narrow. He knows exactly who she is, but if he points his finger and calls her a demon right now, he will just look like a paranoid teenager. She steps forward, her hands glowing with a soft, deceptively warm light circle. She tells Teacher Yoonjin that she will handle the primary dispel while the faculty assists with the mana channels. They begin casting a massive, multi-layered magic circle, drawing gasps of admiration from the clueless crowd. Xiaojun sighs in relief, telling Xian Wu that they should be out of here in no time. Xian Wu grabs him by the sleeve, his face dead serious, and tells him they need to move. Meanwhile, Teacher Yoonjin's eyes widen as she monitors the mana flow. She realizes that every time they attempt to dispel a layer, the formula double locks itself from the inside. The barrier is not weakening at all, it is actually absorbing their mana and getting stronger. Chun Hei is watching from the crowd, silently praising Yoonjin's sharp perception. He decides he needs to create a quick distraction to keep her from digging any deeper. He snaps his fingers, sending a mental command to the goblin swarm. 2 goblins immediately break off from the main pack, screeching as they lunge toward Yang Hyun. It is a classic play to make her look like an innocent target under threat. Deokyeon's face turns grim as he spots the incoming monsters. Yang Hyun plays the victim perfectly, covering her face and letting out a terrified scream. But Deokyeon is faster, his flaming spear flashing down to skewer the goblin right before it can reach her. The air screams under the heat as the monster is instantly turned to ash. He retrieves his spear, asking her if she is all right. She looks up with a sweet, grateful smile, thanking him for the rescue. Deokyeon's spear hums with dense, red enhancement energy. He unleashes a massive, sweeping strike that clears the entire immediate perimeter of monsters. The raw impact literally tears the goblins apart in a single motion. Hyunsoo runs up, sweating, telling his boss that he almost got caught in his own blast radius. Deokyeon just laughs it off, saying if he got caught by a goblin tier attack, he would have to surrender his task force badge. He looks at Yang Hyun, swearing on the honor of the association that they will keep her safe while she dispels the dome. She nods, her eyes cold and mocking as she watches him turn back to the fight. Cut to the secluded grass area behind the testing hall. Seo-jun is looking around, confused about why they ran all the way to an empty field. Seon-woo drops the bomb. That elite support mage, Yang Yong-yoon, is actually a high-tier demon reinforcing the barrier. Seo-jun's jaw drops. He immediately tries to run back to warn the task force, but Seon-woo holds him back, reminding him they have zero evidence. Seo-jun points out that Seon-woo has the special class invite and the barrier release skills to prove his words. Seon-woo looks him dead in the eye and says that is why he is going to break the barrier right here, and Seo-jun is going to be the one who takes the credit. If the world-class genius protagonist says someone is a demon, the association will believe it without questioning the source. Seo-jun is hesitant, but looking at Seon-woo's absolute confidence, he slowly draws his sword to guard him. Seon-woo kneels, placing his hands on the grass as a bright blue magic circle manifests. The system screen flashes. Outsider's benefit activated. It begins interpreting the world-class barrier formula, breaking down the complex code into a simple, solvable puzzle. At the front gate, Yang Hyun's smile suddenly freezes. A massive, white pillar of light erupts from the rear of the academy, piercing straight through the great demon barrier. Seon-woo's hands slowly lift off the grass as the purple dome begins to shatter like cheap glass. He stands up, casually dusting his trousers, and tells a completely dumbfounded Seo-jun that it was nothing. He urges him to head to the front gate and resolve the incident before the demons can regroup. Seo-jun is staring at him like he is a complete alien, asking why he is hiding a world-shaking accomplishment that could make him famous overnight. Seon-woo just gives a quiet, knowing smile, telling him that keeping the timeline intact is more than enough reward for him. The purple sky clears instantly, letting the warm afternoon sun flood the academy grounds once again. Chun-hae is standing in the corridor, grinding his teeth in pure, unadulterated fury. He cannot comprehend how his double-locked barrier was shattered in less than a minute. But before he can figure it out, the frontline instructors and task force members surge forward to clean up the remaining monsters. Deokyeon is leading the charge, his spear cutting through goblin-tier enemies like a hot knife through butter. He swings his weapon with flawless, close-quarters combat mastery, leaving a trail of ash in his wake. The goblins try to retreat, but the exit is completely blocked by the incoming mages. Teacher Lee Huiyong stands on the steps, her hands crackling with raw, yellow lightning magic. She channels a massive amount of mana, her glasses reflecting the intense glow of her spell. A giant thunderbolt slams down from the sky, vaporizing an entire squad of monsters in a single, deafening impact. Deokyeon steps up, clapping his hands in genuine appreciation of her high-output manifestation skills. He compliments her clean finish, noting that her one-hit destruction capacity is as impressive as always. He turns to the rest of the faculty, declaring that the immediate perimeter is secure. He states they need to regroup and begin a full search of the campus to find the mastermind who organized the breach. But before he can coordinate the search, teacher Kim Yoonjin steps out from the crowd, pointing directly at Yang Hyun. Yoonjin grabs her by the collar, demanding to know what she was actually doing to the magic formula while pretending to lift the barrier. Yang Hyun plays the victim again, crying and asking how she could be accused of being a demon after helping them. The surrounding crowd immediately starts murmuring, whispering about Yoonjin acting unprofessional. Hyunsoo asks his boss if they should step in to break up the fight, but Deokyeon tells him to wait. His eyes narrowed as he observes. Yang Hyun gives a smug, hidden sneer, telling Yoonjin that the dispel only took long because she had to carry Yoonjin's pathetic support-type skill level. But before Yoonjin can snap, a calm, authoritative voice cuts through the murmurs. It is Lee Seo-jun, walking up to the center of the lawn with his sword still drawn. He looks directly at Yang Hyun and asks why the barrier double-locked itself every time she channeled her dispel formula. He lies perfectly, claiming he simply sensed the structural anomaly through basic barrier theory, keeping Seonwoo's name completely out of the conversation. The crowd's murmurs instantly shift. If the school's top-ranked genius is pointing a finger, there is no way it is just a baseless accusation. Yang Hyun's fake sweet expression begins to crack, her eyes darting around as she realizes she has lost control of the crowd. She curses internally, her sweat dripping onto her collar as she looks at the task force members closing in. She looks toward the corridor, desperately asking Chun-hae through a psychic link what she should do. Chun-hae gives a cold, final command to do what must be done, his body dissolving into dark purple smoke as he flees the scene. Deokyeon spots the dark smoke, pointing his spear and shouting for his team to capture the administrator. A high-speed pursuit instantly erupts across the courtyard as the task force launches after the fleeing mastermind. But Yang Hyun is left behind, staring at the spear pointed directly at her chest. Knowing her mission has failed, she decides to take down as many humans as possible, her body letting out a sickening sound as her flesh begins to warp. The surrounding students scream in absolute horror as her human disguise splits open, revealing her true, red-eyed demonic form. She lunges forward with clawed hands, screaming a final curse as she tries to tear Seo-jun's head off. But Seo-jun's combat reaction speed is flawless. He ducks beneath her strike, his sword flashing in a brilliant arc that slices through her neck before she can even complete her motion. He stands over her dissolving remains, his golden eyes cold as he tells her she targeted the wrong academy. Deokyeon skids to a halt beside him, looking down at the pile of demon ash with a sharp, impressed expression. The remaining goblins are quickly rounded up and neutralized by the frontline instructors. Seo-jun sheathes his weapon and bows, thanking the special task force leader for his quick intervention. Deokyeon pats his shoulder, telling him he has grown into a decent mage since they last met at the chairman's residence. Seo-jun watches him walk away, internally wishing he had asked for Seon-woo's bank details beforehand so he could transfer him his share of the bounty. Meanwhile, on the other side of the campus, Seon-woo is sprinting through the corridors. He is pushing his enhancement magic to the absolute limit, his shoes sliding across the concrete floors. Suddenly, a massive, fiery explosion rips through the back of the training hall, sending a shockwave that rattles the glass windows. Seon-woo's face goes pale. He knows that explosion came from the exact spot where Yoon Ha-young was resting. Inside the burning, smoke-filled training hall, Yu-ara is standing defensively, her arms covered in soot as her fire magic flickers weakly. Standing across from her is Jin-san, the muscular, gray-haired demon assassin. He chuckles, looking at the exhausted Fire Queen, mocking her for being a complete disappointment compared to Lee Seo-jun. Ha-young is kneeling behind her, shivering as she remembers how the demons suddenly materialized out of the shadows while they were practicing. She tries to stand up, her hands glowing with ice magic as she tells Ara she is going to fight beside her. But Ara tells her to stay back, her face grim as she channels a giant ball of flame in her palms. She launches the fireball, but Jin-san doesn't even bother to dodge. He easily deflects the flames with a wave of his dark energy-infused arm, a cruel sneer on his face. He lunges forward, his speed so fast that Ara cannot even react. His hand wraps around her throat, slamming her against the concrete floor. He lifts her up, smelling her high-quality mana blood, gloating about how delicious her core is going to taste. Ara gasps for air, her hands clawing at his solid grip as her vision begins to go dark. But before he can finish her, a sharp, brilliant beam of pure blue light hits his arm, forcing him to drop her. He stumbles back, his arms smoking, as he turns his eyes to the back of the hall. Standing there, her hands shaking but her eyes burning with resolve, is Ha-young. Jin-san laughs, mocking their touching display of friendship, asking her what she thinks she can do to him with such low-output magic. Ha-young knows she cannot win. She knows her current level is completely outmatched by a B-rank demon. But she screams that she will never abandon her friend and run away to save herself. She unleashes a massive burst of holy mana, a brilliant blue strike that cuts deep into Jin-san's shoulder. Jin-san's eyes widen as the strike lands. He looks at his bleeding shoulder, his face twisting in pure panic as he realizes his high-speed demon regeneration is not working. Ha-young collapses to her knees, completely drained of mana, her eyes wide with confusion. She wonders why her spell didn't manifest as ice and why the mana consumption was so high. Jin-san is standing over her, his breathing heavy as he looks at his smoking, unhealed wound. A terrifying, ecstatic grin slowly spreads across his face as he realizes the truth. The magic that halts demon regeneration. This girl is the unawakened child of prophecy they have been searching for across centuries. He raises his dark energy claw, declaring that he will end her right here before she can ever fully awaken her potential. But before his hand can fall, a black running shoe steps into the frame, and Xianwu's brilliant blue heart of the great nature passive explodes into the burning room. We open on Jin-san, who is absolutely losing his mind because his easy assassination target just turned into a boss fight. He lunges forward, screaming at our guy to get out of his way while channeling a massive wave of dark purple mana. But Xianwu's hand is already raised, his premium silver bracelet glowing as his spell shield space plow deploys instantly. The dark mana collides with the shield, and instead of shattering it, the force is completely deflected, blasting Jin-san backward. Before the demon can even touch the ground, Xianwu launches a rapid-fire barrage of highly condensed blue mana spheres. Jin-san crashes onto his knees, the impact cracking the concrete floor beneath him. He is spitting blood, staring at Xianwu in absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend how an 18-year-old extra possesses this much raw, dense mana. Xianwu just looks down at him, casually stating he has a lot more combat experience than his teenage face suggests. Jin-san lets out a bloody, maniacal laugh, realizing his regeneration is still completely offline from Hayoung's holy mana. He gathers every last drop of his remaining dark energy, his eyes glowing pitch black with crimson pupils. With a desperate screech, he launches a final, suicidal lunge straight toward the unconscious Hayoung. But Xianwu does not do dramatic near misses. He fires a single, high-output mana beam that cuts cleanly through the demon's chest. A massive spray of black demon blood paints the ruins as the B-rank assassin is completely liquidated on the spot. Xianwu lets out a slow breath, his glowing hand slowly returning to normal as the dark mana dissipates. The system screen pops up, officially confirming the elimination of B-rank villain Jin-san and rewarding him with a massive 0.4 increase to his causality stat. He also unlocks the legendary Savior title, dumping another sweet 3,000 points directly into his balance. He walks over to Hayoung, noting that while her awakening happened a month earlier than the original novel's timeline, her body managed to withstand the strain. He looks down at her peaceful face, knowing this early awakening means the high-tier demons are going to target her even harder now. But that is fine. Having the world's most powerful demon-slaying weapon on his team is well worth the extra heat. He glances at the unconscious Ara, quietly glad that both of his future assets survived the butterfly effect of his regression. Cut to the next day. The national news is absolutely blowing up with headlines about the demon attack. The media is printing giant photos of Lee Seo-jun and Ara, calling them the heroic prodigies who saved the academy. Ara is sitting in her hospital bed, staring at her phone with an expression of pure, unadulterated disgust. She mutters that it is pathetic to be treated like a hero when she barely did anything. Hayoung pops her head out from behind the curtain, telling her to stop being so dramatic. Hayoung points out that Ara literally risked her life to protect her from the demon before embarrassingly passing out. Ara just scoffs, claiming it is just minor bruising, and the school is completely overreacting by keeping them in VIP beds. Her crimson eyes go quiet as she looks at her friend, whispering that she heard Hayoung fought the demon while she was unconscious. She asks her why she didn't just run when she had the chance, since they aren't even close friends. Hayoung just gives a bright, sunny smile, remembering how Xianwu stood up to protect her when she was completely alone. She wanted to be that brave savior for someone else, and that memory is what gave her the courage to stand her ground. She tells Ara that it is completely okay to rely on other people when things get too heavy to carry alone. Ara's eyes go wide at the word rely, her mind instantly triggering a tragic red-tinted flashback. A burning mansion, roaring flames, and falling timbers. Her father, covered in blood and rubble, screaming at her mother to take Ara and run. The young, terrified Ara screaming for her parents as the entire ceiling collapses in a cascade of sparks. Her tiny hand reaching out to the burning debris, realizing in that exact moment that nobody is coming to save her. Back in the present, Ara grips her hospital bedsheet so hard her knuckles turn white. She whispers that she doesn't need anyone's help, but then slowly adds that she supposes she should at least say thank you to their actual savior. Hayoung nods, mentioning that if Kim Seon-woo hadn't arrived to finish the job, neither of them would be breathing. Ara freezes. Kim Seon-woo, the school's famous clown? What are you talking about? Right on cue, a familiar black sneaker steps through the hospital room door. Seon-woo walks in wearing a green hoodie, waving his hand with a relaxed smile, asking if everyone is recovering well. Ara looks at him suspiciously, asking what brings him to their room. He pulls out a thick white envelope, handing it to her, explaining that it is her 5 million won share of the demon subjugation reward. Ara is completely baffled. The rumor said Seon-woo was the one who killed the demon, so why is he handing her the cash? Xian Wu puts on his best fake sheepish face, rubbing the back of his neck, claiming the demon was already near death from Ara's insane firepower and Hayoung's support. He just got lucky with the final blow. Ara's elite pride immediately kicks in. She pushes the envelope back, stating she has no intention of taking cash she didn't earn. She turns her head away, telling him to split the 5 million between himself and Hayoung instead. And then, with her cheeks turning a beautiful shade of tsundere crimson, she mutters a quiet, embarrassed, "Thanks for saving me." She pulls the privacy curtain shut, completely hiding her red face. Xian Wu stands there, thinking he might have pushed the relationship building a bit too early. But then the system pops up with a massive notification: UR's interest has increased, unlocking affection level 1 and rewarding him with 2,000 points. Hayoung laughs, explaining that Ara is just acting tough because she is too proud to show her soft side. Xian Wu smiles. He looks at his system screen. His balance has officially hit exactly 20,000 points. He buys the discounted subspace pocket immediately. Behind the curtain, Ara is walking down the corridor, her face serious as her brain processes the logical holes in Xian Wu's story. She remembers that right up until she passed out, Jin-san was at absolute full strength, showing zero signs of weakening. Which means Xian Wu, a guy with a pathetic mana capacity of 21, defeated a B-rank demon completely solo. She thinks about his sudden manifestation mastery in the midterms, and how Hayoung kept insisting Xian Wu was the one who coached her in the fountain. Why would a guy with that level of terrifying power choose to live such a low-key, clownish life? She grips her chest, her eyes wide as she reaches a highly dramatic anime-tier conclusion. Xian Wu must have also lost his entire family to the demons, choosing to hide his power to plan a quiet, cold-blooded revenge. Honestly, the narrator could not have written a better backstory if he tried. Back in the room, Xian Wu tells Hayoung that she must keep her newly awakened demon-slaying power an absolute secret from the rest of the school. Hayoung nods enthusiastically, agreeing that drawing too much public attention right now will only make her training harder. She pumps her fists, excited to study her unique power under his guidance. Xian Wu watches her, noting that she awakened her power a full month earlier than she did in the original novel. But this is a massive win. Having her build up her strength early means they will have an incredibly powerful asset when the final Demon King battle begins. He offers to design a custom elite training plan for her, telling her she can ask him anything she is curious about. Hayoung's hand slowly reaches out, gently grabbing the sleeve of his hoodie. She blushes, looking up at him, and asks if he ran all the way to the training grounds during the attack, just to save her. She stammers about the midterms and the demon incident, whispering that he is always looking out for her like a personal guardian. The romance flags are flying so high, they are practically blocking out the sun. Xian Wu is standing there, completely frozen. He quickly raises his hands, panic sweating as he tells her it is absolutely not what she thinks. He explains very logically that he only backed her in the midterms because he recognized her talent, and he only ran to the training grounds because he saw a giant explosion. Hayoung's face falls, letting out a quiet, slightly disappointed, "I see." Xian Wu chuckles nervously, asking if she was expecting some dramatic confession. She immediately screams that it was just a joke, her face turning bright red as she waves her hands. She laughs it off, but Xian Wu can see she is a naturally naive and bright girl. He looks toward the window, thinking about the main cast. She is destined to stand alongside Lee Seo-jun and Yu Ara on the world stage, and his job is simply to make sure she gets there safely. Hayoung clutches her hospital gown, quietly telling herself that she shouldn't misunderstand his kindness. But then, she reaches under her pillow and hands him a thick brown envelope containing a massive 7.5 million won. She calls it his tuition fee, smiling brightly as she says they are officially teacher and student now. Xian Wu's eyes turn into literal currency symbols. He takes the cash, internally thanking the heavens that kids nowadays have absolutely zero concept of money. He proudly declares that starting tomorrow, he will raise her into the strongest mage the world has ever seen. Suddenly, his phone lets out a loud notification sound. He looks at the screen and his jaw drops. Lee Seo-jun has just wire transferred him a massive 15 million won as a thank you bonus for the barrier rescue. Seo-jun is sitting in his room, smiling as he looks at his phone. Xian Wu is officially swimming in cash. The next morning, Xian Wu is walking down the corridor of the academy's main building. After hitting 72nd place in the midterms, he has officially met Teacher Lee's requirement. He slides open the heavy oak doors, stepping into the elite special class lecture hall for the first time in either of his lives. He scans the room, spotting the high-tier monsters of the academy, third-year rank 1 Kim Chong-hyun and the elegant rank 4 Park Min-yi. And in the front row, the highly popular first-year rank 1 Choi Se-yoon and rank 2 Jeon Min-gi. Seo-jun spots him immediately, waving his hand and calling him over to sit at his table. Ara is sitting right next to him, giving Seon-woo a quiet, intense stare. Seon-woo is pleased, knowing that being in this class gives him easy access to influence every major plot event of the school year. But before he can sit down, Park In-hwan steps into his path, loudly complaining about how a rat managed to sneak into their elite circle. He leans in, his face twisted in snobbish rage, threatening to drag Seon-woo out of the room himself. Seo-jun stands up, slamming his hands on the table, telling In-hwan to cut it out. In-hwan barks back, asking how they can let a dead last extra lower the class average. Seo-jun coldly reminds him that Seon-woo's midterm time was an elite 22 seconds. Yuara speaks up too, twirling her pen as she calmly states that if they ignore the first test of the semester, Seon-woo is actually a much better mage than In-hwan. In-hwan's eyes flare with pure aristocratic fury as he is humiliated in front of the entire class. He sneers, asking Ara if she has a crush on the blockhead, then suddenly raises his fist to strike Seon-woo. "I'll show you what a real noble looks like!" He swings a heavy punch, but Seon-woo's hand moves in a blur. Seon-woo catches In-hwan's fist cleanly, his grip tightening like a hydraulic press. In-hwan's face goes pale as he realizes he cannot move his arm a single inch. In-hwan screams in rage, trying to channel his flame magic to burn Seon-woo's hand off. But before his magic can ignite, a heavy wooden sword sheath slams onto the back of his head with a solid impact. Jong Hyun-soo stands there, calmly telling the boy to cool his head a bit as In-hwan is sent tumbling down the stairs. The entire class watch in stunned silence as In-hwan groans on the floor. Hyun-soo looks at Seon-woo, asking if he is all right. Seon-woo gives a polite smile, thanking him for the help, internally glad that the task force instructor arrived exactly like the original novel script. Hyun-soo pats his shoulder, mentioning that he thoroughly enjoyed watching his midterm performance and is looking forward to their training sessions. He tells the other students to wake In-hwan up, muttering about how kids nowadays have absolutely zero self-control. We cut to a brief flashback at the task force headquarters. Agent Hyun-soo is pointing at his chest in disbelief, asking why he has to go to a high school. Leader Deokyeon explains that the coordinated demon invasion has too many suspicious anomalies to ignore. Demons are solitary creatures unless ordered by a high-ranking king, meaning there is definitely a high-level mole hiding within the academy staff. He looks at Hyun-soo with a sharp, serious expression. He orders him to use the special class activities as a cover to locate the demonic insider and identify their ultimate objective. Back in the present, Hyun-soo stands before the class, introducing himself as their special instructor. A student asks if they are going to be deployed to real demon hunts. Hyun-soo chuckles, stating they won't throw freshmen into real combat yet. Instead, they will perform wilderness search operations. He points to a screen showing a designated monster appearance zone, explaining that it is a safe, controlled training field. But Seon-woo's meta-knowledge knows better. There is a hidden dungeon in that zone that has been completely cleared out, but has surveillance wards installed to track any suspicious activity. Since the special class has more freedom to roam than normal students, the association believes the demonic insider is hiding among this group. At least that is what the task force is calculating. Seon-woo's eyes sparkle with excitement. There is indeed a demon insider at the school, but since he is exceptionally sharp, he will stay quiet for now. What really matters is the hidden stage inside that cleared-out dungeon, where a legendary S-rank sword is preserved. His primary goal for this training exercise is to ensure Lee Seo-yoon successfully claims that S-rank sword with the help of the freshman representative, Choi Seo-yoon. Instructor Hyun-soo slams his wooden sheath on the podium to get their attention. He announces that teams will be formed in pairs of 2, telling them to prepare to move to the operation area. Seon-woo smiles, fully planning to follow the original script to the letter. I mean, just because I joined the class, it shouldn't suddenly trigger a weird variable in the group draw, right? Cut to the wilderness zone at night. Seon-woo is standing in the middle of the dark forest with an expression of pure, unadulterated regret. The system screen displays the group assignments. Group 14 consists of first-year rank 1 Choi Seo-yoon and second-year rank 72 Kim Seon-woo. The butterfly effect strikes again. Choi Seo-yoon looks at him, a sweet but slightly cold expression on her face, asking if being grouped with her is really that disappointing. Behind them, the other male students are literally crying tears of jealousy, cursing Seon-woo out for getting to spend a cozy night in the forest with the school's top-tier idol. Seo-yoon notes his silent sigh. She understands if the rank 1 combat god, Lee Seojun, is dissatisfied with her, but she cannot comprehend why this dead last extra is looking at her like she is a chore he has to complete. Her pride is taking a serious hit here. Seon-woo just sighs again, telling her they should start moving before the monsters migrate. Nearby, Shin Young-jun is crying on his knees, screaming about how he wanted to have a cozy forest date with a cute junior too. Ara looks at him like he is a complete idiot, muttering a cold, pathetic. Seojun is grouped with Yo Ara, Group 15, completely unbothered by the romance drama, while Young-jun whines that Ara only pays attention to him anyway. Young-jun starts babbling about Choi Seo-yoon, the only daughter of one of the 5 prestigious magic families, possessing both elite beauty and genius skill. Seo-jun points out that they have a member of a prestigious magic family right next to them, but Ara instantly warns him not to drag her into this conversation. Young-jun ignores her, crying that Seo-yoon is different. She is a pure angel compared to the violent Fire Queen. The first-year rank 2 Jeon Min-gi is paired with Young-jun Group Teen, giving him a bright, sparkling "I'll serve you well, big bro" salute. Young-jun just sighs, staring at the moon, muttering about how jealous he is of Kim Seon-woo. Deep in the dark forest, Seon-woo is walking down a dirt path with Seo-yoon following quietly behind him. She narrows her eyes, her sweet, idle-tear expression turning cold and calculating as she watches his back. She thinks about how this dead-last clown suddenly climbed the ranks, got close to Lee Seo-jun, and managed to secure a spot in the elite special class. His actions are too suspicious to be a coincidence. The system screen pops up. Choi Seo-yoon's curiosity has increased, rewarding Seon-woo with 500 points. Seon-woo internally groans, thinking she is about to burn a hole in the back of his head with her intense stare. He turns back with a fake, friendly smile, pointing toward a dark thicket, suggesting they go check it out. Seo-yoon's face instantly shifts back to her sweet, smiling idol disguise. "Of course, senior!" "Let's work well together." Her smile is blinding, but her inner thoughts are pitch black. "I don't know what you are planning, Kim Seon-woo, but things will absolutely not go the way you want. The battle of wits has officially begun, and our guy is walking straight into a trap, so." We are back in the forest. Seon-woo is standing next to Choi Seo-yoon, and she is giving him this ridiculously sweet cat-like smile. It is the international symbol for a high-tier scheme. Seon-woo knows exactly what is going on in her head. In the original timeline, she was obsessed with recruiting Lee Seo-jun. She wanted him as her family's trophy. So Seon-woo decides to play along, guiding her toward the path where the protagonist is currently farming mobs. She starts teasing him about his day 1 mana depletion failure, laughing about how he suddenly became an elite. But then her tone drops. She warns him that forcing his way into the special class might actually backfire. She says drawing too much attention at their age is a fast track to making some very dangerous enemies. Here is the deal with Choi Seo-yoon. To the rest of the school, she is the perfect, blessed daughter of a prestigious family. But behind that idol mask is a girl who spent her entire childhood being crushed by her family's impossible standards. Every smile, every spell, every interaction was meticulously programmed to make her look flawless. She is kind to everyone, but she only keeps people close if they raise her corporate value. It is a lonely, exhausting way to survive, but it is the only way she knows. Seon-woo just looks at her and shrugs, asking what she means by enemies. She points out that besides Park and Won, there are plenty of elites who hate seeing a dead last extra sit at their table. Seon-woo just smiles. "I don't care." He tells her he didn't join this class for popularity. He has a grand life goal he needs to achieve, no matter what. Seo-yoon's eyes go wide. That phrase hits her like a truck. She remembers her father's cold voice, telling her he already designed her entire life. She was never allowed to have a personal goal. She was just a pawn on her family's board. Hearing an extra talk about designing his own destiny completely breaks her brain. She smiles, this time a bit more genuinely, admitting she finally understands why the instructors favor him. But then she tilts her head, asking what a low-ranked student can realistically achieve in this class. Before he can answer, Seon-woo's combat senses scream. A massive wave of killing intent flares from the trees. He grabs Seo-yoon, pulling her back as the dark forest suddenly lights up. A blazing pillar of fire slams into the dirt right where they were standing. Seon-woo slides into a defensive stance, staring at the figure stepping out from the bushes. It is Park In-won, his hands crackling with flame magic, screaming at Seon-woo to keep his head down if he values his life. Seon-woo just chuckles, a blue manosphere manifesting in his palm. "And if I don't?" In-won loses the last of his sanity, screaming at him to die as he charges forward. The forest floor explodes under his boots as he launches a rapid-fire flame strike. Meanwhile, high above the trees, a purple surveillance magic eye blinks. The video feed shows Yoara clearing training monsters on her side of the forest, and Young Jun holding a spear, completely lost in his own zone. Inside the monitoring tent, Agent Baek Yejin is rubbing her temples, complaining about having to babysit high schoolers. Hyun-soo asks her how the kids are doing, and she sighs, saying they are just playing around with low-tier monsters. But as Hyun-soo prepares to leave, Yejin's screen flashes red, a massive spike of unauthorized combat mana registers on the radar. She zooms in, realizing two students are currently fighting like they are in a literal gladiator arena. Seon-woo is dodging the fireballs effortlessly, but he is getting annoyed. If this fight drags on, the task force will interfere and ruin his dungeon route. Before he can end it, Seo-yoon steps in front of him, her hands glowing with bright blue light magic. Seon-woo yells at her to fall back, but she is done watching. She screams at In-hwan to put his pathetic inferiority complex away and stop embarrassing the academy. Hearing a freshman representative roast his entire noble lineage is the absolute final straw for In-hwan. He screams, unleashing a massive, uncontrolled flame pillar that tears through the clearing. The impact sends both Seon-woo and Seo-yoon sliding back across the dirt. The raw heat of the clash is so intense it registers on the surveillance eyes. In the tent, Yejin panics as her tracking magic circle suddenly goes offline. Hyun-soo draws his sword, his face serious as he heads for the exit. He tells her to monitor the other sectors while he runs to stop the students before someone actually gets killed. He recalls that the troublemakers are Park In-hwan and Kim Seon-woo, thinking this class is turning into a full-time babysitting job. Back in the clearing, In-hwan's flames are slowly melting Seo-yoon's defensive ice barrier. He charges forward, screaming about how Seon-woo should have just stayed a low-rank clown. Seo-yoon's barrier starts to crack under the heat, her mana rapidly bottoming out. But Seon-woo steps in front of her, his green eyes glowing with a cold, terrifying light. He deploys his solid spell, Barrier, easily absorbing the leftover heat. He tells her he will handle this trash-tier mob. In his past life, Seon-woo was a coward who stood by and watched In-hwan bully weaker students in the Allies. He didn't interfere because he thought an extra shouldn't affect the main storyline. He walked away, leaving others to deal with the noble's arrogance. But now, In-hwan is just a throwaway character who disappears after the opening chapters anyway. He has zero plot armor. Seon-woo activates Heart of Great Nature, his feet gliding across the dirt. He launches a series of high-speed, blue mana projectiles that pierce straight through In-hwan's fire shield. In-hwan is shocked, realizing Seon-woo is using advanced physical enhancement magic to close the distance. But before he can raise his hands, Seon-woo appears right behind him, grabbing the back of his hair. With a single, brutal motion, he slams In-hwan's head directly into the forest floor. The impact shakes the clearing as the noble is pinned to the dirt, coughing up dust. Seon-woo hovers multiple blue mana spheres right above his head, calmly asking for a single reason why he should let him live. Staring at the glowing high-density mana, In-hwan's noble pride completely evaporates. He bursts into tears, begging for mercy. Seo-yoon steps up, crossing her arms, telling Seon-woo he is wasting valuable mana on a loser. Seon-woo agrees, dissolving his fears. He grabs In-hwan by his blonde hair, pulling his face up. He tells him to run as far as possible, warning him that if he ever catches his eye again, he will end him permanently. In-hwan nods frantically, crying as he asks if Seon-woo will keep this embarrassing defeat a secret. Seon-woo just looks annoyed. He barks at him to get lost, and the noble scrambles into the bushes like a frightened rabbit. The moment he's gone, Seon-woo slides onto the grass, a cold, satisfied grin spreading across his face. We see In-hwan running through the forest, his heart rate spiking on the task force's magic grid. In the tent, Yejin alerts Hyun-soo that the suspect is hastily fleeing the training area. Hyun-soo draws his sword, its edge glowing with blue containment magic. Seon-woo's plan worked perfectly. By letting In-hwan run away in a panic, he has made the noble look like the suspicious demon insider. In-hwan is sprinting through the forest, breathing heavily as he tries to put as much distance between himself and Seon-woo as possible. Yejin is tracking his coordinates, updating Hyun-soo on the suspect's exact trajectory. Hyun-soo speeds up, his sword crackling with containment mana. In-hwan is internally crying, thinking he barely survived the fight with the last-place clown. But as he looks back, he spots the Special Task Force instructor closing in on him at a terrifying speed. Back in the clearing, Seo-yoon touches a freezing ice finger to Seon-woo's neck to wake him up. He lets out a loud yelp, and she giggles, teasing him about how hot he looked during the fight. She looks at him with genuine respect. admitting they need to reassess the school's rankings if the rank 72 extra can effortlessly body the rank 5 noble. Xian-woo lies smoothly, claiming he just got lucky because In-hwan panicked. Seo-yoon smiles, thanking him for the rescue. A blue system notification pops up in the air. Choi Seo-yoon's interest has officially increased, rewarding Seon-woo with another round of points. She sits down next to him, admitting that at the start of the semester, she thought he was just a low-rank clown trying to draw attention. But watching him lately, she realizes he is completely different from the attention seeker she knew. He seems like a completely different person, quiet and focused on his own goals. Seon-woo asks her what she thinks of him now. She smiles and calls him a jester, an interesting person who hides his real talent under a goofy mask. The word jester literally flashes on Seon-woo's mental screen. He really cannot escape his clown meta reputation. She stands up, dusting off her skirt, suggesting they get back to the training exercise. Seon-woo checks his wristwatch, realizing they are running exactly on schedule. She runs forward, saying they need to achieve a decent score so the other students will stop looking down on him. But as she steps into the tall grass, a massive, green-scaled snake monster suddenly rears its head, hissing. Seo-yoon lets out a loud, highly dramatic scream, holding her hands up in fear. Seon-woo prepares to fire a manosphere, but he stops when he senses a familiar presence. A brilliant flash of light element enhancement magic cuts through the clearing, slicing the giant snake cleanly in half. The monster's head hits the dirt with a heavy thud. Seon-woo smiles. The timing is absolutely perfect. Lee Seo-jun steps out from the trees, sheathing his sword, asking if everyone is all right. Seo-yoon's sweet, calculating mask immediately slides back into place. She thanks him profusely, claiming she tried her best, but the forest was too dangerous. Seo-jun looks at the dead snake, noting that the wilderness zone shouldn't have monsters of this caliber. She smiles, pitching her family's prestigious sponsorship contract to him, claiming her noble house can make his genius talent shine even brighter. Seo-jun just chuckles nervously, waving his hands, giving his classic, "I'll think about it later" escape card. Seon-woo watches them interact, highly satisfied. The cast, the location, and the timing are all lined up perfectly. His calculated route was designed to bring Seo-yoon directly into Seo-jun's movement path, ensuring they would team up for the upcoming hidden stage event. He points toward a dark thicket in the distance, shouting for them to look over there. A strange, glowing blue light is radiating from the mouth of a hidden cave. Seo-jun walks up, his gold eyes wide as he notes the high-density mana coming from inside the cave. Seon-woo acts like a curious, energetic teenager, suggesting they go check it out together. They step inside, the system screen confirming they have entered the deactivated Special Task Force training ground. Seon-woo explains that a dungeon within a dungeon event is extremely rare, but the S-rank rewards are legendary. Both Seo-jun and Seo-yoon are listening intently, completely falling for his guide NPC act. According to the original novel, this hidden stage is where Seo-jun and Seo-yoon are destined to join forces. They are supposed to defeat the B-rank boss together, allowing Seo-yoon to grow mentally and become his permanent companion. After clearing the stage, Seo-jun is supposed to claim the S-rank sword, catapulting his reputation to the national level. The press conference, the media attention, the glory, it was all scripted to start right here. But the most important point of this event is Seo-yoon's development. She is supposed to realize that her family's calculated survival methods are useless compared to real, authentic strength, choosing to follow Seo-jun as a true companion. Seon-woo has prepared everything thoroughly to ensure this goes smoothly. He points at the glowing portal, asking if they should try the challenge themselves, but Seo-jun, being the responsible goody-two-shoes protagonist, immediately objects, saying they need to report to the task force first. Seon-woo panics internally, cursing out the protagonist's strict adherence to safety rules. Meanwhile, Seo-yoon is standing near the edge of the floating stones, staring down at the glowing blue water. The water ripples, and a terrifying psychic voice echoes in her mind. "Come here, human child." She looks down, and her reflection in the water suddenly warps into a horrific, purple-eyed spectral entity. A long, white-haired spectral hand reaches out from the water, grabbing her by her ankle. Seon-woo and Seo-jun sense the sudden spike of dark mana, turning their heads just in time to see her being dragged into the vortex. The system screen identifies the monster, Rank B Ghost Witch. Seo-jun draws his sword, lunging forward as he screams for her to hold on, but the Ghost Witch wraps its white hair around her throat, pulling her entirely into the portal. The spectral vortex closes with a flash of icy energy, leaving the cave empty. Seon-woo is in disbelief. The original novel said the boss only attacks after they enter the portal. The script has completely shattered once again. The glowing portal crackles with unstable mana. Seo-jun is in a panic, asking Xianwu what they should do now that she has been kidnapped. Xianwu walks toward the portal, his face serious. He tells him they have to save her themselves. The Ghost Witch is a mana-absorbing monster. If they wait for the task force, she will be completely drained and die inside the rift. He looks at Seojun, telling him they have to handle this together, right now. Seojun lets out a slow breath, realizing there is no other choice. He grips his sword hilt, his gold eyes glowing with pure combat resolve. They leap into the portal together, charging straight into the icy abyss of the hidden stage. Meanwhile, in the forest, Inwan is pinned to the ground, crying and asking what he did wrong to deserve this. Hyunsu is kneeling on his back, asking him who his demon accomplice is and what their ultimate goal is. Inwan is completely baffled, screaming that he doesn't know any demons, but his panic-induced attempt to run away has made him look guilty as hell. Hyunsu pulls his arm back, telling him that while he could have gone easy on a student, domestic terrorism is where he draws the line. He reads out his name and rank, his face cold. Park In-hwan, you are under urgent arrest on suspicion of conspiring with Majin. In-hwan's face is a portrait of pure, unadulterated confusion. Hyunsu taps his earpiece, calling Agent Baek Yejin to take custody of the suspect. But Yejin's voice cuts in, screaming in pure panic. She reports that 3 students have just entered the deactivated training ground dungeon, and the surveillance eyes have just confirmed that a high-tier B-rank hidden stage has officially triggered inside. Lee Seo-jun is shivering so hard his teeth are probably vibrating out of his skull. Before our main character can turn into a legendary ice sculpture, Xianwu steps in. He casually pulls a top-tier winter coat out of his dimensional pocket like he is running a retail outlet. Seo-jun is completely stunned because those pockets cost a fortune, but Xianwu just says one word, stocks. Before they can discuss financial portfolios, they spot Choi Seo-yoon waving in the distance. Seo-jun rushes ahead, thinking this is a simple search and rescue, but his combat instincts flare up immediately. He barely dodges as a massive wave of frost mana splits the ground right where he was standing. Choi Seo-yoon stands there with a frozen shield, looking entirely too smug for someone who was supposedly lost. And right behind her is the massive, ghostly silhouette of the Ghost Witch. The system screen pops up to confirm the vibe check is indeed negative. Xianwu calls it out instantly. She is being controlled by the monster. The witch is currently treating Seo-yoon's high-grade ice mana like a 5-star buffet, and she plans to absorb every drop of it before moving on to the boys. She launches a massive blizzard attack to finish them off quickly. Seo-jun leaps into the air, his golden mana cutting through the frost. The witch is an undead type, meaning she is naturally weak to Seo-jun's holy light element. The problem is that she is currently piloting the first-year representative's body like a mech suit. Choi Seo-yoon is a top-tier manifestation talent, and her physical enhancement subspecialty is no joke either. She condenses an ice blade and charges at them with insane speed. Xianwu realizes they can't play offensive here without accidentally slicing their classmate in half. So, Seo-jun is forced to play pure defense, blocking heavy strikes from a possessed teenager. The witch is utilizing the entire frozen cave to slide around like she is on ice skates. Steel meets ice, and the shockwaves are cracking the frozen pillars around them. She backs off, keeping her distance while preparing another heavy spell. The witch mocks Seo-jun, asking if he is holding back because his opponent is a girl. She sends a massive volley of sharp ice spikes directly at his face. Seo-jun deflects them all, but the sheer volume is keeping him pinned down. Xianwu is watching from the back, analyzing the spell patterns like a professional backseat gamer. She is using the environmental cold to amplify her speed. Suddenly, a wall of jagged ice rises up, completely cutting off Xianwu's escape route. The possessed girl smiles, declaring that our guy is officially trapped. She targets him with a barrage, forcing him into a high-speed dodge sequence. Seo-jun calls out, asking Xianwu if he has one of his signature genius plans. Xianwu tells him they need to force the witch out by threatening her actual physical body. Seo-jun asks where the body is, and Xianwu drops a classic. He has no idea, because in the original web novel, Seo-jun cleared this stage by simply destroying the entire cavern. Xianwu pulls out a blue potion, drinking it to prep his own spell support. He tells the protagonist that he is the only one who can pull this off. Meanwhile, outside the gate, the mood is incredibly grim. Park In-hwan is currently crying in magic chains, realizing his bullying career is officially over. The task force leader is realizing they made a massive security mistake. The blonde noble is begging for mercy, completely unaware that nobody actually cares about him right now. The academy staff and agents are arguing about the sudden dimensional lock. The barrier is completely sealed, and all they can do is pray the students inside can clear it. The surrounding students are whispering, realizing 3 of their classmates might be cooked. The instructors try to keep everyone calm, but the rumor of a hidden stage is already spreading. Yoon Ha-young is staring at the portal, her eyes filled with genuine panic for Seon-woo. Back inside, Seo-jun is still confused about Seon-woo's vague instructions. Seon-woo explains that since they are isolated from the world, Seo-jun can stop hiding his true power. The witch prepares a massive ice storm. Sensing the shift in the air, she launches her ultimate frost wave, aiming to bury them both. But Seon-woo tells Seo-jun to let loose. No restrictions. Seo-jun looks at his blade and remembers why he always limits his output. He is so strong that even a casual swing can cause collateral damage to allies. But looking at Seon-woo casually dodging the cold, he realizes he doesn't need to worry. The protagonist finally smiles, deciding to drop the training weights. The witch laughs, thinking these kids are just talking big before they freeze. But Seo-jun's sword begins to glow with a blinding golden light that completely warms the cavern. The pure light energy is so intense that the witch's icy grip begins to melt instantly. Seon-woo shouts for him to level the entire dungeon. The witch realizes her host body is about to get vaporized, so she is forced to eject. Seo-yoon collapses as the giant spectral form of the witch is ripped out of her. The monster screams as the radiant golden light burns her spiritual form. Seon-woo catches the sleeping girl, confirming the hostage is safe. The witch manifests her true giant form for one final desperate struggle. She curses the humans, gathering every bit of dark mana left in the stage. But Seo-jun is already mid-swing, his golden blade cutting through the darkness. A single, massive vertical slash splits the giant monster clean in half. The absolute scale of the attack is honestly terrifying to look at. Outside the dungeon, the support mages are still struggling with their magic circles. They have only decoded 2% of the portal, which is a massive skill issue. They explain that no normal support magic can crack this seal. The task force leader checks his phone, preparing for the worst-case scenario. But when his superior answers, the reaction is completely unexpected. The boss tells him to relax because the protagonist is inside, and right on cue, the locked portal begins to fluctuate wildly. A massive pillar of golden light shoots straight out of the cave and into the sky. Ura watches the golden light, recognizing that unique, ridiculous power immediately. Inside, Seo-jun stands victorious, but his standard academy sword has literally turned to dust. But the hidden stage drop has finally spawned in the center of the altar. It is the legendary Blue Moon Sword, an S-rank blade with a built-in self-repair function. Seon-woo tells him to take it, noting that the hero did 99% of the work anyway. Seo-jun is hesitant, but Seon-woo tells him he will take the rest of the random loot drops instead. The protagonist reaches out and grasps the hilt of his new signature weapon. He draws the beautiful glowing blade, completely in awe of Seon-woo's casual generosity. The system rewards Seon-woo with 2,000 points and a massive boost to his story involvement rate. Meanwhile, Chie Seo-yoon is still unconscious, suffering from severe mana depletion. Seo-jun brings over the remaining drops, including a very specific glowing crystal. It is the heart of the ice spirit, a top-tier recovery elixir for frost mages. Seon-woo crushes it, letting the pure cold energy flow directly into her mouth. She groans, her eyes fluttering open as the S-tier mana instantly refills her core. She sits up and immediately screeches, realizing both boys are staring at her. Seon-woo deadpans that she clearly has all her energy back. She looks around, utterly confused by the ruined frozen cavern. Seon-woo gives her a very simplified, highly edited version of the story. He claims Seo-jun did a solo carry to save her life. The exit gate finally opens, and she rushes toward the light, completely amazed by Seo-jun's talent. But before they can walk out, Seon-woo raises his hands. His mana elixir has officially expired, and he is turned into a limp noodle. He calculated the timing perfectly, knowing he would collapse the second they were safe. He insists that the protagonist and the rank 1 girl must take all the media spotlight. They both look at him, completely touched by his selfless background character behavior. So they are forced to carry him out of the dungeon like a sack of potatoes. The 3 of them emerge, and the waiting crowd immediately erupts into cheers. The news of the youngest player to clear a hidden stage spreads like wildfire. The international mage journals are already printing front-page articles about Lee Seo-jun. Influential figures across the globe are starting to monitor the Korean prodigy. Meanwhile, the noble bully Park In-hwan is officially expelled after his long history of bullying is exposed. His life is completely ruined, and he is officially out of the story. A few days later, Seon-woo is walking through the academy courtyard, feeling very pleased with himself. The trash noble is gone, the hero has his S-rank sword, and everything is matching the novel's timeline. The task force keeps the secret class operations completely classified, though calming down a sobbing Yoon Ha-young was apparently the hardest part of the entire raid. Suddenly, Choi Seo-yoon approaches him with a very sweet, entirely too suspicious smile. She says she wants to thank him because she heard an interesting story from Seo-jun. She reveals that the hero told her how Seon-woo was the one who insisted on saving her. Seon-woo panics internally, cursing the protagonist for being absolutely terrible at lying. He aggressively finger points, trying to convince her that she is misremembering the details, but she just looks at him, her pink eyes seeing right through his classic background extra act. She smiles, finding his desperate attempt to play the weakling highly amusing. She agrees to drop it for now, saying she will see him at the next special class. The system alerts him that her interest level has hit level 2, rewarding him with more points. Our guy realizes his quiet academy life is getting incredibly complicated, and in a physical training center nearby, Yu-ara is absolutely destroying gym equipment, determined not to be left behind. Another peaceful morning at the academy gym. Our guy is walking through the halls, completely relaxed, and for a very good reason. Thanks to piggybacking on the protagonist during that hidden stage clear, his system wallet is absolutely loaded. So, he decided to treat himself to a shiny new A-rank trait from the shop, Secret of Evolution and Adaptation. Basically, it is the ultimate passive survival cheat. If he hangs out in the dark, he gets night vision. If he stands in a freezer, he gets cold resistance. He spots Lee Seo-jun working out and walks over to say hello. He waves, asking if there is any gossip or drama happening around school lately. Seo-jun is just chilling on a leg press machine, but he tells Seon-woo to look across the gym. A group of students are whispering in the corner, staring at the golden boy. They are currently losing their minds because Seo-jun is benching plates without using a single drop of mana reinforcement. The other students are realizing they aren't even playing the same game as him. They mention that Yu-ara has gone completely feral, training her fire magic until the training field looks like a war zone. Seon-woo smiles. He knew Ara was the competitive type who just needed a little push to unlock her potential. But then the conversation takes a turn when they notice one of the instructors is missing from his usual gym spot. The gossip-loving student whispers that a dead body was just found near the campus. Completely drained of blood, the student shrugs it off, saying even if a demon attacks, their resident genius will protect them. Seon-woo looks away, his expression turning sharp. He knows the danger is already inside the house, and right on cue, a gorgeous third-year student walks into the gym, turning every head in the room. This is Park Min-ye, currently ranked 4th in her entire year. She walks straight up to Seo-jun, offering him a fresh towel with the sweetest smile she can muster. Seon-woo watches her from the background, his eyes narrowing as she plays the part of the supportive upperclassman. The surrounding guys are practically crying tears of joy just from being in her presence. Seo-jun politely thanks her, entirely unaware of the massive red flag standing in front of him. She cheers him on, but her inner thoughts are a completely different story. We cut to a flashback of the previous night in the park. Min-ye is luring an unsuspecting male student onto a bench, her face morphing as she sinks her fangs into his neck. The student collapses onto the pavement, completely lifeless. She wipes the blood from her lip, her sweet facade completely gone. Her real name is Jang Ye, a B-rank demon, and she is the daughter of the fedora-wearing demon that Seon-woo vaporized at the river park. Suddenly, a dark purple mist gathers, and the demon administrator Cheon-hae steps out of the shadows. She is surprised to see him in person, asking if they are planning another school raid. He walks over, casually stepping on the dead student's head like it is a piece of trash. He tells her he is just checking on her since her father is dead, and she is left all alone. She complains, saying she wants to play with the academy kids a bit longer. He asks how school life is going, and her expression turns incredibly dark. She remembers her father being cut down by the high-ranking wizard Kim Jin-woo. She is furious because she can't get close to the task force agents to take revenge. And to make things worse, she has to look at the kids who reported her father every single day. But Cheon-hae points out that Lee Seo-jun has been the main topic of discussion lately. During the previous school attack, they suspected Seo-jun was the child of prophecy. And after seeing that massive golden light from the hidden stage, they are now absolutely certain. Jang Ye smiles, asking if she can kill him with her own hands. Cheon-hae chuckles, asking if she really thinks she can handle someone that strong. She remembers the body of her father lying in the street, surrounded by task force members. She unloads, stating that she will gladly destroy Seo-jun to secure her clan's revenge. A voice echoes from the darkness, praising her determination. A massive, crushing pressure fills the park, catching them both completely off guard. Xianhe instantly drops to his knees, his face pale with absolute terror. This is Songjin, an S-rank demon and the king's right hand. He officially accepts her as his subordinate for the upcoming raid. We cut to the weekend at a dark, isolated dungeon entrance. Yoon Ha-young is channeling her magic, a massive sphere of ice swirling around her hands. She blasts a horde of flying gargoyles, completely shattering them into frozen dust. The remaining monsters take one look at her and realize they are in the wrong neighborhood. They immediately turn around and run for their lives. She turns to Xianwu, seeking his approval like a proud puppy. He praises her, telling her to focus on mastering this level of control. She is practically glowing, completely thrilled that he took her to a dungeon for private training. He tells her they got lucky finding this place, but that is a lie. In his previous life, he discovered this unregistered dungeon completely by chance. Since it is filled with demon-type monsters, it is the perfect environment to grow her holy willpower. He asks her what she was thinking about when she manifested her power just now. She blushes, saying she wanted to protect the people beside her. Xianwu knows that the focal point of her holy power is her unwavering determination. She confesses that she also wants to work hard to join him in the special class. He tells her that if they keep training every weekend, she will definitely make it. She smiles to herself, thinking that spending every weekend alone with him in a dark cave feels exactly like a date. Xianwu plans to get her into the special class by the next semester, way ahead of the original timeline. Suddenly, his system screen flashes. His eyes have officially adapted to the darkness. With his night vision unlocked, his mind drifts back to the problem of Zhang Ye. In the original story, she approached Seojun first, but the timeline has changed. Before she can cause any real damage to the protagonist, he needs to neutralize her. The next day at school, Xianwu spots her walking along the balcony. She notices him, recognizing him as the kid Seojun rescued during the hidden stage. She hides a swirling sphere of dark magic behind her back, wondering if she has been exposed. Xianwu walks up with a completely serious face, saying he has something incredibly important to tell her. She braces herself, ready to strike if he tries anything. And then, our guy pulls out a beautifully decorated book, blushes, and launches a full confession attack. He looks her dead in the eye and asks her to go out with him, leaving her completely speechless. The system screen immediately pops up to deliver the results. Zhang Ye is looking at him with a face of absolute, unfiltered disgust. Xianwu blinks, realizing his confession was a spectacular failure. She dumps him on the spot, telling him he is not her type and walking away. She storms off, thinking about how repulsive humans are and wondering if she should just murder him tonight. Xianwu touches his cheek, pretending to be deeply wounded by the rejection. But then a system screen pops up, showing that his real target just took the bait. The class gossip, Shin Youngjun, is peeking from around the corner with wide, teary eyes. He walks over and pats Xianwu's shoulder, completely devastated on his behalf. He tells Xianwu that confessing to someone as beautiful as her was worth a shot, even if it ended in tragedy. Xianwu immediately pivots, asking Youngjun if he finished his magic theory assignment yet. Youngjun groans, saying his brain simply cannot handle theoretical magic. Xianwu offers him his own completed assignment as a reference, which is ranked first in the class. But he has one simple condition. He wants Youngjun to use his favorite platform, the school community board. The next day in the cafeteria, the entire room is buzzing with whispers. Every single student is staring at Xianwu as he sits down to eat his lunch. The system screen confirms that over 200 people are currently tracking his every move. They are all looking at the community post Youngjun made, exposing Xianwu's cringe confession. Even the instructors are looking at their phones in the staff room, laughing about young love. At the library, Yoon Ha-young looks like she is about to chew through her textbook in jealousy. At the cafeteria table, Ara is visibly annoyed, wondering why he is suddenly into older girls. Ara tells Ha-young to just eat her food, assuming some bully posted it as a malicious prank. Seonwoo eats his rice, completely calm because this is exactly what he wanted. He glances at Youngjun, who is sweating bullets at the next table. Youngjun whispers that he tried his best, but the post has turned Seonwoo into the school clown. Seonwoo laughs it off, thanking him for spreading the news so quickly. Youngjun smiles, feeling like he is supporting a tragic hero who just wanted to express his love. Suddenly, Zhang Ye enters the cafeteria with her friends, and the whispers double in volume. She is glaring daggers across the room, realizing she is the center of attention. Xianwu's plan worked perfectly. By linking his name to hers, she is now under constant public surveillance. Since his reputation was already at absolute zero, this gossip does not hurt him at all. He catches her eye and gives her a cheeky, cheerful wink. Her friends shudder, calling him an absolute creep and dragging her away. Jang Ye is fuming. Because of this idiot, she cannot sneak around the campus or target Seojun without everyone noticing. Seon-woo waves goodbye, completely cheerful as she retreats. He knows she has no choice but to back off and lay low for now. He taps his theory book, his expression turning serious. Because a much larger global event is about to disrupt the timeline. We cut to the American Museum of Antiquities at closing time. The head security guard is checking the roster, preparing for the standard night patrol. He walks down the quiet corridor, his footsteps echoing on the polished floor. He stops in front of a heavily secured glass case containing a sacred relic, the Soul Vessel. 13 years ago, the world was terrorized by a massive demonic group known as John. The Mage Association's chairman led a fierce battle, successfully executing their leader. Among the spoils of that war was this ancient artifact, capable of trapping souls. It was gifted to this museum as a symbol of victory and peace. The guard notes that everything is secure, preparing to move on. But then, he hears the slow click of high heels approaching from the shadows. A silver-haired woman in high-end tactical formal wear steps into the light, her eyes glowing with absolute malice. The guard tells her the museum is closed, but she ignores him, staring at the artifact. She comments on how beautiful the relic is, her fingers tracing the glass. He warns her that the item is dangerous, but she just chuckles. The guard barks that the power must be kept safe from washed-up terrorists. Her expression turns cold as yellow lightning magic begins to crackle around her shoulders. The guard reaches for his radio, screaming for backup, but she moves instantly, a single strike sending him crashing to the floor. A towering, muscular man walks in, dragging the lifeless bodies of the high-tier security team behind him. The giant complains that everyone in this place was a complete weakling. The guard is horrified, realizing these A-rank mages were eliminated without even triggering the security system. Suddenly, a young girl with a giant blood-red scythe leaps into the frame, shattering the remaining pillars. She complains that they were only supposed to steal the item, not turn it into a slaughterhouse. The guard trembles on the floor, his strength completely gone. He asks who they are, his voice shaking with absolute terror. The three of them loom over him, their dark, oppressive mana filling the room. The silver-haired woman raises her hand, a massive sphere of golden lightning forming in her palm. The guard whispers the name in absolute horror before the light consumes him. John. A massive explosion tears through the museum, shattering the windows and lighting up the night sky. The glass rains down on the city streets below. The sirens begin to wail across the entire metropolitan area. Back at the academy cafeteria, Seon-woo's phone vibrates violently with an emergency alert. Every single student's phone in the room begins to ring at the exact same time. The news broadcast flashes on their screens, reporting the devastating terror attack by the returned Yon group. Yuara stares at the screen, her eyes wide with a deep, paralyzing terror. Ha-young notices her pale face, asking if she is okay. Ara claims she just feels nauseous, immediately leaving the cafeteria in a hurry. Seon-woo watches her go, his eyes turning cold and sharp. The peaceful school days are officially over. The war with John is about to begin. Inside a luxurious penthouse suite, the morning sun is rising over the skyline. The news of the American Museum bombing is playing on a phone screen. The silver-haired leader of John, Bert, is sipping her tea, looking incredibly satisfied with the coverage. Jin adjusted his glasses, complaining that they had to disable the entire security system just to make a public statement. Natasha lies back on the sofa, laughing that a museum curator was rude to them, so she simply took his life. The giant, Scar, slams his fist down, complaining that the heist was entirely too quiet. He shouts that in the old days, they would have leveled the entire city block before leaving. Jin tells him to shut up, pointing out that their loud style of violence is outdated. Natasha mocks the giant, tapping his forehead while he threatens to crush the Mage Association's special task force. Bert raises her hand, instantly silencing the bickering executives. She admits that the American raid was a bit rushed, suggesting they take a quiet vacation. Natasha and Scar immediately light up, excited about the prospect of going to South Korea to fight strong mages. Jin is more cautious, stating he wants to avoid running into the high-ranking chairman Kim Jin-cheol. Bert picks up a photo of Lee Seo-jun, her yellow eyes turning incredibly sharp. She notes that South Korea is the perfect hiding spot because the association won't expect them to walk right into their backyard. Scar laughs, wondering what their double agent is doing with his surveillance on the kid. Bert smiles, telling Jin to prepare their fake passports and notify their contact inside the country. Meanwhile, back in Seoul, we find ourselves at the entrance of Restaurant Kantia. Xianwu is in his adult Jinwu disguise, stepping inside after laying low for weeks. He is escorted to a private room, thinking about how he needs to raise his stats before running into John. Han Seon is waiting for him, looking slightly bored until he opens the door. She greets him with a warm smile, happy to see her favorite informant. He sits down, asking why she wanted to meet in person instead of sending a courier. She slides a heavy paper bag across the table, containing the custom items he requested. He opens the bag, pulling out a pair of sleek, high-durability combat boots. The system screen confirms these are 6B functional multi-purpose combat boots with a 20% stamina reduction buff. He is amazed by the dual-option passive effects, realizing these must have cost a fortune. She waves it off, stating that her motto is to never let her business partners be disappointed. The waiter serves their main course, a beautifully plated beef Wellington. Xianwu takes a bite, remembering that in the original novel, the hero almost fainted from how good this food was. The pastry crust shatters, releasing a rich mushroom aroma. The premium beef juices combine with the red wine reduction. It is an absolute explosion of flavor that leaves our guy completely speechless. He has tears of pure joy running down his face, making Seon chuckle at his honest reaction. He wipes his mouth, stating he cannot accept such a generous meal without giving something back. He offers her some information that is worth far more than the price of dinner. He mentions that she looks stressed, asking if it is because of the recent bomb threat against her pharmaceutical building. She is completely stunned, pointing out that this is top-secret information they haven't leaked to the press. She sighs, explaining that ever since the John news broke, copycat crimes have been happening everywhere. But Xianwu tells her the real culprit isn't a terrorist group, but an underworld alchemist named Jo Seong-hun. He is just a petty criminal trying to squeeze money out of Hanseong Group while their stocks are soaring. He tells her to check the financial records of her security staff to find the mole, knowing this minor fix won't derail the main story. They leave the restaurant, walking along the balcony overlooking the city lights. Seon is staring at him, completely fascinated by how he holds information that even her corporate network couldn't find. She stops, turning to look him in the eye. She asks him who he is working for, offering him a permanent position under her. She offers him a yearly salary in the hundreds of millions, promising treatment beyond his wild expectations if he helps her defeat her brother. He smiles, politely declining the offer, stating his desire to assist her is entirely sincere. She giggles, turning back to the view, stating it is more fun when a man isn't won over too easily. She promises to bring even better terms next time they meet. Xianwu watches her leave, thinking that while her offer was tempting, he cannot distance himself from the Academy protagonist. He stands on a rooftop, pulling out a magic scroll to upgrade his new gear. The system screen confirms his boots have upgraded to A rank, unlocking the active effect Airwalk. With this triple option gear, he is officially ready for some high-speed maneuvering. He leaps off the edge of the building. He channels his mana, a blue magic circle forming under his feet mid-air. He literally sprints across the open air, bypassing the gap between the buildings. He runs across the skyline like a ghost in the night. He lands smoothly on the next roof, sliding to a stop. He catches his breath, realizing he needs to practice with this new movement skill. The next morning, we are back inside the Academy's magic law class. The professor wraps up his lecture, announcing a mandatory paired theory research project due next week. The entire classroom immediately erupts into groans of pure agony. One student raises his hand, begging for an extension, but the professor flatly shuts him down. Xianwu thinks to himself that with his system shortcuts, he can easily finish this work in a single afternoon. He looks around the room, wondering who would make a decent, quiet partner. Suddenly, a hand slams onto his desk. Yo-Ara is standing over him, declaring that he is her partner. The surrounding students go wild, complaining that the top-ranked theory mages are hogging all the easy grades. Ara glares at them, her red aura flaring up as she tells them to shut their mouths. She leans down, her red eyes staring intensely into Xianwu's face. He breaks a sweat, wondering why she is suddenly paying attention to him. She tells him to meet her at the training grounds after school before turning and walking away. Xianwu smiles. This actually works out since he wanted to check on her mental state after the John news. But after school, the meeting goes in a completely insane direction. Ara pins him against a stone pillar, her expression deadly serious as she tells him to stop playing dumb. She looks him dead in the eye, stating she officially knows his true identity, leaving him completely frozen. A massive multiple-choice screen pops up in Xianwu's head as his life flashes before his eyes. Ara crosses her arms, stating that ever since the first day of school, he has known things about her that should have been impossible to find. She steps closer, whispering that he is just like her. She declares that he was also a victim who lost everything in John's historical terror raids. A dark lore screen explains the history of the John Group 13 years ago. They were a group of S-rank mages who hunted down noble magic families to steal their secret relics. Yuara's family mansion was raided, and she was forced to watch her parents die in the flames. She stood outside her burning home, completely helpless. From that day on, she swore to become strong enough to hunt down every single member of John. She pushed her fire manifestation magic past human limits for 13 years to prepare for this war. Xian Wu is staring at her, completely speechless at the absolute galaxy-brain misunderstanding she has created. He asks her why she thinks that, and she explains that she had a hunch during the midterm attack, and his reaction to yesterday's museum bombing confirmed it. While everyone else panicked, he remained completely calm. She notes that he had the face of someone who was patiently waiting for their enemy to return. She remembers her own nightmares, her eyes filled with tears of pure, unstable rage. She smiles a manic, tearful smile, stating that their chance to get personal revenge has finally arrived. Xian Wu grabs her shoulders, telling her not to do anything rash since John is composed entirely of S-rank monsters. She slaps his hands away, shouting that nobody can understand the specific pain she has carried for over a decade. But as she grabs his wrist, she freezes. She notices the heavy layers of thick bandages wrapped tightly around his forearms. Xian Wu breaks a sweat, realizing this looks incredibly suspicious in this specific context. The system screen flashes, showing that Ara now feels immense pity for him, rewarding him with points. She looks down, stating she knows the difference between a blade wound and anything else. She apologizes for bringing up his painful memories, turning to walk away. She tells him she will handle the entire research project herself as an apology. She walks down the corridor, her head down, but Xian Wu calls out to her, telling her to forget about the homework. He tells her that instead, he is going to help her get her revenge. He reminds her of the first day of school when he told her she was better than the other prodigies. He looks at her with absolute confidence, his green eyes steady. He states he has the power to make her stronger than she ever thought possible, using Yunha Young's rapid growth as proof. He tosses her a tube of skin ointment, telling her to take care of her arm so it doesn't scar. She catches it, stating that if she doesn't end John with her own hands, her life is meaningless. She walks away, leaving him standing alone in the courtyard. She looks at the ointment, thinking about how his emotional wounds must have manifested as physical scars. She assumes his weird behavior on day one was just a coping mechanism for his deep trauma. She resolves to keep him out of her fight, wanting to protect him from getting hurt again. She remembers her older sister holding her hand, telling her to live a happy life. She shouts into the empty wind, determined to destroy John once and for all. She holds her sister's old ribbon, her expression turning into pure steel. She will personally put an end to the terrorists. She walks away, her resolve completely solidified. Back in his dorm room, Xian Wu is sitting at his desk. He sighs, thinking that getting the cold Yuara to open up was a great outcome. His system wallet receives a massive injection of points from her newfound sense of kinship. But he looks at his desk, staring at the paralysis dagger he got from the hidden stage, and a tube of ointment lying next to several bloody gauze wraps. He lay back, thinking about how he cannot possibly tell her the truth. He didn't get those scars from John. He literally spent the last 3 nights stabbing himself with a poison dagger just to farm poison-resistant stats. He laughs it off, deciding that training is the only way to escape the awkwardness. He refines his mana, planning out how to assist her in the upcoming story arc. The system screen flashes, showing his Nature's Protection passive has upgraded to rank 3. He resolves to show off his new strength during the next school event. We cut to the mountains of Gangwon Province, where the students are arriving for the Mercenary Experience program. They are assisting the elite Black Flame mercenary group on an escort mission, and the wealthy client specifically requested Lee Seo-jun's group for this task. Xian Wu looks at the purple-haired demon spy, Zhang Ye, who is marching along with them. He knows she won't try anything in front of all these veteran mercenaries, but he plans to keep a close eye on her anyway. He walks up to her, offering her a bottle of water with a bright, cheerful smile. She raises her hands in annoyance, politely telling him she is fine. He then offers her a fresh towel to wipe her sweat, completely draining her patience. She is huffing and puffing, wondering how a manifestation-type student has more physical stamina than her. Youngjun whispers to Seo-jun that Xian Wu's intense simping is finally bearing fruit, but Seo-jun is highly skeptical. The mercenary leader, Jung Ha-jun, calls for everyone's attention. He stands on a boulder, announcing they have finally arrived at the client's estate. The massive iron gates creak open, revealing a luxury mansion hidden deep in the mountains. The mercenary leader notes that even a famous genius like Seo-jun hasn't seen a place like this before. He explains the details. The client is a famous artist, and several items have been stolen from her mansion recently. Their D-rank task is to guard the estate from petty thieves for 3 days. They walk through the grand hallway, surrounded by expensive, abstract paintings. Seon-woo stops, admiring a colorful canvas on the wall. He starts overanalyzing the color palette, explaining how the background harmonizes with the subject. Ara stares at him, asking how a lazy background student knows so much about high art. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the top of the stairs, thanking him for the high praise. The silver-haired woman walks down the steps, introducing herself as Charlotte. She welcomes the students, her yellow eyes landing directly on Lee Seo-jun. She smiles a sweet, dangerous smile as she approaches the group, and Seon-woo's blood runs completely cold. Because he knows her real name is Bert, and the ultimate villain of the series is currently standing right in front of them. We return to the isolated log cabin in the mountains of Gangwon Province. Jin is leaning against the table, asking the local surveillance officer if he has any excuses for his performance. The spy, Baek-eun Seong, is kneeling on the floor, sweat pouring down his face as he defends his work. He desperately shows them his massive tracking files, proving he has monitored Lee Seo-jun's every class, grade, and physical checkup. Natasha rests her chin on her hand, asking why the target kept getting caught up in high-level demon incidents if the spy was so attentive. Yoon Seong stammers, explaining that if the kid had ever been in real danger, he would have stepped in. Jin tells them both to shut up, casually cutting into a turkey leg while the giant Scar eats with his bare hands. Jin barks at them to focus on the dinner, completely tired of their constant bickering. The giant pulls on his leather glove, confirming the operation starts at 10 tonight. Scar complains, asking why elite S-rank mages have to dress up like common house thieves just to test a teenager. Jin points out that if they use their S-rank magic, Association Chairman Kim Jin-cheol will notice their presence immediately, so they are forced to use physical stealth gear and mask their magic signatures. They all don their black robes and matching face masks, looking like a bunch of low-budget gotcha villains. We cut to the grand dining room of the mansion. The table is filled with gourmet salmon platters, steak cuts, and fresh salads. The gossip-loving student, Youngjun, is stuffing his face, praising the wealth of their host. Seon-woo takes a bite of the steak, thinking that while the meat is decent, it is nothing compared to the beef Wellington at Cantia. He looks out the window, knowing this beautiful estate is actually a major headquarters for John. He knows the incoming raid is designed solely to pressure Lee Seo-jun into revealing his true strength. He glances at the demon spy sitting across from him, keeping her completely locked down by winking at her. Jang Ye is looking at him with a face of pure disgust, completely annoyed by his constant romantic hovering. Charlotte smiles, asking why Choi Seo-yoon didn't join them for this specific program. Seo-jun explains she had family business, and Charlotte praises his natural talent as a combat mage. Seo-jun looks down, his expression turning soft as he mentions he is actually an orphan. He admits he has no idea who his parents were or where he came from, but he hopes that if they are out there somewhere, they would be proud of his growth. Charlotte looks at him, her eyes softening in a remarkably convincing display of empathy. She reveals that she grew up as an orphan too, knowing how desolate and lonely that path can be. She reaches across the table, her black-gloved hand gently touching his. She whispers that family isn't something you are born with, but something you make as you live. Seo-jun looks at her, a genuine smile forming on his face as he thanks her for the kind words. They wrap up dinner, heading out to the main lobby to prepare for their patrol shifts. Seo-jun directs everyone to check their student handbooks for the coordinate system, but before the demon spy can corner him, Seon-woo steps in and drags Seo-jun away for a custom patrol route. Jang Ye is trembling with rage in the background, her plans to assassinate the hero completely ruined. Youngjun watches her furious expression, his face turning pale as he creates a massive love triangle in his head. He whispers to Ara, asking if they should intervene before the drama turns physical. Ara ignores him, her crimson eyes staring at the doorway where Seo-jun walked out. She scoffs, her mind still focused entirely on her personal path of revenge. She walks away to start her own shift, completely ignoring Youngjun's dramatic panicking. We find Seon-woo and Seo-jun walking along the outer balcony of the estate. Seon-woo explains that by starting their patrol from the eastern corner, they can optimize their defense. Seo-jun stops, looking at him with a remarkably serious expression. He points out that during the previous hidden stage, Seon-woo spam-fired magic like he had infinite mana, and his precise style of targeting vital points was incredibly unique. He notes that Seon-woo's combat behavior matches the legendary C-rank mage Kim Jin-woo perfectly. Seon-woo breaks a sweat, Realizing his cover is about to get completely blown by the hero's memory, he waved his hands, laughing nervously and asking if Seo-jun really thinks he is some adult hero. Seo-jun chuckles, admitting that Kim Jin-woo is a legendary fighter who is easily several times stronger than him. But he still wants to know who taught Seon-woo that specific combat style. Before Seon-woo can stutter out a bad excuse, the sound of heels clicking on the stone patio echoes behind them. Yu-ara steps into the light, her red eyes staring cold and hard at the two boys. She steps in to defend Seon-woo, explaining that he isn't hiding his power on purpose. She tells Seo-jun that Seon-woo suffers from unstable mana release due to extreme psychological trauma, so his body is currently undergoing painful rehabilitation to regain his original strength. Seon-woo goes completely chibi in shock, realizing her tragic misunderstanding has just saved his entire career. A system screen flashes, showing that Seo-jun's admiration for him has increased, granting him more points. Seo-jun remembers the strange blue potion Seon-woo drank during the hidden stage fight. He looks down, realizing that must have been his painful rehabilitation medicine. Seon-woo plays along, looking bitter and stating he kept his condition a secret because he hated being pitied. Seo-jun immediately apologizes, promising to keep his tragic secret safe from the rest of the school. Seon-woo fake cries, saying he needs to head inside to rest after the emotional strain. He runs into the mansion, leaving the two main characters to start their patrol shifts. Once inside the empty hallway, Seon-woo wipes his face, completely relieved that Ara's overthinking saved him. He walks down the quiet corridor, looking around the lavish display cases of the estate. He knows this entire house is a secret vault used to fund Yeon's worldwide terrorist activities. And the most valuable treasures are kept behind a hidden gate sealed by a grandfather clock. He approaches the clock, the system highlighting the complex concealment and alarm arrays. He pulls out a C-rank lesser mana concealment elixir from his inventory. He drinks the blue potion, a satisfied smirk forming on his face. The system confirms his magic flow will be completely hidden for the next 10 minutes. He raises his hands, preparing to bypass the locks before the S-rank demon ruins the party. He activates his outsider's benefit cheat, ready to rob the world's most dangerous terrorist group completely blind. Outside, Seon-woo's dramatic exit has left a lingering silence on the balcony. Seo-jun waves goodbye, telling him to get some good rest. They stand by the stone balustrade, looking out over the quiet mountain gardens. Ara breaks the silence, asking Seo-jun where he thinks Seon-woo would rank if his mana stabilized. Seo-jun thinks for a moment, suggesting he would easily land in the 15th spot in their year. Ara scoffs, completely disappointed by his low estimate, before walking away to start her patrol shift. The moon is hanging high over the mountain range, casting long shadows across the grass. Seo-jun watches her leave, his gold eyes reflecting the moonlight. He knows that having a massive mana pool doesn't make someone a superior wizard. True genius lies in the meticulous control and manifestation of that energy. And in that sense, his 15th rank estimate wasn't Seon-woo's ceiling. It was his absolute minimum. Suddenly, his gold eyes narrow as his combat senses pick up a strange movement in the garden. He looks through the rose bushes, spotting a figure walking alone toward the outer gate. It is Senior Min-ye, walking with a remarkably stiff and tense posture. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Seon-woo is standing in front of the grandfather clock. He knows his outsider's benefit is the ultimate lockpick for any magic formula. The problem is that high-tier Yeon executives can easily sense magic being used in their vicinity. So he uses his concealment potion to completely hide his system's decoding process. He grins, ready to execute a flawless gotcha heist. His hands touch the clock face, a massive blue magic circle forming over the wooden frame. He notes that deactivating the alarm completely will trigger a silent alert to the penthouse, so he simply modifies the formula's code, creating a tiny, temporary loophole just wide enough for him to slip through. The magic circle flares bright blue, and he dives through the opening like a diver plunging into water. He lands softly on his new A-rank combat boots, making absolutely zero noise. He looks up, finding himself inside a dark, dusty chamber filled with steel display cases. Yeon's secret room. The stolen treasures of noble mages are preserved here under heavy security barriers. He rubs his hands together, his face turning smug as he prepares to empty the vaults. We cut back to the front gate of the estate. The mercenary guards are standing watch under the lampposts, yawning in the quiet night. One guard asks Captain Ha-jun if anyone would really try to rob a mansion surrounded by high-level mountain monsters. He points out that the dense forests are crawling with high-rank beasts that would tear any petty thief to shreds. The captain tells him to stop complaining, stating they are just here to get paid and recruit Lee Seo-jun. He assumes the wealthy client is just staging a robbery to claim some corporate insurance money. Suddenly, A massive hand wrapped in dark purple mist grips the captain's shoulder from behind. Before he can even turn around, Seongjin's massive broadsword cuts him down in a single frame. The captain and his guards collapse onto the gravel, completely lifeless. The S-rank demon wipes the blood from his cheek, his violet eyes glowing in the dark. The demon spy, Jang Ye, steps out of the bushes, her face pale as she approaches him. She begs him for the chance to execute Seojun herself to fulfill her clan's blood feud. But Seongjin points his massive blade at her throat, telling her she will not touch the target until they confirm his identity. Before he can finish his sentence, Seojun leaps from the balcony, his golden mana blade clashing with the giant sword. The impact splits the air, the shockwave shattering the glass doors of the lobby. He grabs Jang Ye's arm, pulling her back and telling her to run inside the house immediately. He believes she is an innocent upperclassman, caught up in a sudden raid. He blocks another heavy strike, his gold eyes reflecting the dark purple mist of his opponent. But as he locks blades with the giant, a cold sweat runs down his back. The sheer density of the dark mana is completely different from any demon he has faced before. He can barely breathe, a primal chill running straight through his bones. Even without trading blows, he is absolutely certain of the gap between them. An S-rank main, a monster that can wipe out entire cities on a whim. He realizes that if he tries to fight this thing head-on, he will definitely die. Seongjin smiles, praising his excellent survival judgment before knocking him to one knee with a casual release of pressure. The demon calls out to his minions, who gather behind him like a pack of wolves. The captain and all the elite mercenaries are already lying dead in the bushes, wiped out down to the last man in a matter of seconds. The giant orders his minions to execute every single student inside the mansion, except for Lee Seojun. The demon horde charges toward the glass doors. Inside the lobby, Ara and Youngjun are running down the stairs, their faces pale as they hear the sirens. Seojun and Jang Ye burst through the doors, confirming the mercenaries are dead. Jang Ye plays along, thanking Seojun for his heroic rescue while planning her next move. Youngjun tears up, his dramatic brain still weeping over the tragic love triangle happening in the middle of a siege. Ara tells them they need to request task force backup, but Seojun points out their phone signals are completely dead. Jang Ye is fuming in the corner, realizing she cannot defy the S-rank demon's orders, but she still wants to tear Seojun apart with her own hands. Youngjun is running around the room, shouting that they have no way to call for help. Ara looks around, asking where Seonwoo is since he was supposedly resting in this room. She walks over to the sofa, where a lump is covered under a heavy white sheet. She rips the sheet away, yelling at him to wake up. But there is nothing under the blanket except a bunch of stuffed sofa pillows. Seojun immediately turns and runs toward the hallways to look for him. Ara is left standing there, her red eyes wide with confusion. Meanwhile, inside the vault, Seonwoo is having the time of his life. He pulls a glowing blue scroll from the final display case, A-rank demonic beast summoning scroll. He stuffs it into his subspace pocket, checking his inventory limit, 29.7 kilograms out of 30. A complete, absolute clean sweep of the entire vault. While there wasn't a legendary holy relic, he managed to snag multiple high-end gacha items. He smiles, preparing to slip back through the clock portal before the boss fight starts. By introducing a third-party thief, he can keep the attention off himself and Seojun. He opens the hidden door, stepping out of the grandfather clock. But as he steps back into the room, he freezes. A blood-splattered demon is standing right in front of the clock, a wicked grin on his face as he prepares to carve him up. We start with a massive trench gouged clean through the floor of the mansion, smelling like burnt ozone and pure desperation. Our guy Lee Seojun is sprinting through the halls, his lungs burning as he tries to find a way out of this nightmare. He is looking around frantically, wondering where Seonwoo disappeared to, genuinely worried his friend got eaten by a passing demon. Meanwhile, Seonwoo is downstairs clearing out S-rank vaults, like a kid in a candy store. Before Seojun can even formulate a search plan, a heavy, ominous step echoes behind the ruined indoor fountain. It is Seongjin, the S-rank executioner, stepping into the light with a terrifyingly calm smile on his face. He is wrapped in a thick, swirling cloud of purple-black dark mana that makes the air itself feel heavy. He looks at Seojun and casually tells him to draw his sword, offering him a brief, pathetic chance to fight before he dies. Our hero is sweating bullets, gripping his hilt so hard his knuckles are turning white because he knows this is a boss fight he cannot win. But being the main character, he also knows running away is not an option. So he does the classic protagonist thing and charges headfirst into the danger. He activates weapon enhancement, pouring every ounce of his mana into his blade until it glows with a brilliant, blinding light. He swings with everything he has, screaming that he has to stop this monster from reaching the other students, and Seongjin blocks it with his pinky finger. Well, his massive sword, but the effort is basically the same. The impact shakes the entire lobby, but Seongjin's feet do not move a single millimeter. The demon looks down at the boy's blade, his glowing purple eyes narrowing in mild amusement. Interesting, he says, before delivering a brutal kick straight to Seojun's ribs. The wind is instantly knocked out of our guy's lungs, his face contorting in pure agony. He is sent flying across the marble floor like a skipped stone, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Seongjin leaps into the air, raising his massive broadsword above his head to deliver the finishing blow. He tells Seojun that with a few more years of training, he might have actually been a threat. The blade slams down, completely shattering the stone floor where our hero was standing a microsecond ago. Seojun barely rolls out of the way, coughing up dust as he scrambles back onto his feet. But the gap in power is just too depressing. He is gasping for air, staring up at a monster that is not even breathing heavily yet. Seongjin looks disappointed, calling Seojun's holy light spell a basic trick and asking if the boy is holding back because he does not consider him a worthy opponent. Seojun is completely bewildered. "What power of demon slaying are you even talking about?" he screams, genuinely having no idea what this boomer demon is monologuing about. Seongjin's eye twitches, his patience completely running out. "Don't play dumb with me!" he roars, unleashing a massive wave of dark purple energy that tears up the floorboards. A massive explosion rocks the entire entrance hall, obliterating the stone pillars and sending debris raining down. Seojun is left kneeling in the ruins, coughing up blood and barely holding his sword. Seongjin closes the distance instantly, locking his massive blade against Seojun's cracking sword. He explains he came here specifically to assassinate the child of prophecy, and if his king says it is him, then he needs to shut up and die. The pressure is immense, the metal of Seojun's sword screaming under the weight. Our hero gasps that he has no idea what a child of prophecy is. Seongjin does not care about excuses. He swings his blade, throwing Seojun across the room. "Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you," Seojun spits back, trying to maintain his heroic resolve. "Then you are completely useless," Seongjin replies coldly, raising his sword to split our hero in half. Our hero is on his knees, completely out of options, bracing for the end. But right as the sword starts to descend, a brilliant blue orb of mana begins to condense on the second-floor balcony. It is a massive, spinning ball of pure compressed energy, humming like a jet engine. The sniper shot fires with a deafening blast, slamming directly into Seongjin's side and pushing the giant demon back several feet. Seojun looks up through the smoke, his eyes wide in absolute shock, wondering who on earth just saved his life. He catches a fleeting glimpse of a dark figure sprinting away along the upper balcony. Seongjin looks up, his face twisted in pure rage, demanding to know who dares to interfere with his battle. Meanwhile, hidden behind a pillar on the upper floor, our guy Seonwoo is leaning against the wall, gasping for air. He is internally sweating, cursing the fact that the S-rank demon actually managed to dodge his fatal sniper shot in a split second. He looks down at his hands, which are holding empty glass vials. Here is the strategic math of what he just did. He stacked a lesser mana concealment elixir, which hides his presence perfectly, with a B-rank amplified mana elixir and his A-rank nature passive to maximize his output. But the drawback is absolute. Now that those 5 minutes of absolute glory are over, his system screen flashes red with a 30-minute mana exhaustion penalty. He is officially a physical noodle. He watches the chaos below, realizing with a sigh that the demons are still completely convinced Lee Seojun is the child of prophecy. The author is really letting the side characters do all the heavy lifting. Down below, Seongjin's purple eyes glow with a murderous light. "If you won't come out," he growls, "I'll slice through this entire building!" Seojun is struggling to stand, realizing he has to do something to stop the demon from collapsing the mansion on everyone. Up on the balcony, Seonwoo realizes he is completely tapped out of mana and cannot fire another shot. So, he decides to play his absolute favorite card, let them fight. Right on cue, a massive blast of golden lightning shatters the stained glass windows, illuminating the entire lobby. A pillar of pure electricity crashes down, striking Seongjin directly from above. The S-rank demon grinds his teeth, his muscles tensing as he takes the full brunt of the lightning. From his safe little corner, Seonwoo watches the fireworks, completely satisfied with his timing. Seongjin's clothes are completely vaporized by the blast, revealing a heavily scarred torso. He slowly turns around, growling about cowards attacking from behind. His eyes slit as he stares toward the entrance, demanding that the newcomer reveal their identity. And walking through the dust is Ms. Charlotte, her legs sparking with beautiful, deadly golden electricity. She tells him that is exactly what she wanted to ask. Seo-jun can only stare, completely out of the loop. Our hero looks like someone who fell asleep during the first half of a movie and woke up during the climax. Meanwhile, we get a quick look at what happened to the guards outside. They did not have a good night. The elite S-rank executioners of John have been absolutely clearing house, slicing through demon minions like they are wet paper. Jin is casually fixing his hair while standing over a pile of stacked bodies, looking like he is posing for a high-end fashion magazine. Back inside, Xianwu watches Charlotte from the shadows. She stands tall, her golden lightning crackling around her shoulders as she demands to know why the demon is targeting Lee Seo-jun. Xianwu lets out a quiet chuckle. This is the absolute dream scenario for a background character. Two massive S-rank threats, completely misunderstanding the situation, about to beat each other into pulp. Kill each other, Seongjin roars, charging forward with a massive dark purple slash while Charlotte's lightning flares. I see you won't talk easily, she notes coldly, raising her hand to counter. The two S-rank forces clash, producing a massive shockwave that literally blows the roof off the mansion courtyard. Charlotte slides back, her designer high heels leaving long, sparking skid marks on the stone floor. This woman is fighting a demon lord in heels and a halter dress. Respect. Seongjin leaps from the air, declaring that anyone who interferes with his king's orders will die. His face is a mask of pure demonic rage, his broadsword trailing dark energy. The entire lobby has officially been reduced to rubble. Seo-jun is still standing there in disbelief, whispering Miss Charlotte's name. He is completely blown away by the fact that the sweet civilian artist lady is currently trading blows with an S-rank monster. Suddenly, Shin Youngjun comes sprinting out of the side corridor, shouting Seo-jun's name. The rest of the class gathers around him, looking completely battered. Youngjun explains that the lobby is a total mess and that Miss Charlotte saved him from a demon earlier. He is completely panicked, pointing back toward the fight and insisting they have to go help her right away because she is just a civilian. But then, a calm, familiar voice cuts through the panic. Getting out of here comes first. It is Xianwu, casually walking down the stairs. The students gasp in relief, thanking God he is safe. Xianwu tells them he was just hiding in a dark corner, looking like he did absolutely nothing during the entire crisis. He urges them to make a run for the exit. Youngjun is outraged, asking if they are really just going to abandon their savior and flee. Xianwu is internally sweating, realizing he cannot exactly tell them that both of the S-ranks currently fighting are massive international terrorists who want to murder them. But before the argument can escalate, Zhang Ye steps forward, agreeing with Xianwu. Yoara looks at her, highly suspicious of her sudden change in attitude. Zhang Ye is trembling, tears welling up in her eyes as she whimpers about how terrified she is after what happened outside. The guys instantly fold, comforting her and talking about how hard this must be for her. Simps, every single one of them. Xianwu looks at her, his face completely deadpan. He knows exactly who she is, and this dramatic acting is almost painful to watch, and we see her inner thoughts. She is absolutely fuming. She knows Seongjin's mission is a massive failure now that John has intervened, and staying here will only get her killed. She is choosing survival so she can get her revenge later. Xianwu tells them he found a safe escape route and leads the way. He glances back at her, knowing she is just up to her old demonic tricks. But in this current situation, neither of them can do a single thing about the S-ranks fighting outside. It is time to make an exit while the giants are busy. Outside, the battle has reached the main gardens. A massive bolt of golden lightning tears through the night sky. Seongjin parries it mid-air, his dark broadsword absorbing the electric shock. Charlotte watches him, her golden eyes narrowing. She calls down another massive lightning strike, cracking the earth beneath his feet. She notes his dark transformation, realizing he is pushing his demonic limits to match her speed. Seongjin charges through the lightning blasts, his massive frame moving like a dark blur. But before he can reach her, Jin steps out of the shadows, his glowing white spear blocking the broadsword. Seongjin growls, telling him he does not tolerate interference. Jin sarcastically asks who started interfering with whom first. Then, Scar drops from above, his massive leg slamming down in a brutal kick that forces Seongjin back. It is officially a 3-on-1 S-rank jump. Seongjin is starting to feel the pressure, realizing all of these masked figures possess S-rank capabilities. Suddenly, Natasha swings her massive red scythe from behind, aiming straight for his neck. Seongjin realizes one of these guys is the one who shot him earlier. He stomps his foot, channeling a dark, decaying energy into the ground. "Get lost!" he roars. A massive shockwave of purple-black mana explodes from his body, forcing Natasha and the others to leap back. They regroup in perfect formation, their coordination flawless. Charlotte stands in the center, looking completely bored by the struggle. She asks if the garden is clear. Jin confirms they have cleared out all the local demons on the first floor, and Scar is finishing up the second floor. He adds that Lee Seojun has successfully escaped with the other students. Charlotte looks slightly disappointed, admitting she had so many things she wanted to ask the boy. She turns her cold gaze back to the struggling demon lord. "Wrap this up," she orders. Jin charges forward, his spear glowing with brilliant light. Songjin grimaces, his demonic regeneration struggling to keep up with the constant damage. Natasha's scythe clashes against his broadsword, the sparks flying. He is panting, calling her a bitch under his breath. She smiles mockingly behind her mask, asking if he really thought he could win just because his demon body can regenerate from minor cuts. Songjin roars that he will kill them all, but Jin is already moving beneath his guard. The glowing white spear stabs straight through Seongjin's chest, and Jin unleashes a rapid-fire barrage of light thrusts, piercing the S-rank demon dozens of times in a fraction of a second. Seongjin screams in pure agony as the light energy begins to detonate inside his physical structure. "Those damn humans!" he shrieks as his body begins to dissolve into brilliant white ash. A massive, blinding explosion of light blows the entire mansion apart. In the foreground, our students, Ara, Seojun, Sianwoo, and Zhang Ye, are running for their lives, looking back at the spectacular fireworks. And Lee Seojun looks back, his golden eyes wide with a deep, lingering question. Who on earth was that civilian lady? And what does this mean for the future? We are about to find out, because the real trial is just beginning. Roars in absolute rage. Here is the mechanical breakdown. When a high-tier demon is pushed past their absolute limits, their system triggers a final survival mechanism. Berserk. Natasha's eyes go wide under her mask as the purple smoke begins to solidify into something much worse. Explodes in a massive wave of dark energy that completely levels the garden walls. Our hero looks back, sweating because the residual wind pressure alone is almost knocking him off his feet. Steps back as the dust settles, revealing their opponent's new form. During this state, the demon trade-offs their sanity for an exponential multiplier to their recovery, physical power, and raw mana. And if the demon is A rank or higher, they get a custom cosmetic upgrade designed purely for combat. Jin points out that this is not your typical boss fight. The higher the base rank of the demon, the more terrifying they get when they lose their mind. He asks his leader for orders, and Charlotte admits that things have officially gotten troublesome. Stares as the giant knight slowly steps forward, the grass burning black beneath his boots, charges without a single thought of self-preservation. Scar jumps in first, his fists crackling with high-voltage blue lightning, lunges with a right hook, but the demon's armored fist meets him halfway, crashes straight back through 3 stone pillars, the impact shaking the entire courtyard. Flexes his armored arms, dark purple mana pouring from the cracks in his helmet. Scar cracks his neck, laughing that he enjoys a warm greeting. Jin glances at Charlotte, completely done with his teammates' lack of brain cells. He unloads verbally on the giant brawler for yelling their real names right in front of the escaping students. Stomps the ground as Scar jogs back, claiming he followed instructions and only cleared out the non-essential targets, raises a massive slab of dark steel and swings it with enough force to split the air. Charlotte's eyes go ice cold as she prepares to get serious. Unfolds her arms while Natasha leaps forward, her giant scythe flashing red as she proudly claims their group's title. Strikes from above, the clouds turning black as the pressure peaks. Down on the mountain path, the students are trying to navigate the dark forest, while the world behind them is actively being demolished. Ara stops in her tracks, a sudden chill running down her spine. The ambient mana radiating from the mansion is so dense that it literally stings her skin with every breath. She looks up at the golden lightning illuminating the night sky, and the imagery hits her like a truck. This is the exact same terrifying atmosphere from the day her parents were slaughtered by demons. Our guys stop beside her, feeling the absolute weight of the gap between them and the top tier. This is S rank, the kind of power that makes your entire training curriculum look like a joke. Fails to even scratch the demon's defense as the 3 S ranks coordinate their assault. He laughs through his helmet, completely ignoring the blade strikes. Jin's hands flash blue, and Xianwu's internal monologue reminds us of his master plan. He did not want to show the protagonists a desperate battle. Binds the giant knight with glowing magic chains, locking him in place. Natasha swings, and Scar lands a heavy punch, their combined strikes finally cracking the dark armor. Charlotte raises her hand and fires a concentrated beam of golden lightning directly into the demon's chest. Shatters the helmet, revealing the old man's screaming face inside, vaporizes the surrounding trees as the blast clears. This is the demonstration Xian Wu wanted to show them. Kneels in his ruined armor, bleeding heavily as the John squad stands over him. Jin notes that the fight is officially over. Charlotte remarks that watching an S-rank demon return from a berserk state is a rare sight. Scar laughs, patting Jin's shoulder and loudly using his real name again, which immediately triggers Seongjin's memory. The demon looks up, recognizing them as the remnants of John who vanished years ago. Scar sighs, joking about the price of fame, while Jin unloads every curse word he knows on him for blabbing their names a third time. Natasha looks down, her pink eyes devoid of any humor, delivers a brutal kick, pinning his head to the dirt while Charlotte calmly orders his execution. She steps forward, explaining very patiently that he does not get to die, until he explains why he was targeting Lee Seo-jun. Seongjin grins through the blood, whispering that his death is no longer up to his own choice. He tells them that they are all going to die here tonight. Gathers in the sky, a massive crimson vortex swirling directly above the mansion. Natasha looks up, wondering if the bastard has reinforcements waiting. Seongjin laughs, welcoming the new arrival. Swirls with immense pressure, the clouds turning a deep, angry red. Charlotte narrows her eyes, realizing the scale of the magic approaching. Zips to Seon-woo, his green eye reflecting the massive fireball descending from the sky. Suspends itself over the entire estate like a miniature sun, illuminating the forest. Youngjun gasps that they arrived exactly on schedule. Seon-woo looks up with a calm, knowing smile. He knows the strength of S-rank villains is absolute. It is the kind of overwhelming terror that makes normal mages give up on the spot. But Seon-woo did not want our hero Lee Seo-jun to be broken by that despair, or have Ara's trauma remain as a permanent scar. He wanted to show them a very simple truth. No matter how powerful the villain is, there is always a stronger ally who can put them in their place. And that is the hope they need to grow. Charlotte's golden eyes go wide as she recognizes the magical signature, the Witch of Fire. Ara turns around slowly, her voice trembling as she whispers, "Sister?" Seon-woo's internal monologue drops the grand title, the Master of the Blade of Dawn Guild, and the most dangerous pyromancer on the planet. This is an elite force composed entirely of A to S rank mages, built specifically to hunt down demons, and floating in the center of the crimson sky is their master, looking absolutely majestic and ready to burn the forest down. She stares down at the John remnants, her eyes flashing with a promise of absolute deletion. Charlotte notes the troublesome arrival, while Natasha immediately suggests they take the nearest exit. Charlotte tells her to stop dreaming, pointing out that escaping a magic circle of this scale is completely impossible by normal means. Seongjin lies in the dirt, laughing hysterically that at least he will have company on the road to hell. He is loving the entertainment, while Scar mutters that he should have broken the demon's jaw when he had the chance. Jin just lets out a heavy sigh. Charlotte looks at her strategist, telling him it is his turn to carry the team. Jin pulls a glowing pink crystal from his pocket, noting that he can only use this specific escape hatch once, crushes the crystal, and massive pink magic circles manifest beneath the feet of the entire John squad. Seongjin's eyes go wide as he realizes what is happening. Jin looks down at him, explaining very politely that while he would love to bring him along for further questioning, his cargo limit is full. "Rot in hell alone," he says, his face completely deadpan, flashes with brilliant pink light, and the entire squad vanishes into thin air a split second before the fire hits. The massive red orb hovers directly above Seongjin. He closes his eyes, dedicating his final breath to his demon king. Strikes from the heavens, a pillar of pure, concentrated fire, vaporizing the entire mansion. The explosion tears through the valley, lighting up the night sky for miles. The students watch the massive mushroom cloud rise from the mountain path, completely stunned by the scale of the destruction. Youngjun is still struggling to process the math, realizing their elegant client Miss Charlotte was actually an S-rank terrorist leader the entire time. Suddenly, a blue shield pops up around them as Jong Jae-won steps out of the bushes, telling them to keep this detail a secret from the public. He explains that if the connection between Lee Seo-jun and John leaks to the media, it will completely derail their active pursuit. He calls out to his sister, announcing that he has successfully located the students. Yu Ayan floats down from the sky, her boots landing silently on the dirt path. Ji-won reports that the targets escaped using a degraded copy of an ancient teleportation relic. Ayan grinds her teeth, instantly recognizing Jin's work. She really hates magic engineers. She walks past him, her cape fluttering in the wind. and stops right in front of Ara. The two sisters stare at each other for a long moment, the silence between them heavy with years of unspoken words. Ara rushes forward and throws her arms around her sister's neck. Aeon hugs her back tightly, closing her eyes as she whispers how glad she is that Ara is safe. Ara looks down, her pride completely shattered as she admits how helpless she felt against the S-rank monsters. Aeon gently pulls away, telling her to let her handle the revenge, while Ara focuses on living a normal, happy life. Ara immediately rejects the idea, her voice rising in frustration. She tells her sister that she is not going to sit on the sidelines, pointing out that she is just as stubborn as she was 4 years ago. Ayan looks at her, her expression softening. It is not stubbornness. It is a promise. And we get a brief flashback to the darkest period of Ara's life, right after their family was murdered, when her sister stopped her from making a terrible mistake. Young Ara was crying, screaming that her sister was the only family she had left in the world. Present Aeon bites her lip, the memory still fresh. That promise was the only thing that kept Ara going. She tells Ara that she will grow to be an incredible mage one day, suggesting they discuss her career path after they get out of this forest. Lee Seojun watches them from a distance, thinking about what it means to have a family. He smiles sadly, admitting to himself that he is slightly jealous of their bond. Youngjun claps a hand on his shoulder, asking what he is overthinking so hard this time. He sits down beside him, pointing out that between the park incident, the hidden stage, and this mansion, everything has worked out in the end. He tells our hero that being a genius does not mean you have to carry the entire world alone, advising him to accept help when it is offered. Seojun smiles, thanking him. Youngjun immediately ruins the moment by jumping on his back and begging him to help with his magic history homework. Seojun flatly tells him to do his own assignments. Meanwhile, Seon-woo is standing in the background, checking his blue system screen with a satisfied expression. He is glad his anonymous tip to Blade of Dawn arrived on time, preventing the timeline from completely breaking. The screen confirms that while Ara's career choices and Seo-jun's motivations have shifted, the foundation for the future is solid. And then, the massive payoff arrives. He receives a double achievement unlock for hitting and indirectly defeating an S-rank demon, pocketing a massive 10,000 system points in a single day. The system notes a 1.2 efficiency increase due to the massive story shift. Seon-woo watches Seojun, realizing this is the first time the protagonist has been directly impacted like this. He looks thoughtful, watching Ara stand tall beside her sister. The sun begins to rise over the smoking ruins of the Gangwon estate. Seon-woo walks forward, his green eyes serious. He knows he needs to start preparing for the massive butterfly effects this rescue will trigger. We cut to the Blade of Dawn headquarters in Seoul, where Jae-won is presenting a report. The TV screen shows a heavily censored news broadcast about a simple forest fire in Gangwon, completely covering up the S-rank clash. Ayan notes that the association chairman pulled some major strings to keep Lee Seo-jun's connection to John from becoming public gossip. Jae-won reports that they recovered absolutely nothing from the ruins of the mansion, suggesting Yeon kept their actual valuables stored elsewhere. Ayan agrees, pointing out that Yeon's primary goal was likely just to test Lee Seo-jun's potential. She slams her hand on the desk, ordering an immediate pursuit of the remnants. Jae-won asks if she is going to visit Ara before she leaves, noting that she clearly misses her sister. Ayan scoffs, claiming she does not want to waste a busy student's time. She looks at the red ribbon in her hand, her expression turning sharp. She knows she needs to keep a very close eye on Lee Seo-jun and everyone around him from now on. Her eyes flash with a crimson flame as she promises to burn John to ash before they can ever put Ara in danger again. Meanwhile, back in the ruined basement of the mansion, the dust is still settling over the massive trench. A pair of pristine leather dress shoes walks through the debris. It is Jin, having sneaked back into the ruins. He mutters about how thoroughly the Blade of Dawn swept the place, complaining that even Bert's drawings were ruined. He stands in front of a cracked, hidden mirror that glows with a faint blue light. He steps through the portal, smugly noting that the guild failed to find their actual vault hidden behind the art pieces. He adjusts his glasses, boasting about his superior security design, adjusts his vest, and walks into the vault, only to find empty pedestals, shattered glass, and a completely looted room. His face completely freezes, his eye twitching in absolute disbelief. "Which bastard did this?" he screams into the empty void. And back in his comfortable dorm room, our guy Seon-woo is lying on his bed, looking like he just won the lottery. He sits at his desk, admiring his new haul under the moonlight. He pulls out his favorite item from the heist, the B-rank relic Inheritance of the Formless Spirit, which allows him to store and permanently acquire different magical attributes. He slips the glowing ring onto his finger, a smug grin spreading across his face as he prepares to break the game's progression system wide open. Our guy is back in his dorm, staring at his prize. This ring is his absolute golden ticket, because light and non-attribute elements are things you can't just train your way into. He closes his eyes and focuses his mana, and the room explodes in a brilliant sphere of golden energy. He bought a relic that literally acts as an elemental cheat code. But there is a bigger realization hitting him. During the Gangwon fight, when he focused his mana to the absolute limit to take that sniper shot, he momentarily breached the ceiling. His mana touched A rank, which is why the demon noticed him. It completely bypassed his C rank concealment, and the system immediately rewards him 5,000 points for unlocking silver mana manifestation. But mastering this power is a completely different story. He takes a deep breath and immediately falls to the floor because he is flat out exhausted. His mana capacity is still a pathetic 21, and even his Mother Nature buff can't compress it fast enough. Worse, he is down to his last few elixirs. If another S-rank monster shows up tomorrow, he can't protect anyone. He collapses onto his bed like a sack of potatoes, staring at the ceiling. If he doesn't find a way to get stronger, carrying the protagonist is going to become impossible. The next morning, he is walking to class looking like he hasn't slept in 3 business days. He reviews his inventory, a beast summoning scroll and a legendary medical book he stole from the vault. He already knows Han Seeyeon is going to lose her mind when he hands her this book. But first, he needs to test his newest system purchase. Character Insight. 30,000 points well spent. He spots the girls waving at him from the courtyard. Time to see if this cheat code actually works. He scans them. Yoon Ha-young is a C+ with joyful mana. Yo Ara is a solid B rank with calm mana. It works perfectly, giving him the exact data he needs to manipulate the plot. The girls ask if he is feeling sick because he looks like a walking corpse. But there is no time for a nap. Manifestation class is starting. Teacher Lee Hee-young announces today's lesson, Shape Transformation. She demonstrates by casually turning a simple mana ball into crackling golden lightning. The class is absolutely losing their minds because she makes it look so easy. She tells them to start practicing, warning them to use their imagination. Naturally, the average students are immediately struggling to turn a spark into anything useful. But Ara steps up. She focuses her fire mana, and her palm ignites into a perfect, roaring flame. The crowd goes wild, praising her genius. She acts completely unimpressed, but her proud expression says everything. And then, Ha-young does it on her first try too, showing she has been grinding since the midterms. Sean-woo watches them, analyzing the mechanics. Shape transformation is the key to fluid close combat. Meanwhile, he is standing in the corner holding a pathetic little blue water balloon, farming reaction points from his classmates. Ara walks over, looking at him with absolute disappointment. She asks why a guy who can perform advanced compression manifestation is struggling with a basic shape change. He explains that compression is just hard work and muscle memory. Shape transformation is pure innate talent and raw imagination. Basically, he just told her that she is a naturally gifted genius while he has to sweat for every drop. She looks at him, completely silent. Ha-young interrupts, asking if they can train together this weekend, and Ara's respect for his work ethic hits a new high. He tells Ara she should actually stop focusing on shape transformation and focus on raw emission. She is confused, but he points out she is already complete in her form. He asks if she has ever felt like her actual firepower was lacking. It hits her like a truck. She remembers watching her sister fight. She has been obsessed with her lack of destructive power. She admits he has a point, while Ha-young beams like a proud parent because her teacher is always right. Seon-woo is satisfied. Giving her the right advice will speed up her growth. But then Ara turns the question on him, asking if he has ever hit a wall. His face freezes. He walks away, internally sighing. He knows his wall all too well, his pathetic base mana capacity of 21. He has been hiding it with elixirs and his Mother Nature passive, but that is just a temporary band-aid. Stronger enemies are coming, and he won't have minutes to compress his spells during an active boss fight. He decides to consult a professional. He visits teacher Lee Hee-young in her office. He asks if there is a trick to speeding up his compression manifestation. She looks at him, surprised that the school's resident helpful guy is struggling with his own magic. She closes her book and tells him flatly that there is no shortcut. Magic is always talent, time, and hard work. But then she smiles, hinting that speed isn't the only way to grow. That night, under the full moon, Seon-woo stands alone in the training yard. He doesn't have time for traditional training. The villains targeting Lee Seo-jun aren't going to wait for him to graduate, so he takes a different approach based on her advice. Manifestation detail. The concept that raw destruction is about refinement, not just size. If his limit is a basic sphere, then he just needs to make that sphere as sharp and dense as a diamond. If he can't achieve massive variety, he will achieve absolute perfection in a single, simple shape. He focuses his mana, compressing the blue sphere in his hand. He keeps the compression time identical, but forces the clarity of the sphere to its absolute physical limit. It begins to hum with a blinding blue-white light. He fires, and a beam of pure energy tears across the courtyard, completely vaporizing the reinforced stone target dummy in a single blast. He gasps for air as the system alerts him he just unlocked magical enlightenment, rewarding him 3,000 points and boosting his mana control. He looks at his hand, smiling. Xian Wu is meeting Han Seon, reflecting on how his temporary A-rank state needs to become permanent, and for that, he needs a massive supply of high-grade elixirs. Seon slides a heavy leather suitcase across the table, revealing exactly 100 bottles of custom-crafted elixirs. She looks at him, amazed that anyone could consume this much concentrated power. He praises her genius, while she admits she wouldn't have gone this far for anyone else, but his previous information helped her bust her brother's illegal Majin operations, making this a token of her gratitude. She leans forward, asking one more time if he will join her faction. He politely declines, raising his glass. She sighs, warning him that if he waits too long for her to take over the company, it will be too late. He asks if she is planning something new. She smiles, offering him a sneak peek. She explains they discovered a massive provincial dungeon and are planning to build an ultra-luxury hotel right inside it. A dungeon hotel. Seon is glowing, predicting 30 years of guaranteed long-term profit. She admits she has been losing sleep trying to make sure her brother Seijin doesn't steal the project. Suddenly, Xianwu slams the table, shouting at her to stop the project immediately. She is completely startled. He looks her in the eye, telling her flatly that the dungeon hotel is guaranteed to fail, because he remembers the news from before his regression. 3 months after Hanseong pours their capital into it, a much larger dungeon will appear in Seoul, turning her entire investment into a useless white elephant and destroying her standing in the company. He realizes she was the one who pushed for it in the original timeline, which is how her brother Seijin ruined her. She demands grounds for his prediction. He can't tell her he is a regressor, so he stammers about sudden dungeon spawns, but she insists business requires concrete data, so he plays his absolute best card. Have I ever been wrong before? She is shaken, but he decides to seal the deal with his secret weapon. He pulls a massive, ancient leather book from his pocket. Seon's jaw drops. It is the Sun and Moon Pharmacopoeia, a legendary medical tome lost 50 years ago. With this, she can improve the quality of every single product in her company. She is completely overwhelmed, realizing the secret recipes of the world's greatest family were in John's hands the entire time. He waves the book in front of her, asking if she is ready to change her mind. Her pride as a pharmacist is screaming. She is trapped in an absolute dilemma. She looks incredibly frustrated and throws back her drink in pure annoyance. She chugs it down, complaining about how much money she has already poured into the dungeon project. He watches her, thinking she is actually pretty cute when she is drunk. She mutters that he is playing dirty, insisting he take responsibility if her project flops. He smiles, agreeing to the deal. Seon's compliance removes a massive variable from the future. She admits she trusts him, but notes it would be a waste to just scrap the project entirely. So she decides to sell the doomed venture off to her rival brother Han Seijin. Xian Wu's grin widens. This is an absolute masterpiece of corporate sabotage. He leaves the restaurant under the night sky. Walking back to the academy, he realizes this deal will completely ruin Seijin, the Majin collaborator, and keep their faction in check. At school, he uses character insight to keep a constant watch on Zhang Ye. He uses his public crush as an excuse to spy on her without raising suspicion. The system alerts him she is highly displeased with him, rewarding him 500 points for his trolling. He looks up, wondering how far he can safely push his interventions in the original plot. He takes a deep breath, complaining about his lack of sleep. Suddenly, a dark figure creeps up behind him with glowing red eyes, sending a jolt of terror through his spine. It is Choi Seo-yoon, giggling and teasing him about thinking of Zhang Ye again. He sighs, asking what she is doing out so late. He remembers that around this time of year, her family is constantly harassing her. With the high society event approaching, her father forcefully drags her around to build his political network. She complains that she wanted to go on the field trip with the upperclassmen instead. He realizes she came straight back to school without even washing her party makeup off. Whenever she is treated like a family accessory, she always thinks of Xian Wu, someone who sets his own goals and achieves them. She wants to be strong like him one day, But then her nose twitches, and she points out that he smells like 2,000,001 Macallan whiskey. He panics, begging her to keep it a secret. She agrees, but on one condition. She wants to drop the formal titles and just call him Senior. He agrees, sighing, while she beams about sharing another secret with her senior. She waves goodbye, telling him to get some sleep. She walks away, thinking he has a surprisingly unexpected side to him. He lets out a massive sigh of relief. He decides to get back to his training. There is no point worrying about the demon spy yet. He just needs to focus on his own power. But if Zhang Ye shows any suspicious behavior, he is fully prepared to execute her himself. Meanwhile, in a dark, shadowed chamber, Zhang Ye is kneeling, trembling with fear. A massive S-rank shadowy figure with glowing red slit eyes hovers over her, demanding the identity of Xiangjin's killers. The king of Majin stares down, asking if she is absolutely certain it was John. The war of the top tiers is officially beginning. We open in the dark, heavy air of the Demon Council chamber. Zhang Ye steps forward, her boots echoing against the stone floor. Xianhe looks up, surprised to see her walking in. An elder demon immediately growls, calling her a defeated soldier and demanding to know how she dares to show her face here. But the massive, shadowed figure on the throne commands her to speak. Zhang Ye walks past the grumbling elders, her face a mask of absolute coldness. She tells the king of Majin that she has a rational plan for revenge. She points out that killing Li Seojun is the mission Xiangjin failed to complete and the ultimate goal of their entire race. Now that the S-rank terrorists of John are also targeting the boy, destroying him first will humiliate their rivals and prove the Majin's superiority. She declares that as a student, she is in the perfect position to get close and execute him. Xianhe hesitates, pointing out that she is only a B-rank rookie and far too weak for an assignment of this scale. The king of Majin raises his giant shadowed hand, his voice humming with dark power. He tells them that a simple lack of power is a problem that can easily be solved. He throws a glowing red sphere, injecting a volatile bloodstone directly into her chest. The cursed crimson energy surges through her veins like liquid fire. Normally, a demon should absorb this power slowly over several months, but the king expects her to survive the absolute agony of absorbing it all at once. Zhang Ye falls to her knees, coughing up dark blood as her body screams from the strain. She stares at the floor, her mind flashing back to the scene of her father's death. She remembers the faces of the mages standing over his ashes, especially our guy Xianwu. She screeches in raw pain, swearing that once she kills Li Seojun, she will hunt down every single person who took her father from her. Xianhe watches her in absolute silence. She slowly rises to her feet, the dark energy swirling around her limbs. The king of Majin watches her go, his glowing red eyes cold. Her skin is pale, her veins bulging with a dark, corrupt power. She looks down, her eyes glowing red, as she tells her grandfather she is leaving. Meanwhile, we cut to the towering glass skyscraper of the Korea Mage Association. Lee Seo-jun walks into a pristine, high-end office. His grandfather, Chairman Kim Jin-cheol, is standing by the massive window. He looks at his grandson, noting that he looks remarkably healthy after surviving such a bizarre siege. Seo-jun walks forward, mentioning that team leader Kim Deo-kyeon should have already submitted a detailed report of the Gangwon incident. The old man smiles, noting that words have a way of distorting the truth. He raises his hand, placing his palm directly on Seo-jun's forehead. A swirl of white-blue mana wraps around them both. This is his S-rank trait, Mana Scan. With a single touch, he can perceive the exact structure of any magic his grandson witnessed, tracing the mana back to read his exact memories and emotions. He sees the image of Xianwu standing on the balcony and Charlotte's golden lightning crackling in the courtyard. The old man's eyes narrow as the scan completes. Seo-jun stumbles back, gasping as the pressure releases. He complains that he hates when his grandfather reads his mind without asking. Jin-cheol looks at him, his expression serious. This is the man who stands at the absolute pinnacle of all three magic fields, and his insights are never wrong. He gently pats the boy's head, asking if he was lonely after hearing Charlotte talk about the concept of family. Seo-jun smiles, telling him he has never felt lonely in his entire life. He lists his grandfather, the task force agents, and his new school friends as his pillars. The old man chuckles, pleased with his response. But then he asks if Seo-jun is still the strongest among those school friends. He mentions he saw a highly interesting fellow in his memories, Kim Xianwu. Seo-jun admits Xianwu does some weird, inexplicable things, but he is incredibly reliable in a crisis. He is the type of guy who always delivers the best results. He notes Xianwu's grades have been skyrocketing, admitting he hopes to duel him one day. Jin Qiao looks thoughtful. He warns his grandson that it might not be long before that boy actually grows to his level. Xiao Jun is shocked, but his grandfather laughs, explaining that people only see a flower when it blooms. They completely ignore the long winter the seed spent taking root in the cold dirt, and that silent effort is what truly matters. He notes Xianwu has the eyes of a man who holds many deep secrets. He must have put in a grueling amount of effort where others couldn't see. He points to a framed photograph on his desk of his old comrades. He tells Seojun to keep a close watch on him, predicting Seonwoo will fill the gaps in his own strength. Seojun turns to leave, but stops. He asks if his grandfather has ever heard of the legendary power of ruin. We cut back to the quiet morning lecture hall at the academy. Seojun is sitting at his desk, staring down at his notebook with a sigh. His grandfather's explanation of the 300-year-old legend of a human with a natural demon-slaying attribute echoes in his mind. A unique attribute entirely separate from standard light magic. He remembers the blue-white orb that saved him from Seongjin's sword, wondering if that was the legendary power. No. His grandfather confirmed it was just a highly refined, normal A-rank null attribute spell. So he is left with a massive mystery, completely unaware that the caster is sitting just a few rows behind him. Xianwu is leaning on his desk, his expression neutral. Seojun is still deep in thought, completely obsessed with finding his savior. Xianwu looks over at him, casually scanning him with character insight. As expected, his gold-eyes buddy is a solid A- and perfectly calm. He thinks to himself that Seojun is as normal as ever today. Suddenly, the instructor claps his hands, demanding everyone's attention. He announces the details for the second midterm exam. The students will be sent to a deserted island owned by the academy to hunt monsters and harvest their magic stones. Scores are based on quality and quantity. Alliances are allowed, but PvP is strictly banned. And to ensure their safety, the academy has deployed high-tech surveillance drones across the entire island. The students immediately whisper about the high safety measures, realizing the school is terrified of another shadow invasion. But Xianwu's mind is on a different target. He knows the demon spy Zhang Ye will definitely be participating. Suddenly, his phone buzzes in his hand. It is a direct message from Park Min-ye, asking if he has a moment to talk. He meets her out on the grand stone balcony of the academy. She approaches him with a sweet, angelic smile, claiming she was worried because he hasn't been coming to the training room lately. He plays along, scratching his head and acting like a flustered teenager with a massive crush. He remembers her previous B-rank status, telling himself there is no need to be nervous. But then, he hits her with character insight, and his entire world stops. Her mana rank is a solid A. His eyes go wide, his spine turning to absolute ice. Here is the progression math. B rank in your teens is already considered a high-tier prodigy, but A rank is the realm of elite government agents, the core forces of massive guilds, and veteran mercenaries. And S ranks are treated like historical, world-altering events. Bypassing that gap takes a lifetime of grueling training. Even Lee Seojun is considered an anomaly for starting at A rank. So how on earth did a rookie demon jump from B to A in less than a week? She leans in close, her eyes narrowing as she asks why his face has gone pale. She asks if talking to her makes him uncomfortable. He stammers out a pathetic excuse, claiming her beauty is making his heart beat too fast, suggesting they sit down on the bench. Internally, he is calculating his options. Should he drop his cover and fight her right here? No, his system ring only lets him use A-rank mana temporarily. In a head-on battle, a fully boosted A-rank demon spy would easily chew him up and spit him out. She sits beside him, sweet-talking him into forming an alliance for the island exam. She claims she wants to give him, Seojun, and Youngjun a good experience. But Seonwoo sees right through the lies. He knows she plans to use him to get close to the hero, eliminate her father's killers, and murder him on the island. She looks at him, expecting him to agree like a good little simp. But Seonwoo looks her dead in the eye and flatly refuses. He tells her that on an island exam, sharing rewards with an ally is a waste of time, and he prefers to hunt alone. She is completely stunned, then smirks, mockingly asking if he is backing off because he knows he is no match for Lee Seojun. She mentions his pathetic performance in the hidden stage, where he slept through the entire boss fight. Seonwoo just smiles, agreeing with her assessment and happily accepting his role as a useless clown. He waves goodbye, claiming he needs to go study for the written exam. She watches him walk away, her expression turning to pure, icy contempt. Useless clown. We cut to the silent lecture hall during the written midterm exam. While the other students are struggling over their papers, Seonwoo is staring at his desk. He realizes her sudden power-up means the 10 demonic association is actively intervening. They have given her a cheat code, and before she can grow into an S-rank threat, he must execute her during this island exam. The problem is how. He needs a perfect, untraceable plan. He grips his pen, his face, a mask of intense concentration. Suddenly, he stands up from his desk. He walks down the stairs toward the podium, the entire class watching him. He slams his paper onto the teacher's desk. The instructor looks at his watch, shocked. It has only been 10 minutes since the exam started. He asks if Xian Wu is giving up, without even reading the questions. Our guy just smiles, his green eyes flashing as he announces he is done because he solved every single question. Pure background character flex. We cut to the quiet, dark streets of Seoul at night. A man lies in a pool of fresh, dark blood in an alleyway. A pair of school loafers steps into the crimson puddle. It is Jang Ye, a swirling sphere of dark bloodstone energy hovering around her palms. The victim's eyes are blank and lifeless. She licks the blood off her fingers, absolutely drunk on her new A-rank strength. Chian-hei steps out of the shadows, warning her not to get reckless. He hands her a glowing blue artifact, explaining it can disable every electronic device and drone within a 30-meter radius. He mentions it was provided by a human supporter who has been working with the Demon Council for years. Talk about a massive plot twist. She takes it, boasting that she doesn't need preparation because her king's power makes her equal to Lee Seojun. Xianhei places his hand on her shoulder, reminding her that strategy always comes before raw power. He praises her calm, innocent student image, telling her to observe her surroundings. He gives her a final piece of advice. The person who is lying to you is the child of prophecy. She smiles, telling him not to worry. Meanwhile, back in his dorm room, Xian Wu lays out his gear on the bed. His boots, his scrolls, and his daggers. He checks his system screen, his remaining balance sitting at exactly 3,000 points. Zhang Ye. And across the city, Zhang Ye walks through the night, her eyes glowing red with demonic intent. Lee Seojun. The split screen focuses on their eyes. One is hunting the hero, the other is hunting the hunter. The island is about to turn into a complete bloodbath, and you do not want to miss the next batch. Welcome back, everyone. We are officially on the deserted island beach, and the second midterm exam is about to go live. The portals are humming, the teachers are checking off the roster, and the vibe is less high school field trip and more battle royale. The rules are simple. You head to your designated zones, hunt monsters until tomorrow morning, and try not to get eaten. Oh, and there are surveillance drones everywhere to make sure no one is cheating, which is a major problem for our guy. Meanwhile, Lee Seojun is standing on the sand, remembering his S-rank grandfather's advice about always looking for something to learn. He spots Xian Wu and asks him if he has a team yet. Our guy says no, completely disinterested. So Seojun, who is officially the highest-ranking genius in the class, asks the school's biggest clown to partner up. And Xian Wu just flat-out rejects him. He tells him he has his own plans, and then he drops a very specific piece of advice. Make sure you move alone. Seojun is taken aback, but his genius brain immediately rationalizes it. He figures Xian Wu is talking about maximizing points and avoiding split rewards. While the other students are happily pairing up to survive, Seojun looks at Xian Wu and thinks this guy is playing some advanced, galaxy brain solo strategy. Right on cue, Zhang Ye sends Seojun a text asking to team up, and Seojun rejects her instantly. She looks at her screen and is already losing her mind. But there's no more time for typing. The proctor raises his fist, and the monster hunt is officially declared open. Drones take to the sky, and our target characters scatter into the forest. And just like that, the exam starts. Immediately, the forest turns into a war zone. Students are getting jumped by dark wolves left and right. Ara is doing what she does best, which is setting everything in a 50-yard radius on fire. Everyone is frantically harvesting mana stones, trying to secure their spot on the leaderboard. Classmates are calling out monster coordinates, rushing to steal kills from each other. But our guy, the rank 72 failure, is standing off to the side, completely unbothered by the score. He knows high-rank scores don't mean a thing in this trial, because his actual top priority is executing a clean assassination on an A-rank demon spy. To do that, he needs to find Zhang Ye in this massive forest, and more importantly, he needs to deal with the constant annoying buzz of these surveillance drones. These high-tech metallic eyes are streaming everything straight back to the control room, meaning he can't even draw his mana without getting exposed. In the control room, the teachers are actually watching Xian Wu's feed. They're commenting on how he's steadily taking down beasts, but then they notice his gear. He brought trekking poles and a compass to a survival exam. The teachers think it's adorable. They think he's just playing a little camping simulator. But this isn't a normal compass. It's a 10,000-point demon detection compass he bought from his cheat shop. The needle spins and locks due west. Jiang Ye is in the forest. Deep in the trees, Jiang Ye is absolute tearing through monsters with dark crimson claws. She wants to find Seo Jun as fast as possible, but she's being cautious. Even with her new A-rank boost, she knows she can't underestimate the protagonist. Her plan is to watch him from the shadows, figure out his habits, and then strike when his guard is down. She slices another beast in half, muttering about how she doesn't have time for this trash. Then, she licks the monster blood off her claws and starts complaining that if Xian Wu had just accepted her invite, she would have a perfect human shield by now. Suddenly, the bushes rustle. She drops her claws and instantly switches back to her innocent senior persona. And out steps Choi Seo-yoon, looking like she just wandered into the wrong movie. Jiang Ye is smiling on the outside, but internally, she is screaming. She thinks Seo-yoon is just an annoying, loud brat. Seo-yoon starts babbling about how much she respects her, while Jiang Ye is literally wishing she had died in the last dungeon. But then, Jiang Ye's dark little brain starts plotting. She realizes this girl might actually be more useful than Xian Wu. She asks Seo-yoon about the hidden frozen stage. Since Seo-yoon was in there with Seo Jun, she wants to know his combat patterns. She gets right in her face, asking what Seo Jun was like up close. Seo-yoon's eyes go wide, and she immediately flashes back to the gossip she learned from Young Jun. She remembers Young Jun crying and telling her to keep it a secret, explaining some wild rumor about S-rank demons, John, and the Blade of Dawn. But Seo-yoon's brain didn't focus on the world-ending danger. Oh no, her absolute brain rot parsed it as a dramatic, toxic shoujo manga love triangle between Xian Wu, Seo Jun, and Park Min-ye. Jiang Ye is standing there sweat dropping, wondering what is wrong with this girl's face. Seo-yoon blushes and asks her what she's actually curious about. Jiang Ye asks again about Seo Jun's fighting habits, and Seo-yoon is completely in her own romance fantasy world. But then Seo-yoon decides to turn the tables. She asks Jiang Ye what her actual feelings are about Xian Wu. Jiang Ye's face goes completely dead. She flatly tells her that Xian Wu is a useless extra, with no skill, no help, and a pathetic clown who only craves recognition and causes trouble. She says she hates people like him. She finishes her rant and demands to hear about Seo Jun, but Seo-yoon's head is down, her hair casting a dark shadow. Seo-yoon whispers that the senior has absolutely zero judgment when it comes to people. She flashes back to Xian Wu's intense, serious moments, how he secretly helps everyone from the shadows when no one is looking, and how he stays up all night doing things nobody expects. Her eyes glow with a terrifying pink-red light as she tells her never to call him a clown. Then, she suddenly realizes what she just did, turns red and starts stuttering, wondering why she's defending him this hard. And then, she lets the massive secret slip. She blurts out that Xian Wu was the one who actually fought fiercely in the hidden stage, not her. She covers her mouth, realizing she promised Xian Wu to keep it a secret, and begs her not to tell anyone. She quickly runs away, leaving Jiang Ye standing completely frozen in the clearing. The footsteps fade, and Jiang Ye's brain finally processes the information. She starts sprinting through the trees in an absolute panic. She realizes she has been played since day one. She remembers Xian Wu's bumbling, pathetic act at school and connects the dots. The one who cleared the hidden stage with Seo Jun wasn't the silver-haired girl. It was the clown. She remembers her handler's warning. If someone is lying about their power, that person is the child of prophecy. She skids to a halt, her heart hammering against her ribs. She was running away to shake off a non-existent threat, while the real threat was hiding in plain sight, breaking S-class barriers and acting like an idiot. She pulls out her communication pad, screaming that they were all deceived. On the other end, Xian-hei jumps up from his sofa in complete disbelief, yelling at her to explain what she means. He's demanding coordinates, asking what happened. Jiang Ye screams that the real child of prophecy is, and right then, her device starts sparking with blue electricity. Xian-hei is left staring at a dead screen, muttering about signal interference. Jiang Ye is looking at her dead device, and then she hears a massive hum from above. She looks up and sees the sky lighting up with a massive blue hexagonal grid. The surveillance drones are short-circuiting and exploding in midair. She turns around, her voice shaking as she whispers his name. And there he is. Xian Wu is standing on the edge of a massive cliff, looking down at her like a god of death, a swirling core of pure blue mana hovering in his palm. His eyes are glowing green, his posture is cold, and he unleashes the spell. The sky splits. From his position on the cliff, Xian Wu doesn't hesitate for a single second. He thrusts his hand forward, and a massive beam of light-infused mana tears through the forest, vaporizing the tree line in a massive explosion. Zhang Ye is thrown through the dirt, screaming as her skin burns. Around her, the wreckage of the surveillance drones is still crackling with fire. She struggles to her knees, realizing he used a high-tier electromagnetic wave to fry the electronics. Just like her own core, another barrage of light beams rains down, and she scrambles into a run, swearing. She unleashes her dark red mana, screaming his name, asking if a mere human actually thinks they can hunt a demon. Up on the cliff, our guy is completely calm. He checks his system screen. The communication jamming kit is active, costs 20,000 points, and has disabled everything within a kilometer. He looks at his hand, feeling the power of the inheritance relic. The light attribute is working perfectly. A massive blue dome has sealed the entire area. He has already confirmed there are no other students nearby, and the school will take at least 30 minutes to realize the feeds are dead. Inside the control room, the monitors are showing pure static, and the teachers are clutching their heads in a complete panic. But Xian Wu doesn't care. He pulls out a high-grade concealment potion and an amplified mana elixir, chugging them down. He steps off the edge of the cliff, using airwalk to glide down like a ghost, two massive spheres of light spinning in his hands. His passive mana recovery is running at 1,000%. He dives straight into the tree line, and he unleashes a literal torrent of blue lasers. Zhang Ye is getting absolutely hammered, the impacts tearing through her dark barriers. She jumps through the smoke, her fingers extending into massive red claws as she swings at his head. But Xian Wu pops a high-tier shield scroll, a massive geometric array blocking her claws instantly. He looks at her through the glowing barrier, his expression completely blank. Almost bored, the shield detonates outward, and Zhang Ye is blown back, coughing up blood. Xian Wu lands smoothly, the wind whistling around his boots. He stands in the smoking crater, the blue cores hovering in his palms as he watches her struggle to stand. He knows that in a fight between A ranks, the one who lands the first clean strike wins. He can't let his guard down. He charges his mana to the limit, preparing to finish her off right here. He fires another massive barrage, the beams chewing up the dirt as they chase her. But Zhang Ye's eyes glow dark purple. She screams in fury, her dark mana exploding outward. The forest is completely leveled by the shockwave. Xian Wu stands behind his spell shield, dust swirling around his uniform. He lowers his arm, noting that an A-rank demon boosted by a bloodstone isn't going to die that easily. From the smoke, a massive, clawed red foot stomps down. Zhang Ye has fully transformed. Her skin is obsidian, her hair is a burning red mane, and her body is coated in jagged demonic armor. Massive shadow wings expand from her back, blotting out the light. She laughs madly, calling him out for playing the clown. Xian Wu analyzes her state. It's a partial berserk. She has the physical boost, but kept her sanity. Our guy just sighs, a massive black and blue sphere forming in his hand. He tells her she clearly hasn't had enough. He fires a colossal beam of light, the energy carving a massive trench through the forest. The light beam collides with her shadow barrier, the impact sending shockwaves across the entire sealed dome. Zhang Ye is forced back, her wings smoking as she struggles to hold the line. She is internally panicking, realizing his mana pool feels like an endless, bottomless ocean. She looks at his posture and gets a chill. She remembers the mysterious Jin Wu who fought her father, realizing this kid has the exact same repulsive, clinical fighting style. She lands on a branch, her breathing ragged. She's getting impatient, but she's also calculating. She remembers that during the Han River fight, the adult Jin Wu suddenly stopped his attack and hesitated. She leaps back into the shadows, realizing the truth. It's a time limit. She is running low on blood to maintain her berserk form, so she decides to slip away and hunt the other students to refuel. Xian Wu fires another beam, but she vanishes. She uses Shadow Shift, a high-tier movement technique, to dodge the light. Xian Wu lowers his hand, noting that she has mastered a skill only a handful of A-rank demons can use. He checks his compass. The needle is spinning rapidly, indicating she is shifting positions and moving away. His first instinct is that it's a trick. The Zhang Ye from the novel never lets go of a target once she locks on. But then he stops. He remembers that almost every major event in this timeline has already diverged from the original book. In the original story, there was no reason for her to target Seo-jun on this island. If the plot has changed, then her behavior has changed too. If she really is heading out to slaughter the other students to refuel her mana, they are all dead. A system warning pops up. He has exactly 2 minutes left before his elixir wears off and leaves him in a state of absolute mana exhaustion. If he doesn't kill her in 2 minutes, he is dead. And deep in the dark trees, red eyes and shadow claws are circling him. But Xian Wu just closes his eyes. He tells himself he isn't a natural-born genius like the protagonist. He survived by working harder, using every dirty trick in the book, and calculating every single variable. He pushes his hair back. He doesn't trust the original plot, and he doesn't trust split-second instincts. He trusts his own experience. Zhang Ye is preparing to lunge from his blind spot, and Xian Wu reaches into his pocket and pulls out his glasses. He says if he can't predict her movement, he'll just have to draw some aggro and force her into a situation he can predict. He puts them on, his face morphing into the cold, mocking grin of Jin Wu. Zhang Ye's blood boils. She loses her mind and lunges. She screams that it was him all along, but Xian Wu's compass flashes with a murderous intent detection warning. He smiles and tells her to come at him. She yells that he is the child of prophecy and her father's killer, her giant claws descending to tear him apart. She swings with everything she has, her face twisted in pure, demonic rage. But Xian Wu has already positioned his hand. A massive, highly compressed blue sun is spinning in his palm. Zhang Ye screams his fake name, realizing too late that she fell for the bait. Xian Wu looks her dead in the eye and tells her he's going to send her to join her father. The blue core ignites, and a massive, blinding pillar of light-infused mana erupts from his hand, completely swallowing Zhang Ye's entire body and shooting straight into the sky, obliterating her into absolute nothingness. Before we watch our guy turn this demon spy into absolute single-use charcoal, let's look at how we actually got here. This is Zhang Han, a B-rank demon who masqueraded as a prestigious opera conductor. And this is his daughter, Park Min-ye, or as we know her, Zhang Ye. Yes, turns out the psychotic demon spy actually had a father, and back then she was just a sweet high schooler cheering for his performance. A wholesome, loving demon family. Talk about an absolute paradox. He tells her not to call him dad outside, but she just laughs and hugs him. Uncles Qianhe and Baek Gang then drop by to check on their progress. They banter like normal relatives, teasing her about her infiltration mission. Her father worries about sending her to the academy so young, but Qianhe reassures him she is doing great, predicting she'll grow into a key asset for the 10 demonic assembly. They talk about blending in, surviving in human society. But then the conversation shifts to something much darker. Zhang Han hasn't been eating. Humans are swarming the Han River Festival area. He decides to endure the hunger, which we already know went horribly wrong and led to his rampage. They leave him to his territory, telling him to stay safe. He stays behind, fighting the dark hunger. Zhang Ye hugs him goodbye, promising that once she climbs the ranks of the demonic assembly, she'll buy him a life of luxury. He smiles. He actually loved his daughter. But this is reality. Her father went feral, and he was put down by Jin Wu, who is actually Xian Wu in disguise. And now, she is getting blasted by the exact same light magic. The attack hits, completely shattering her dark armor. She collapses into the dirt, coughing up black blood. Our guy steps up, a cold blue mana core already spinning in his palm. She realizes he is Jin Wu, her father's killer. The realization hurts worse than the burns. She screams, demanding to know why he had to take everything from them. Xian Wu looks down and asks why she didn't ask her own victims that. Chills, unfathomably based. She screams his name as the blue light completely swallows her. And just like that, the system confirms the kill. Subjugation successful. Huge causality bump, light mastery up, and a shiny new artifact dropped. The screen clears. Back to the quiet forest. Our guy walks away, completely exhausted. He remembers her tears. The original novel never mentioned demons crying. It's a weird detail. But he forces himself to stay cold. They killed innocent families. This is just the natural consequence of their choices. His only goal is to save Li Xiaojun and go back home. No room for sympathy, especially not for villains. He tries to step forward, but his legs completely give out. He barely catches himself on a tree branch. The mana exhaustion debuff is kicking his ass. He has zero defense right now. Taking down Zhang Ye was the easy part. Survival is the hard part. The jammer is still running, but he has to move away from the crime scene. He needs an alibi, and fast. Suddenly, a low growl echoes behind him. Of course, a wild monster spawns at the absolute worst possible time. He pulls out his paralyzing B-rank dagger, knowing he is in no shape for a physical fight. He prepares to fight dirty, but a massive blade of ice descends and cuts the beast in half. The magic shatters, leaving him staring at the wreckage. A voice calls his name, Choi Seo-yoon, the silver-haired wind genius herself. She casually loots the small mana stone, completely unbothered. She asks him how many stones he got. He plays the bumbling idiot, saying he has none. She acts smug, saying she can't just hand over her kill, but her eyes are scanning him, full of suspicion. She is still trying to figure out what happened to Park Min-ye. Xian Wu decides it's better to keep her in the dark so she doesn't get hurt. but he needs a bodyguard to survive the next 20 minutes. Time to use some financial leverage. He gets close, calling her name, and asks if she can stay by his side for 20 minutes. Romantic framing for a purely tactical contract. She immediately blushes, her brain completely short-circuiting. She says she is busy, but he keeps the bumbling act going, saying he just wants to chat. She thinks about her family's high expectations. She needs to beat her rival and maintain first place. Our guy asks if that's all she needs, and then he pulls out a massive high-grade mana stone, pay-to-win mechanics in real life. She is completely stunned. That single stone is worth 3 hours of hard hunting. She says trading is fine, suggests keeping him company later, but he says it has to be right now. Stay by my side, Choi Seo-yoon. She blushes, agreeing to make a special exception. But she wants the payment up front. The sky turns dark. Back at the campfire, the deal is officially signed. He repeats his request to stay beside him. She makes a cute, flustered face, trying to stay professional, and demands the stones first. The fire crackles gently in the dark. She tries to put on her best business smile, asking what they should talk about, but our guy is just staring blankly into the flames. 10 minutes pass in absolute silence. She is getting seriously creeped out. Then she notices the small scratches and burns on his hands, and her shoujo manga brain rot kicks in. She assumes he fought like a madman to get those stones just to impress Minye, and that he gave them to her because he realized he got rejected. She asks him if this is about Minye. Seon-woo just sighs, completely exhausted from the actual life-or-death fight, but she takes that sigh as profound heartbreak. She thinks about her own strict family, who only care about status and grades, comparing her life to Seon-woo's seemingly desperate public corridor confession, challenging an impossible goal over and over again. She thinks that kind of raw desperation is the noblest thing in the world. She actually feels a little jealous of the girl who received those feelings. She leans her back against his, telling him to speak when he is ready, promising to stay by his side as long as she's paid. Suddenly, his watch beeps. Exactly 20 minutes. His mana debuff is gone. He thanks her, and she is completely confused because he didn't say a single word about his feelings. He says it was enough and runs away. She is left screaming in annoyance, but she looks at her massive haul and decides it's an absolute win. She smiles to herself, thinking he's the weirdest guy she's ever met. The next morning, 10 a.m. on the beach. The portal is open and all the students are gathering. Look at that massive mountain of high-grade mana stones. Lee Seo-jun carried hard, soloing the boss. Ara and Ha Young did great too. The training arc is officially paying dividends. Seo-yoon easily secures the first-year top spot. She gloats about her family motto while her rival is having a minor existential crisis. But she's still keeping an eye on Seon-woo, who looks completely checked out. Meanwhile, the teachers are whispering in a corner. One of them runs up, asking if they found Park Min-ye yet. They haven't, but another instructor is still searching the woods. Suddenly, Hee-young gets a call from the search team. The teacher's voice on the other line is completely shaken. They found her, or what is left of her. The demon corpse is an absolute mess. They call in the special duty team immediately. The portal flares to return the students. Our guy looks back one last time, completely cool. He kicks his broken fake compass into the sand, deleting the evidence. He steps into the portal. Clean getaway. But we aren't done. Let's look at the villain's side. Deep in the shadows, Xianhei is kneeling in front of his king. He reports that Lee Seo-jun is not the child of prophecy. A dark red spike instantly impales Xianhei's arm. The king's voice is freezing cold, ordering him to keep speaking. More spikes plunge into his shoulders. Xianhei begs for death, taking full responsibility. He blames himself for sending Zhang Ye to her doom. The king tells him they only tolerate his rank because he was useful. But Xiangjin is dead, the bloodstone is gone, and the jammer is ruined. He warns him that his next failure will be paid with his life. Xianhei bows, his eyes dark with rage. He grinds his fist into the stone floor, swearing to avenge her. The plot is thickening. Back in the human world, her death causes a massive media storm. The academy doubles security, promising no more demon infiltrations. And Seon-woo? Since everyone knew he was chasing her, they treat him like a tragic, heartbroken male lead. Girls are whispering and crying for him. But the reason he's actually depressed? He spent 30,000 points on a single-use kit. He is completely broke. The system shows his new artifact, which at least acts as a permanent jammer. Suddenly, Yoon Ha-young tackles him from behind. She's ecstatic because she jumped to 32nd place. Yu-ara walks up, giving a rare compliment. She asks Seon-woo for his rank. He proudly declares he hit 60th. Ara looks suspicious. She knows he's holding back. She tells him to take care of himself instead of worrying about everyone else. And then she suddenly presses her hands against his chest, inspecting him. Ha Young explains Ara is just worried he's depressed over Minye. Boom. Free sympathy points from both girls. Back in business. But Ara tells him a teacher is looking for him. Jang An Chio. He walks into the office, preparing his standard "we were just friends" excuse. But sitting there is the instructor, and standing behind him is a mysterious man in a sharp suit. Who is this guy, and why is he looking at our guy like he knows exactly what he did? So our guy is standing in the teacher's office, fully prepared to deliver a tragic performance about his supposed heartbreak. But his teacher waves him off and introduces the sleek-looking guy in the blue blazer. They slide a piece of paper across the desk. It's not about the demon spy. It's his written exam score. He got first place in magical theory. Again, he acts completely modest, shrugging his shoulders like it's just a normal Tuesday. But let's be real. Magic theory at this academy is basically an academic torture chamber. The tests are designed to make elite geniuses cry, requiring 3 hours of dense, high-level thesis writing. But for our guy, thanks to outsider's privilege, the entire exam might as well be a toddler's coloring book. The system unscrambles the formulas, generates the optimal answer, and he just writes it down. Absolute cheat codes. The teacher looks at him with this bizarre mixture of awe and confusion. He tells him that the faculty isn't even grading his papers anymore. They're literally treating his essays like fine art. The red-haired teacher is losing her mind, wondering why an academic god is slacking off in the support track. And because his papers are so legendary, word leaked to the outside world. The man in the blazer steps forward, eyes glowing with pure media ambition. He introduces himself as Eam Junki from SCS Network. They want to produce a full-blown documentary about him. Xian Wu doesn't say anything. He just turns on his character insight to read the guy. And yep, just a standard, hyper-excited television director with F-rank mana, completely harmless. The teacher tells Xian Wu he's totally free to reject the offer if it makes him uncomfortable, praising how it could actually help the school's public image after the massive disaster with the demon spy. But Xian Wu's brain is already calculating the point conversion rates. A televised documentary? That is a literal infinite point farming glitch. He shakes the director's hand instantly. He asks when they start shooting, already tasting the massive point haul. 2 weeks later, Magic Academy Library. Choi Seo-yoon is sitting at a desk, completely unable to focus on her books. She's staring at the empty chairs, thinking about how depressed and exhausted Xian Wu has looked lately. She's having this massive internal debate about whether she should go comfort him or if that would just make things weirder. Suddenly, her friend pokes her shoulder, teasing her about who she's daydreaming about. Her friend assumes it's obviously the class hero, Lee Seo-jun. Seo-yoon's face goes completely pale. She admits that, yeah, she used to chase Seo-jun around like a love-struck puppy, but she starts questioning herself. When exactly did she stop caring about him? And a massive picture of Xian Wu's tired, mysterious face pops up in her mind. She turns bright red, her heart doing a complete double take. She panics, slamming her pen down and telling her friend they need to shut up and study. But she's still screaming inside. She needs to keep her grades up to please her strict father. Suddenly, a massive commotion echoes from the library entrance. A crowd is forming. Her friend mentions a television crew is filming on campus today. Seo-yoon sighs, figuring they're just trailing Seo-jun around again. But the director points his finger, telling the cameras to roll, and calls out Xian Wu's name. Seo-yoon's head whips around so fast she probably got whiplash. And there is our guy holding a textbook, walking down the aisle with a perfectly staged, angelic smile. The light is hitting him like he's some sort of academic saint. He looks directly into the lens and says he always studies straight from the textbook, claiming the fundamentals are all you need to achieve greatness. He glides past the bookshelves, running his hand over the covers like he's a poetic intellectual. Giving the camera a subtle, charming smirk, he loudly proclaims that this library is basically his second home. And Seo-yoon is just sitting there with her jaw on the floor because she knows for a fact this clown has not shown his face in here once all semester. But the director doesn't stop. He spots her, the top first-year student from a legendary magic family. He shoves a microphone in her face, asking for her opinion on the school's hidden genius. She looks over at Xian Wu, who is standing in the background, giving her the most punchable, sweet boy smile in human history. Cut to that night. Seo-yoon is face down on her bed, clutching her pillow in absolute agony. She is kicking her blankets, screaming that she is never going back to school again. Because the documentary just aired and the entire internet is laughing at them. But back at the academy, the broadcast is a monstrous success. The ratings are through the roof. Ara is staring at the screen, arms crossed, asking Seon-woo if he's the one who leaked his own score sheets to promote the show. Seon-woo acts completely innocent, but under the desk, he's checking his phone. And yep, the notifications are absolutely explosive. Point gains are pouring in like a waterfall. His alt account, KSW123, successfully baited the entire student forum again. Self-promotion is just basic survival, guys. He remembers the director telling him why they wanted to film him in the first place. Seon-woo had pointed out there are plenty of students with better combat records, but the director had smiled, explaining how media actually works. People don't want to see a perfect genius who always wins. They want the ordinary extra who suddenly shows an unexpected flash of God-tier talent. The hidden master trope. It sells every single time. Seon-woo is walking down the street in his civilian clothes, quite pleased with his massive point harvest. But then he spots something, an old grandma pushing an absurdly heavy cart of cardboard boxes. The cart is rattling, but Seon-woo's eyes go sharp behind his glasses. He drops his hand, a swirling ball of blue mana instantly forming around his fingers, and without a single word of warning, he fires a massive mana blast directly at the old woman. The impact detonates, throwing the cart and the figure through the air in a shower of sparks, and Seon-woo just stands there, giving a cold, sinister grin through the smoke. The sidewalk is completely shattered, and bystanders are screaming, pointing at our guy like he's a complete psychopath. They're yelling at him for roughing up a poor old grandma, but Seon-woo doesn't even blink. He just stares at the groaning figure on the ground. The grandma grumbles, reaching up to rip off a highly realistic silicone mask, revealing a scarred, middle-aged man. Our guy pulls up his character red, Yoo Hun-sok, age 34, B-rank reinforcement mage and artifact trafficker. Seon-woo casually reveals the guy's exact plan to smuggle stolen relics through Incheon port today. The trafficker's face goes completely white. Suddenly, a bystander gasps, recognizing our guy's adult disguise. It's Mage Kim Jin-woo, the legendary Han River hero. The criminal realizes his cover is completely blown. He draws a hidden dagger, his eyes turning bloodshot. He lunges forward, screaming in desperation. But Seon-woo is already moving. Ever since he unlocked A-rank mana output, he has been running these little vigilante side quests all over the city. Popping his great nature buff, he intercepts the strike, his fist glowing with pure blue energy. A single, clean counterpunch sends the B-rank trafficker crashing headfirst into the asphalt. One hit, completely knocked out. The crowd is going wild, snapping photos of the mysterious 10-minute hero, and the system rewards are just beautiful. Free points and another clean boost to his global causality score. He smiles, realizing this setup is absolutely perfect. Lee Seo-jun can handle the S-rank world-ending bosses, while he quietly cleans up the street-level trash to farm easy points. The local task force mages finally arrive on the scene, panting. The officer reports that the situation is already completely handled by Kim Jin-woo. Seon-woo gives him a casual, cool nod. The officer sighs, glad it wasn't a major terror incident. They haul the cuffed smuggler away like a sack of potatoes. The officer notes that Jin-woo seems significantly stronger than he was during the Han River fight. Our guy casually mentions he's planning to apply for his official A-rank promotion soon. The officer's eyes go wide. He remembers how this guy struggled against a simple B-rank bind just a few months ago, and now he's already pushing A-rank? That level of rapid growth is basically on par with Lee Seo-jun himself. He promises to wire the bounty by tonight, but before Seon-woo can walk away, the officer calls out with a personal question, wondering why a mage with his terrifying potential is wasting time chasing low-level street thugs instead of joining a premier guild. Seon-woo just looks back over his shoulder, giving him a cool smirk. "I do it because it benefits me," he says, disappearing down the alley like a true gamer walking away from a completed quest. Later that afternoon, Mage Association Special Task Force HQ. The officer walks into the high-security conference room, dropping his files on the table. S-rank Captain Kim Deokyun and A-rank Baek Yejin are waiting for his report. Yejin immediately jumps up, her eyes shining as she gushes about how jealous she is that he met Kim Jin-woo, fascinated by his mysterious hero act and how he always cleans up any crime in exactly 10 minutes. But the officer's face remains serious. He explains he actually ran a deep check on Jin-woo's personnel records, and he found absolutely nothing. It's like the man never existed, suddenly spawning into the world with a flawless, government-grade identity. In an era with such strict magical and biological identity tracking, a ghost like him shouldn't be possible. But then he pulls out another file, a student from the Magic Academy named Kim Seon-woo, who looks exactly like him, also with a blank background. Yejin gasps, wondering if they're long-lost brothers or maybe some secret family. Deokyun clasps his hands over his face, his S-rank aura instantly silencing the room. He tells them to cut the high school gossip and focus on the actual briefing. Yejin switches the screen to a photo of Park Min-ye, pointing out her real identity was Zhang Ye, a demon spy, the only daughter of the Han River demon they executed. She explains that forensics confirmed her cause of death was a massive, high-compression light attribute spell, and since Lee Seo-jun is the Academy's only light mage, he was the prime suspect. But his alibi is completely bulletproof because he was nowhere near the jammer zone during the murder, meaning the killer intentionally set up the magnetic field to hide their tracks from the drones. The captain notes they are looking for a highly calculated external light attribute mage of at least B+ rank. They are currently proceeding under the assumption of an outside assassin, ordering them to investigate who had the motive to execute a demon spy so cleanly. The officer sits in his chair, staring at the file, and he suddenly flashes back to Kim Jin-woo, mentioning his upcoming A-rank promotion. His eyes go wide as he connects the dots, but he quickly shakes his head in panic. The captain asks him why he's spacing out, and he quickly laughs it off, thinking to himself that there's absolutely no way it's him, because during the Han River fight, Kim Jin-woo didn't possess a single drop of light element. Meanwhile, back in his dorm room, Sean-woo is staring at his glowing gold palm. His light attribute proficiency has jumped to 24.8. Defeating targets that match your element is a literal level cheat. He turns on the news, watching Hanseong Pharmaceuticals announce the discovery of the sun and moon pharmacology. He smiles, glad Hanseong is using his gift to dismantle her corrupt brother. He notes she'll have to repay him heavily for the hotel tip later. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a message from Yuara. She sends him a link, asking if this is really him. He opens it. It's a massive forum thread, Magic Academy's secret score scandal. And the netizens are pointing out that the user who leaked his scores, KSW123, is the exact same account that posted his midterm failures. The internet has realized he's been self-promoting his own clout. He gains another 5,000 points from the sheer public outrage. The next morning at school, the entire class has completely surrounded his desk. Our guy is scratching his head, sweating. Netizens catch on way too fast these days. One of his classmates demands to know if he's really the one behind the accounts. Seon-woo flatly denies it, pointing at the screen, claiming it's obviously a fake. But Lee Seo-jun steps up behind him, pointing out the identical usernames on both the failure thread and the TV promo. They're all looking at him like he's a pathetic, cloud-obsessed weirdo who humiliated himself for attention. Seon-woo lets out a massive sigh, looking at the surrounding circle of judgment. And then, his eyes go sharp. He pulls out his official student pad, sliding it onto the wood. You want proof? Fine. Let's look at my official student account, he says, preparing to execute a brilliant database hack right in front of them. All right, so our guy has just pulled out his student account, and to understand why this is a massive gamble, you need to know how the security laws in this world actually work. Because of the constant threat of rogue mages, terrorists, and high-tier demons, the Mage Association implemented a biological identity tracking network. It links your personal ID directly to your unique mana signature, a system designed by Lee Seo-jun's overpowered grandfather to make identity fraud flat out impossible, which means there is absolutely no way a single person in this world can possess two active smart accounts. The classmates crowd around the pad, looking at his profile. The username is SWK1234, and the guys completely lose their minds because it's not the promotional account. What they don't know is that Seon-woo's transmigrator privileges are basically the ultimate VPN bypass. He logged into his student pad using his fake C-rank Kim Jin-woo license, completely fooling the scanner. The boys instantly start apologizing, feeling like absolute idiots for accusing him. Seon-woo leans back, playing up the bumbling victim role, asking them if he really looks like some pathetic clout chaser who'd leak his own failures for attention. The guy bows his head in shame, swearing he'll never doubt him again. Ha-young stands behind him, proud that her favorite senior is vindicated, and Seon-woo is internally laughing his ass off because he is in fact exactly that kind of clout chaser. But then, Ara crosses her arms, pointing out a major flaw in their relief. If Seon-woo didn't post those threads, then who the hell is KSW123? She paces around the desk, her crimson eyes narrowing as she points her finger directly at his face, screaming that the only logical explanation is that Seon-woo has a highly obsessed stalker. The entire class gasps in horror, their imaginations running completely wild. And our guy is just sitting there with a completely dead blank stare, realizing his own self-promotion meta has backfired into a stalker rumor. Later that afternoon, the class gathers on the hill behind the Magic Academy, standing before the massive stone gate of the ruined stage. Xian is rubbing his neck, completely exhausted by Ara's dramatic theories, thinking that if he actually had a stalker, he'd at least be farming reaction points off them. Suddenly, Seo-jun walks up, giving him a highly supportive smile. He tells Seon-woo he's dealt with stalkers before and offers to have his S-rank grandfather's task force protect him. Seon-woo just sighs, completely unbothered, while Seo-jun is internally amazed by how incredibly fearless this guy is. The instructor claps his hands, drawing the students' attention to begin the briefing, explaining that today's exercise is a joint ruins exploration training. It's set right next to the artificial dungeon they speedran at the start of the year. But this time, there are no monsters. Instead, the teachers have hidden various high-tech training relics throughout the ruins. The goal is simple: detect the mana signatures of the relics and secure as many as you can. But you'll have to navigate complex traps and illusion circles to find them. The students murmur, realizing this is basically a high-stakes magical scavenger hunt. Youngjun asks if the relics are real, and the teacher chuckles, saying of course not, telling them that if they wanted real ancient relics, they'd have to raid a real ruin, not the school's backyard. But our guy's meta-knowledge immediately triggers, because a real, undiscovered ancient ruin actually exists right beneath this very hill. In the original novel, Seo-jun detected a strange, massive mana signature during this exact test. But his senses were so overwhelmed back then that he assumed it was just a system glitch and ignored it. In reality, those were professional tomb raiders from the Goldwyn Syndicate looting the hidden vault. Seon-woo decides he's not letting those thieves walk away with his loot. Before they can tear the place apart, he's going to find the entrance and clean out the entire treasure room first. The second the gates open, he takes off, sprinting into the dark stone corridors. The classmates are completely stunned, screaming that Seon-woo has bolted off on his own again. Seo-jun watches his trail, his golden eyes narrowing in deep analytical thought, remembering his grandfather's warning that Seon-woo is quietly hiding an ocean of power. He is determined to stay close and learn everything he can from him, so he takes off after him, completely ignoring the other students. Deep in the dark corridors, Seon-woo is walking slowly, scanning the stone walls, calculating that the hidden entrance to the real ruins should be in this exact sector. He's searching for a hidden mechanism, when suddenly, a hand taps his shoulder, handing him a training relic. He turns around, and there is Lee Seo-jun, smiling like a friendly golden retriever. Seon-woo completely loses his composure, screaming, asking why the hell he followed him. Seo-jun explains that thanks to Seon-woo's midterm advice to move alone, he easily kept his first-place spot. So to repay the favor, he wants to help Seon-woo hunt today. He holds out the relic, completely earnest. Seon-woo just looks at him, saying getting help from others isn't his style, and immediately turns around to slip away. Seo-jun is left standing there, deeply touched, thinking that this level of absolute pride is exactly what he's lacking. He smiles, muttering that Seon-woo is truly a fascinating person, and just continues to follow him like a lost shadow. Seon-woo is internally crying, asking how long he's going to keep trailing him. Seo-jun just laughs it off, saying they should just stick together for a bit. Meanwhile, deep in the hidden chamber below, a giant ancient green dragon statue coiled around a tree is glowing with sacred light. Sensing the presence of the legendary S-rank golden immortal fruit hovering in the leaves, a hand reaches out, tapping the magic array, slowly peeling away the ancient seals. A man in a dark coat with a neat mustache grins, confirming the find. Inside the hidden ruins, the ancient dragon tree is radiating a brilliant golden aura. The leader of the Goldwyn thieves, Lee Cheol-hee, holds up his lantern, declaring victory. Suddenly, a massive rumbling sound echoes through the stone cavern. His partner, the giant Kim Jang-won, panics, asking if the ancient guardian has awakened already. While the thieves are arguing, Seon-woo and Seo-jun are running down the parallel corridor. The thieves decide to ignore the noise, focusing on digging through the final brick wall. Jang-won swings his giant shovel with raw mana, completely shattering the ancient stone wall in a shower of dust. Cheol-hee smiles, muttering that once they secure the S-rank golden immortal fruit, their mysterious boss will reward them beyond their wildest dreams. Meanwhile, Seon-woo is walking, desperately trying to figure out how to shake off his SSS rank shadow. Realizing Seo-jun's presence is going to ruin his stealth raid, he needs a quick distraction. So he activates his outsider's benefit cheat to scan the path ahead. He spots a hidden illusion circle humming on the wall. He taps it with his finger, instantly shattering the illusion array, and pulls out a hidden training relic in seconds. Seo-jun's eyes go wide, completely amazed by his impossibly fast mana-sensing speed. Seon-woo waves his hand, telling him to go to another area since he clearly doesn't need help. But Seo-jun's SSS rank genius trait immediately triggers, analyzing the exact pattern Xianwu just used. His golden eyes flash with pure, copied intelligence, and he takes off like a blue streak, his speed leaving a trail of light through the corridors. He slides to a halt, holding up two relics with a massive, happy grin, and Xianwu is internally crying, cursing the absolute unfairness of natural-born protagonists. Remembering that copying that exact genius trait in his system shop costs a literal 1,000,000 points, he stops walking, confronting him directly, asking what he actually wants from him. Seo-jun points his finger at his chest, challenging him to an all-out no-holds-barred competition in this training. Xianwu's face completely drops. Seo-jun points out that since there are no teachers monitoring this sector, Xianwu doesn't have to hide his real power. But Xianwu just flatly rejects him, having zero interest in wasting his precious strength for a school test. Seo-jun realized his standard challenge failed, but remembers a secret trick word Young-jun taught him. He looks Xianwu dead in the eye and asks if he's a chicken. Xianwu's eye twitches, his competitive gamer pride instantly getting triggered. He grins, telling him to follow him if he wants to play so badly. Seo-jun is ecstatic, thanking Young-jun's advice in his mind as they walk. But Xianwu leads him straight over a hidden red magic circle. A massive red barrier erupts from the stone floor, completely sealing Seo-jun inside a solid energy cage. Our guy pulls out an advanced mana concealment elixir, explaining that the trap only reacts to the strongest mana in the area. He taps his side of the barrier, stepping out cleanly, telling Seo-jun that since he wanted a realistic competition, he should learn how to deal with real battlefield traps, asking him why a genius like him spends so much time trying to lift others up instead of focusing on his own path. He waves his hand, telling him the barrier will release in an hour, and walks away, leaving Seo-jun standing alone in the red light, deeply touched, wondering if Xianwu truly prefers to live his life as a quiet, protective extra rather than a flashy protagonist. Meanwhile, Xianwu reaches a massive ancient wall carved with a giant stone face. He chortles, thinking that being a quiet extra is exactly his role. He activates Outsider's Benefit, tapping the wall's mechanism. The ancient stone face door opens with a heavy creak. He steps inside, standing before the glowing green dragon tree. Noticing the Tomb Raiders haven't even cleared the inner wall yet, he walks up the stone dais, the golden light reflecting in his eyes. The system displays the item, S-rank Immortal Fruit, increases physical stats by up to 15. It looks much more vibrant than it did in the original novel's descriptions. He leaps onto the dragon statue's neck, climbing up, knowing that the second he touches the fruit, the ancient guardian will awaken and lock the room. Suddenly, the wall behind him explodes in a shower of debris. The Goldwind Tomb Raiders burst through the dust, laughing. Jang-won screams in triumph, saying their 10 years of searching weren't wasted, pointing his finger at the glowing gold fruit on the dragon tree. Chiohi tells him to stay quiet and stick to the plan. He kneels, channeling his lantern magic to stabilize the chamber's barrier. A green dome seals the exit to prevent the guardian from locking them in. He yells at Jang-won to harvest the fruit quickly before his mana runs out. Jang-won grins, stepping forward with his shovel, calling it a perfect plan. But a cold, mocking voice drops from the ceiling, agreeing that it is indeed a perfect plan. They freeze, looking up in absolute horror. And there is Xianwu, sitting casually on the dragon's head, tossing the glowing S-rank golden fruit in his hand.